Yes, sir. Yo, chat, I'm welcome your thoughts off the hip. We here with my brothers, man. Snake Eyes, Razor. Whew.
Salute, we
About that
back,
tank, man. That Frank Martin. Oh,
man.
that was one of the
Um,
that was a good fight. That was one of the better ones I've seen in a while. Not to say that the fights that been trash, but I really enjoyed this one right here. For
So now,
sure.
let me ask you this real quick. When was the last time we saw a story like this in which the two opponents were former sparring partners? You don't hear that just every day. This is all some Creed 3 type shit.
yo, I ain't even gonna lie. I realized about Tank last night that I'm never going against that young man again. As long as he's here,
Monster.
niggas gotta show me, like, you know what I'm saying? Because that whole downloading a nigga foul is real. Like, I seen last night, Tank literally said, "Yo, I'll give up 6 rounds." Long as I'm gonna get you, bro, and it's going to be over.
I'll give you this much time to take me out, because after that, it's a wrap. It's over.
Yo, bro, as I'm watching this fight, right? Frank Vaughn is a great fighter, bro. Come up, trained by Aerosmith fighter, trained by Derrick James. Like, this is a Hall of Fame coaching trainer. Like, he's disciplined. The way he
Solid
was
footwork, clean fundamentals. He's polished.
immaculate footwork, like movement, like the way he was starting the fight against Tank. I know I'm not the only one that was like getting interested. Like, as it was going on, like, got to the fourth round, fifth round, it's like, hold on.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
sustain this type of vibe through the
Just
this
maybe,
round where, like,
just
he stayed away
maybe.
from Tank, and it's like, yo, he beat him on points. Like, he beat him just being technical.
And,
Like,
and he's tagging him too.
yeah, yo, the left hand was there. Tank shit was bruised up. You never seen Tank shit bruised up, like he was getting caught flush. You know what I'm
That shit
saying?
looked broken.
And then I just started seeing Tank get closer and closer and closer to this nigga, right? And then I'm saying to myself while Tank swinging, I'm saying, how many times is this nigga Tank gonna miss? like doing, you feel me? And then your boy made the wrong fucking mistake, man. Why do motherfuckers want to be Roy Jones and be on the ropes and then they can dance on the ropes and I
Let it
can
out,
every
Snake.
fucking
Let it
punch,
out.
nigga.
Let it out.
Bro,
Yeah,
what
he
are you
boxed the man
doing,
right
bro?
there.
This is Tank Davis, bro. One of them shit's gonna get through, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? And
Why
bro,
did they call his ass Tank?
it was the uppercut. It was the uppercut that, like, he got, like, nigga got knocked out, woke up, like, and then it was the brick,
And then
like,
the
you
left hand
done.
from God.
The
The
brick,
left
like,
hand from God.
it's over.
That
Like,
shit put him out right there.
and it's like, yo, bro, for Shakur Stevenson, that young kid, that's the truth. And listen, I had a little response that went viral to Shakur yesterday. Let me let me give myself some flowers. That
AJ,
was
can we pull it up right quick for the one time?
shout out to the
Just
Unwelcome thoughts. Shout out to Square.
let's
Shout
get
out to
Snake some love real quick, because he had to put the world on notice for one time. I seen
yeah,
that. I
put
was like,
that, please put that up real quick to
ooh,
show people. That's what to show people. That was
Got
that
y'all
was
right
not
now.
planned. That was just me really speaking my true feelings. You know what I'm saying? And it took a life of its own. But I see Shakur basically telling like, yo, listen, I'm gonna be the guy. Basically, I'm chasing greatness. I'm gonna be the guy to basically handle this Tank situation. I'm just like, bro, it ain't that you ain't good.
much like
But do you
Canelo
see
in his
what the hell
prime.
this man is doing? Shout out to Mama Love in the back. You know what I mean? I'm home. You know what I'm saying? I'm at Mama Love crib. How you
Shout out to
doing,
Mama
Mama Love?
Love, yes
Shout
sir.
out.
Shout out to Mama Love. We can like put that blurry shit in the background for this segment. Put that. yeah, nah, you good. But
No,
yeah, hold on, yeah, pause. Mama don't care about my show. Hold up.
No, you good, you good.
but also, if you notice, like
Nah, you good. We good now. But
with
now,
Mauro Ronaldo
I'm
called
fucking you
Tank.
up. I forgot what you saying.
Mauro called Tank baby Mike Tyson. You don't say that about just anybody.
Yeah.
That man is a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker ain't real. Like I said in our group chat off the record, that man is fucking Thanos. When he tells you going down, it's a wrap. And also, 14-month layoff and still nasty as a motherfucker. Quit
14
playing with
months
him, man.
off.
All right, here
14
we
months
go.
off.
Like nothing. Like nothing.
You going against another undefeated fighter. You know what I'm
Can I get
saying?
a a zoom on this? We got the tweet up. Here we go.
Yeah. But
Oh yeah,
also,
yeah. You know, shout out to Shakur Stevenson, man. I think he's a hell of a fighter. I think he's gonna be around. for a long time. But that was just
But right now,
felt. You know what I'm saying? Like you the truth, but just look what Tank doing. Tank really like flatlining niggas. He kind of like, bro, he just showed that he can hold the card down on his own. We gonna get to Ryan Garcia with his tactics.
no, I'm gonna get him in a bit. I'm gonna get him too.
We see what you're doing, Ryan. You ain't slick, brother. But the man just main evented a card. Had Benavidez on a co-main for his card. Every fight was good, and then you get to his fight. He tells you he's gonna knock the guy out in the round, and he did it. Like he's the man, bro. Tank is the man. He's the man. That's all I can say, man. Salute to Tank Davis. That was a phenomenal knockout. One of the greatest knockouts we've probably seen in a long time. That was good.
So the age gap isn't as big as I thought it was. Shakur Stevenson is, I believe 26, 27. Yeah, 26 years old. Tank turns 30 in November. This man is in the prime of his life.
But the thing with Shakur is that his rise came during the pandemic. So it's like, unfortunate for him. Like, you know what I'm saying? He had a lot of that spotlight on the ESPN, on the, you know what I'm saying, on ESPN boxing. As to where almost all the other guys he's calling out, they've been having fights. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes it come down to who you fighting for. Like Shakur was, had a top rank deal. A lot of the other fighters on Premier, PBC, so it'd be hard to make certain fights happen. But now with a lot of stuff out the way, and it's like,
And I've always hated that because, again, if you guys are in, whether it's WBO, WBC, or whatever, you're all in the same ranking system. Why the fuck does the promoting or whatever agency matter? If anything, that should put more prestige and say, hey, we're the top group right here. We have the big money fighters. We have the top dogs.
You know what it is, bro?
We ain't working with them. It's again,
everything's a business.
To a degree, it's kind of like the WAW bullshit. Like they'll work with everybody else but each other. Could it happen?
Just throw a little caveat on there. The Frank Mon dude was scheduled to fight Shakur Stevenson about last year around some time, right? It had steam. Frank Mon backed out the fight, like out of nowhere, just backed out. Shakur was pissed off. Remember, he went on this media run. Oh, he's pussy. You scared
it wasn't an injury. It was weird.
It was a business move. That was a chess move. You know what I'm saying? Because shout out to Errol Spence, which is his man's. I heard him speaking last night after his man's loss, and he was like, "Yo, when he took the Shakur fight, he had to be real with himself and say, nah, step back." Because honestly, Shakur might have kind of beat him. Probably would have beat him, and that kind of could have fucked him up early on. But him chilling back, analyzing and being real with himself, another bigger opportunity presented itself like Tank. You know what I'm saying? You get to get a chance to fight in the MGM main event slot, so you could get that experience. Yeah, he lost, but you lost to like the greatest thing that's going today. So there's a lot to learn from. He could be all right going forward. You know what I mean? But for all the competitors I seen Tank go against, shout out to Pitbull Cruz. He gave him a rough, scuffy fight. I get it. But I ain't seen nobody touch Tank like Frank, so I want to salute him for that.
Also, shout out MGM 100 championship fights.
But look, bro, they just had Adrian Broner in a championship fight. Like, what championship was that? Like, you know what I'm saying?
HD,
like,
that was some Don King eaters by the Chinese store. Like, I don't know what type of pay-per-view that was. Like,
and they still like the belt that was on the line was still a WBC belt though, right? Like,
no, they made that belt up for that.
They made. That was a
Champions belt. Don King got pulled, so he can make some shit be like official. Like, don't get it wrong, those that fight is on niggas' records. Like Blair Cobb is a professional.
Yeah.
But it was a cheesy fucking event. That's what I did. It just was cheesy to me. But that was it's a people's champ belt that he has that they won. Like, so. Like UFC got the BMF belt. They just added that, like, for the bad motherfucker.
Yep.
Like some of that line. Like, they got a people's champ belt now. They added. So.
Okay. I see what they doing over there with that.
Right. So before we get into the Ryan Garcia stuff, can we touch on the victor of the co-main event? And that is another gentleman who is an absolute fucking monster. Matter of fact, his name is the Monster, David Benavidez.
People saying he should stay where he was at. Going up is a little tougher. But he did his thing. He got that W, but he might have just stayed back down. That
Here's my like tinfoil hat type gimmick. Canelo claims that he hasn't beaten anybody, that there's no money in that fight. Everyone wants to see that fight. I would love to see that fight. But again, if you look at Benavidez' record, he's been a few Joe Schmoes here and there, no to them, but it's just some folks just outclassed.
Right.
It's obvious that Benavidez is never going to get Triple G, because Triple G, he hasn't said he's retired, but let's be honest, he's a little bit long in the tooth.
Triple G still fighting? I thought he retired.
He's never officially retired.
Triple G again, too good his last fight.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He did fight Billy Joe Saunders once upon a time. I think he won by decision or whatever. So if David runs it back, he has to knock him out in less than 5 to make that statement towards Canelo. He could also go down and fight Caleb Plant and beat him convincingly, much like Canelo did. Or, my theory, he's going to go to light heavyweight, challenge Dimitri Bivol. If he beats Bivol, he's going to hold it over Canelo's head saying, I beat the guy that whipped your ass.
Right.
That fucked your ass up.
But then again, what if Canelo watched that fight last night and said, oh, I should fight him here at light heavyweight. I could get him at light heavyweight.
No. So the problem with Canelo is, aside from maybe Benavidez and Jaime Munguia, who was very impressive that last fight, that division, it's a whole lot of unknowns. He's kind of lapped everybody else. So you're eliminated as far as competition. So again, he's not really given an opportunity to kind of elevate himself. Whereas Benavidez, he's grinding out, he's moving up in weight. And again, if he can beat the guy who beat Canelo, that's his meal ticket to that fight.
Canelo to like have no choice.
Yeah, he's have no choice.
Right. That's basically what Benavidez do. He's cutting off all options for like take away from him.
No, and he's purposely cutting. He's saying, "Hey, I'm gonna give him no doubt but to fight me."
Right. Nah, I see what you're doing for sure. I respect that. I mean, taking challenges, putting shit at risk, going different weight classes. Like I seen like his face. Like what I mean by like, now he ain't get punished. He ain't get taking punishment and nothing like that. But like, niggas hit harder at different weight classes. You could tell like he took a little bit some hits last night.
He ain't afraid. He ain't afraid to throw down with the big boys.
Yeah, but now his story is amazing though. If you know how he looked when he was growing up, he was a heavyset kid. You know what I'm saying? Like he
dropped like 80, 100 pounds, something like that.
Insane. Like the transformation of who he is today is insane. I gotta give him that.
So with that alone, could he be the first guy we've seen since Roy Jones Jr. to dominate all these weight classes convincingly, and be another guy that came up from the small to the small guy ranks and be a heavyweight champion? He's got the power, he's got the technique. It's just, will Father Time allow to do that feat that we haven't seen in so many years?
Right. Maybe. Benavidez is a real great talent. I was gonna say, don't forget about Charlo though. What about Benavidez and Charlo?
But again, I'm saying if Canelo is his end game, you got to take on guys that he kind of beat convincingly or whatever, and try to like one up him. But again, the Charlo brothers, all up to them in the world. Same with the Lomachenko brothers, like. They've held boxing down through some dark times when in their classes there wasn't a whole lot going on.
Do you think Canelo really handed? Like, do you think he like beat Charlo up?
That again, the middle rounds could have gone either way.
Okay.
But again, for Canelo's legacy, yes, he has to run that one back regardless. But as to undoubtedly say he is the king of 168, he's got to fight Benavidez. There's no one left. He's the one guy you've ducked and dodged. On top of that, again, I wholeheartedly understand Canelo's reasoning behind it, but carnal, you got to fight your countryman whether you like it or not.
Now, I just want to say this:
you got to show who's the king.
I really hope that they fight. Would you say they make that fight happen by the end of this year or early 2025?
Again, it's all on Canelo's camp,
right?
Because again,
I can call the shots. It's like when he's ready. To be honest.
Yeah, and again, I got no problem with that. He's earned it. But again, just Who else is left aside from Bivol? Mayweather, McGregor, Jake Paul,
This is like Canelo career validates the greatness of Mayweather, but that's another topic too. But
But again, unless someone comes up from 160 or someone drops down from light heavy or cruiser, there's nobody left except again Dimitri Bivol and David Benavidez.
right.
One fight I would love to see that I don't think is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
What if Tank comes up?
To what weight class?
Him and Canelo could do a catch weight, maybe.
Who?
I don't know if this is
Canelo and Tank.
They saying
What?
Again, if we're talking,
Tank Power could take him for real is probably 147.
You don't think he can make 150 or 55?
But he's a short guy though. He's short. Like it's his size. Like it's not about his power. His power could crack or whatever. I'm just thinking when it comes to like him being short and all that, I think that's an issue. That would be an issue for him. I think he can fight with anybody.
But also you would get an absolutely toothpick of a Canelo and a Tukey Williams Tank Davis.
You know who I want to see Tank Davis fight?
Lay it on. Ooh.
The kid from overseas, from Japan. Same weight class. They both can make each other the same weights.
It'll sell out instantly.
They're both the top 2 pound for pound best fighters in the world right now. Low key. That fight need to happen. That Chinese nigga versus Tank. I know that's dangerous for both of them. That's dangerous for both of them. Both of them could put each other lights out. I would just love to see that. The build up, the anticipation would be insane for that. That would be a legendary fight. So Tank went to Japan for that. Whoa, that'd be fucking insane. Like what?
The Tokyo Dome.
Come on.
Cork and Hall.
That's chasing greatness. That's like he's trying to be the GOAT. Like Tank could be. All right, I seen shout out to Bill Simmons, great tweet. By the way, Bill Simmons. Tank is one of the greatest athletes currently in America. It's not just boxing. He's one of the
hands down.
Come on, man.
Also, we can argue he's one of the most pure athletes we have in America.
Facts. Let's not take account where he's from. He's from Baltimore, man. That kid been fighting. He was 6, 7 years old. Like that nigga.
That man fights since preschool. Fuck you mean?
Different type of like. You know what I'm saying? That nigga's a savage. Like the fuck.
He's war ready, battle tested, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Come on.
You want to go ugly? Guess what? He can get uglier.
And y'all gave this shit all back to him, the glory. Like last year, he could have got nasty for him. He was looking at jail and all that. Like he seen all this shit again. Like what? I'm back. I ain't playing with you, nigga. Line all these niggas up. You know what I mean?
But on the topic of that division, before we go further in depth with this young man, if he is fully invested in the camp, no bullshit, no shenanigans, no nothing, just him fully locked in, how are you feeling about a rematch between Tank and Ryan?
Okay, I'm glad you transitioned to that. HD, you had something you want to say on that topic?
Oh no, on the last one, I don't know how accurate the reports were. They talk about Terrence Crawford want to fight Canelo, even though he 3 weight classes up.
Yeah, I've been seeing that Arab people, they trying to put that money together. These foreign niggas trying to put together a mega type situation. I don't know how realistic that is.
I don't want to.
I've been saying that for a little while.
I don't want to be disrespectful because I love both of them. I don't want to be disrespectful.
I think Crawford got the skill set to give Canelo problems, but it's just like Canelo experience. I don't know. That'd be an insane fight if that was to get locked in. Like, I don't know who I would pick.
Once it gets to round 9, it's all Canelo. It's just gonna get ugly. It'll still go to decision, but them last few rounds gonna be extra rough.
Right.
Like he gonna know this may not have been the move.
Now, and this young man that you mentioned by the name of Ryan Garcia, let's get to you real quick, Ryan. Salute to you. You've been having I would say a real
an interesting run. An interesting run.
Yeah, your last month has been very interesting to the world. Coming off the win at Devin Haney, major win at Devin Haney, knockout win at Devin Haney, destruction.
I heard that shit.
Then reports came out
statement.
of you cheating, hurt people, hurt the
Shout out
game.
Conor McGregor.
Right. What's the name of that? What's the name of that?
The
Again?
the proper 12.
Yeah, proper 12. I had a bar about that in battle rap when he first came with that liquor. Conor McGregor hit with the proper 12 shotgun. Got it down. Yeah, I'm ahead of the game. Man. Look, my nigga thinking that like 2 years later, proper 12. I've been through that. But yeah, like Ryan Garcia, man. We thought you was supposed to be as reports that you cheated, then it was reports that he wasn't. I'm gonna be real. I don't want to believe you cheated, so I'm gonna give you your W. You beat Devin Haney, bro. You beat him. You know what I mean?
Dropped him.
This shit you got going on with Caleb Plant is not boxing, bro. That's not boxing. Before we get to the Tank shit,
No. What's going on with him and Caleb? I haven't caught on to that.
Man, him and Caleb Plant's a middleweight. Caleb Plant for Canelo. They ain't not even in the same weight class, bro.
I remember that fight, yeah, but again.
Apparently, man, I don't know how Ryan playing, man. We know Ryan is a young sensation, man. The Oscar De La Hoya type young kid. Pretty boy young kid out here. This man claimed he fucked Caleb Plant's wife. Put his dick in Caleb Plant's wife's mouth. He tweeted this. This is on social media. This is him telling this man this.
Ryan.
That's that man white. That's
Ryan.
That man. Like Ryan, you're following.
Ryan, tell me you ain't this like fucking stupid, Ryan.
No, this man is
Ryan.
Go look at Ryan Garcia's tweet. Unless his peoples or his team told him to take those tweets down, those tweets should still be available.
Oh, no. I guarantee you ain't nothing taken out of his shit.
No, it's complete disrespect.
Ryan.
Until last night, because them two brothers were in the same arena for the Tank fight. They were in the MGM. And a bear was thrown by Caleb Plant to Ryan's face. There was an altercation that took place after the Tank fight. A bear was thrown. Altercation. Ryan tried to get to him, couldn't get to him. Caleb on the floor, looking stupid, kicking up at the Ryan security. So they got real beef, like outside the world. Like, you bother my wife, I'll put hands on you. Ryan need to be very careful, because shit like that could go outside of boxing, bro. I don't want to hear like some shit happens to you, because you on that type of time with people, bro. You wilding, like that's wild. Like tweeting that you put your dick in a nigga current wife mouth.
Ryan.
But that's that.
Did your mama not? Ryan, you lived in a Los Angeles Mexican household. Did your mama not whip your ass when you was a kid? Yeah. There are certain things you do not, certain lines you don't cross in any sport, no matter what circumstances.
Come on,
Ryan.
Come on. So your man pulled up with a custom-made halter top yesterday. Custom-made halter top. Number one fan on the front. Number one Tank fan on the front.
I saw. I thought the whole. I thought it was just like an oversized black tee.
It was.
This man rolled in a crop top.
That shit was a halter top.
Rematch me. A bottle of beer, or it was a cup of beer.
Cup, bottle, Red Bull. I don't know. Some shit flew in Ryan's direction.
Nah, I'm looking at this shit right now. They say he hit him with beer.
Yeah, it's real. Also, last night it got real last night, bro.
Like, I do also want to address. Let's see, when was it? 2 tweets further below that. I want to address that one as well.
Go ahead, talk. Yeah.
Again, back to the topic of all. Canelo Alvarez, David Benavidez at 175. We saw what Bivol did to Canelo. We're talking 2 individuals who were in the prime and who were at their personal best and most dangerous at 168. Right. Why would you not want that fight at 168? That's where the money actually is. Mm-hmm. But again, for sake of conversation, I'll address that accordingly. At 175, Benavidez perfectly comfortable, as you touched earlier, as a child. 15 years, 250 pounds, big boy. His body is naturally accustomed to that weight. Canelo, he's been a smaller guy most of his, if not all of his life. I'm sorry, at 175, Benavidez would probably murder Canelo.
Murder?
Yes.
Tough words. I don't know about murder, but
again, for the simple fact that one again, when Canelo stepped up to fight Bivol, he was a little struggling, whatever, because again, he's fighting slightly above his natural weight or where he's usually just chilling at. Right. Benavidez, his body has already been accustomed to that type of weight, if not heavier. So, and last night he showed
up there feeling that power out there with Bivol.
Benavidez got power too. He got that one hit power too.
Right, but Benavidez still got to come up, and Canelo has been there. Well, they both been there once, right? They both stepped up to that. You know what I mean? Canelo did it once with Bivol, and that was Benavidez' first time doing it yesterday, right?
Yep.
So, but yes, it would make more sense if they fought at 168 though, because it wouldn't be like all this other shit. It's like just get it where y'all naturally great at, where y'all naturally good at.
I'm just saying, because one showed obviously more comfort than the other at that weight class, makes it that much more definitive in my eyes.
Well, Canelo, I'm sure he was watching last night, taking notes. Like, okay. And you know, I won't be surprised motherfuckers wait till a nigga falling off or start flipping forward. And like, I get him now. Now let's.
And that's the unfortunate part, especially with Canelo's camp, because they'll look at that Benavidez fight and they'll say, all right, he fought a dude that hasn't really made any money in the box office, selling that venue. He hasn't been in a marquee match, or he'll count the main event at Coleman. They'll count all that, and then they'll be like, nah, this ain't worth the bread.
Benavidez might have to come out his next fight and let a nigga fake, like, touch him up and look a little rusty.
I'm telling you,
bait that nigga Canelo into thinking like, you feel me? You guys.
I'm telling you, come September around Mexican Independence Day, if we get Benavidez and Bivol, if Benavidez drops Bivol one time, I promise you, within 12 months after that, we will get Benavidez Canelo.
But nah, before we but on Ryan had a rematch me bitch on the back of his shirt, which is kind of weird to me. But kind of, I guess his marketing is good. Like, it's got some good marketing. This newfound relationship with Tank Davis, I don't know where this came from. I thought they didn't like each other. Now this man is like, you're my best friend, and give me a hug, and Tank. It's like, bro, get off this nigga's sack, bro. It kind of come off like you riding my nigga's sack for that bread. You riding this nigga's sack for a rematch, my nigga.
That's that liquor talking. That's the hen dog talking. That's the tequila talking.
You see the money, you like chasing this nigga. Like, that's how I come off, bro. Like, but if you're being real, them two coming together is a big bag. Right? Tank, I can make $500 million with this nigga. Like, let's
see you out there, Crafty.
But that's a dangerous fight. If it ain't a rehydration clause involved, like the first time, if they're gonna find a way to fight at, now it's like, oh, let's see, because when Ryan was looking like himself against Devin, we've seen like that drained version of him versus Tank. He looked like a skeleton. He couldn't do nothing.
Now, Kurt, I could be wrong, but didn't Ryan request that hydration clause?
Yes, because at the end of the day, bro, Tank is the man. So some niggas is like, you know what? Fuck it, just to get him. All right, I'll sign off.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, but again, like, so I'm gonna address this separately. So again, Tank and Ryan. Ryan requests the hydration clause. He blames the hydration clause for him losing the fight. Okay, I get it. Whatever. This Devin Haney fight, he claimed he was drinking and partying the whole camp. Whatever. 3 pounds over. I don't give a fuck. Hold on. He tests positive.
No beer in them cans, water. This shit is a game. Might not have been no liquor, none of that. Got the Henny bottle with apple juice in it. But again, Ryan Garcia was not smoking no weed, and I don't believe that, man.
But again, 3 pounds over. So to me, that says you don't get fucked about the fight. No discipline. That's what that tells me. However, post fight again, he tests for the first steroid, whatever. Tests for plausible cause for a second steroid. He spends the next what 2.5 months since that fight, and they were still contesting that. So you're now spending all this money. So one, you should have been the fucking champion by now. You essentially handed them back. Hold on. You could have been champion. You essentially handed back your purse because you want to contest all these charges. So you're kind of giving the money back on top of whatever out of pocket. Can we please see you fully locked in for a fucking camp? You have the potential there. The talent is there. That hand is deadly. We know you can't be the box office dude. Tell yourself, convince yourself. Stop the bullshit. Whatever.
I'm gonna be real. And that Tank fight, like Tank and niggas like Tank and Ryan that are big boss office draws that's gonna get the most money in that fight. Like I don't think they really care about belts, so to speak. Even though belts is what this shit we grew up on. Like
the belt means bigger purse.
WBO. Tank got one fucking belt. He just got that because they just gave it to him. Like he could have been a champ. He don't care about that shit. I think he care about the cash. Like Ryan care about the cash. That overweight shit, that was all by design. He wanted to come in as big as he can be against Haney that on fight night. Haney got caught up being too overly confident, to be real. Because when they asked him about that, like, oh, how do you feel about him missing the shit and whatever? Man, I don't care. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna do him in.
Haney was more
about your shit, and now
Haney was more
cheated and all that. Nah, it's like you gotta live with that.
So the steroids bullshit aside, Haney, he was more focused on their past history, and he was locked in on that. So again, if he gets a clearer head, maybe different outcome himself. But again, especially with Garcia, as quick as he took the league by storm, and how especially beforehand when Canelo was still under De La Hoya, everyone said, "All right, Canelo's the king now. Ryan, he's next in line already." And then that's how we were told as fans that's the pecking order right now. Once Canelo got away, Ryan stayed on board, whatever. He got more under Oscar's umbrella, whatever. Started all this extra bullshit that was meaningless, similar to what Jake does on the amateur circuit. Let's call it what it is.
Right.
And again, in Ryan's eyes, yeah, he's making money, but again, if he's locked in, whatever, fully dialed in, catching belts, proving that he's the number one dude. Look at Canelo's purses versus Ryan's purses. Look at Tank's purse versus Ryan's purses.
But Ryan got more money than Haney in that fight.
Than Tank?
Ryan cleared more at the end than Haney in that fight.
No, yeah, because he won the fight. But I'm saying like
that his payday was more than Haney's.
What was his and what was Haney's?
I can't. I will be lying if I used to set it out my mouth.
Ryan's smart.
Yeah, Ryan is
like you said, Snakes. They don't care about the belts no more. It's all about making yourself a brand.
Haney was one of the guys that he went through a rough bringing. Like Haney is the man now. Like he's the man now, champion now. But his way to where he got, he took different routes than other niggas. Like that nigga was on the zone fights and stupid weird fights. He had to like. Ryan was always in a position with Oscar and them to know how to get his business right. So
that point right there,
out the deal because he was more of a draw.
So what you're saying is Ryan's making money off of Oscar's name because Oscar's his agent. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah,
they work great together. Yeah, Bernard Hopkins is doing a phenomenal job getting that man the bag.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia's a brand.
So again, say
more of a Ryan Garcia had the most Instagram followers out all these niggas. Like, but before fuck the fighting, like he was the more of the social media star and all this. The pretty boy, like he had that before he started really, becoming the superstar and box. Like he was already that guy on social media.
The first thing niggas wanted to know when he won that fight, we thought you was bugging out. What happened? They was more worried about the storyline than the actual boxing itself. They was worried about, how'd you do a 180? You was just bugging out and you good. And then he gave us
Haney up and then went on Spaces talking about little kids being kidnapped and shit. That nigga got he has a lot going, but he built himself off just not boxing like in the real world too. Like,
I feel like it's strategic. Like he's putting his name out. Like you got to look at the rest of the box. It happens in UFC. It happens in boxing where like you have all of these great fighters. Yes, they're great, but their name doesn't get spread because they're not doing enough to market themselves as a brand, really, like, in my opinion. So Ryan right now, he's playing that disruptor shit. He's like a Logan Paul, Jake Paul, but he's a real fighter, though. Yeah, he on his villain shit right now. Like, he's the historic boxing
niggas
villain.
Out of all these niggas, that's nice. TFO is even nice, but his brand and his marketing ain't like Ryan, Shakur, and Tanks.
Like, you want to pay to see Ryan lose.
Niggas, like we know them three niggas.
See what's gonna happen.
We're following everything they do. We fuck with Haney. He's getting there, but like he ain't like Tank. He ain't like Shakur. He ain't like. I'm clicking on them niggas interviews anytime I see them niggas. Like no hesitation. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they got going on.
Okay, so take the social media completely out of the equation for this one moment. Okay, so Tank again. We've seen his work certified. Haney, all right, yeah, we see he's nice. Ryan. You take Oscar and Bernard Hopkins out of the equation, or you can reverse and say Haney adds Sugar Ray Leonard, Evander Holyfield, something like that of star power. Between the name values of the promoters alone, because Ryan has Oscar and Evander, that's where the money's coming from, because they see who he's linked up with. That's where the bag comes in. All right, Evander Holyfield, Oscar. All right, cool. Where it's Haney, it's just Devin Haney promotion. So where it's like, all right, like you said, we've seen the zone stuff, we've seen the overseas stuff.
Devin Haney took a chance on themselves. They betted on themselves and started going, like I said, took those other routes because it was with Mayweather and them. Devin Haney was being coached by Mayweather's pops.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah, so
Mayweather and them left early and went to go to Mayweather. Like Haney and them left where they lived and moved to Vegas to go be with Floyd and them. They was with Floyd and them every day, like being trained. That's how Haney got the skills he got, like under Mayweather. Like
that furthers my argument. So if Haney stays with Floyd, of course that bag would have been bigger.
For sure,
because who he dealt with. So again, I'm not gonna say that aside from social media bullshit, Haney and Ryan are on equal footing, with the exception of De La Hoya. With the exception of De La Hoya and Evander. That's it.
If you take Evander, Oscar out of it, Ryan is still who he is on social media.
But again, folks will see it right.
He still got more followers. He still got like
because again,
girls. He got all the other shit like that make people want to buy
Is Devin just as active?
Is he interesting?
Is Devin just as active on social media, or is Devin more locked into the fight to where he gets to the Tank Davis level, and it's one of those? Okay, check my resume. Give me my bag. Give me what I want.
Tank was active on social too.
Before Ryan chose to rehydrate himself and sign off on that situation with Tank to put himself in that unvulnerable situation to fight, he was unblemished. That kid was undefeated, unblemished, with all this shit going with him. Social media doing all these answers. He'd get in the ring and that left hand put niggas down. Like before that unblemished shit, like Ryan could have been like if Tank. The only reason why Tank is like head and heels over these niggas because he beat Ryan. Like he still got that O. Like Tank still got that O. Like if Ryan still got that O, he and Tank is on the same level. The only reason why Tank is here is because Tank beat him.
Here's the only reason why I disagree with that. How many cats do we see, whether it's be WBC, WBO, that we see have these like 22, 24-0 records? We watch them spar against the guys undefeated, and we see next to nothing, all because folks are trying to stat pad that O. We see that very commonly in boxing.
I'm not one of them people that truly believe that if you haven't lost, it's like somewhat damaging on your career. You know what I mean? But I think we in this generation of Floyd Mayweather in his era and what he did, and everybody want to chase that. Everybody wants to try to go their career without losing, and they have in their head, damn, if I lost, fuck, I failed the mission. When it's like, nah, when you look at Ali and all these niggas' records, these niggas got 10 losses. These niggas got 9 losses. These are some of the greatest niggas ever. So one loss is really nothing. But we just in that.
George Foreman, the most deadliest hands.
Huh?
I said, look at George Foreman. The man, they said they had the most powerful knockout.
Yeah.
How many times he lose?
You know what I'm saying? So now, like Haney, one loss. Come on, man. He's still that guy, still the champ. Loma, a few losses. Look at Loma. Back on his bullshit. And look, his report's supposed to be Tank and Loma in November. If that go down, that could be one of those.
What city did you put it in?
Yeah, Tank and Loma. Whoa.
That's what just
the last
spin the wheel, pick a city, or fuck it, spin the globe, just throw a dart. But my argument is again, say Ryan and Tank never fought, and Ryan had no affiliation to Canelo, De La Hoya, or Evander. He's just another dude with a loud mouth, and again, that's trying to catch Jake Paul.
Mayweather. Some promotion would have picked him up. I just think Oscar was able to relate to him early on with the heritage and all stuff like that. And Bernard comes with Oscar, so the HBO, there was HBO, so all that shit played right in his favor. But Ryan would have been picked up by a major promotion regardless, whether it would have been Mayweather and them, whether it would have been, you know what I'm saying, somebody, one of these big promotions would have picked up Ryan. Ryan came from the Olympics. They all came from, these ain't like from out of nowhere, like he just got off his couch, start boxing. Like, no, all these kids came from the amateurs. Like, it's all familiarity with these kids. You know what I mean? Some got here sooner than others. Some skills was a little better than others. But, like, all these kids came from each other. They all familiar with each other.
I'm just saying, especially again, like I said, my decision, my opinion could be altered again if we see Ryan fully invested in the cap. Other than that, to me, he just seems like a guy that, without them, could likely get lost in the shuffle of just another dude with hands with the mouth.
But knockouts bring in fans. So
Now, I
again,
think
but back to my point. Watch most prelims or whatever. You'll more often than you see folks that are linked up that are undefeated, whatever. They both got a 0, both got X amount of knockouts, and they're just fighting guys that don't really have any. Again, yes, they're outclassed, but again, they're not guys you can see challenging for the top belt, whatever. They're just two dudes that just haven't been undefeated.
Yo, let me ask you something, right? If you're in the NBA and you got to play the Hornets, you're gonna just tell the NBA, "No, I'm not playing the Hornets because they whack." It ain't their fault. If they fighting a bunch of nobodies, that's business at that moment. Like it.
Okay.
Again,
Okay. So on that conversation, in the ISO, could Lonzo ball stick Kobe?
No.
Okay,
I mean,
then.
He shouldn't. Okay. Like y'all was saying earlier, there's so many different companies now that it should really be one umbrella of championships. We shouldn't have PBC belt, WBC. Just you got the Premier Boxing Championship. You got the World Box. It's like, okay, I could see why but all right. So if you're gonna do that, we need to know the green belt, the one that we grew up on, the WBC. That's up here. You can't sit there and make something in 2012.
I think Haney got the one that Floyd had. Like some of these, that's why I got
the real historic. That's what I'm saying. Like some of these belts,
some of them got the belts that the legends had. Some of them do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I think Haney has one of the the one Floyd had.
That's what I'm saying. Those titles, I respect. Anything that's kind of like new, that shit gotta earn prestige, but you can't sit there and put that prestige like it's gonna match this prestige of this title that been around for 60 years, 70 years. That's wild.
That's what Errol Spence fought Terrence Crawford, bro. He had every strap, but Terrence Crawford had that one that he had to have.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he fucked around and lost all his straps to that nigga because he put all those straps out to get that one, bro. That nigga turned all the gold. That shit is crazy, bro.
But that's the cost. That's the cost to be the boss.
Right. And quick callback. Benavidez has the one belt at 68 that Canelo does not have.
And Canelo act like he don't want it, and that's the funny fucking part.
All because he feels that the potential opponent, i.e., David Benavidez, ain't worthy of the hands.
No, he's just trying to wait for Benavidez to slow down, start falling off. I know the tricks, man.
Canelo's the older man.
Yeah, but Canelo has never really took no punishment like that. Besides the beat all night, he's never really got. Yeah, besides the beat all night.
Jaime Munguia was kind of fucking up this last fight.
Jaime Munguia had some success, but come on.
Jaime was put some hands on him.
That was like a kid. That's like a father fighting his son.
So,
hey,
y'all correct me on something with boxing? So if somebody step up with the championship, like you got belts in 3 divisions, they just gonna make an interim belt, right?
If the belt's not defended in X amount of time, they will crown an interim.
Mm-hmm.
So then that
same with UFC.
Yeah, exactly. Feel me? So that also creates the money match. Like whenever he decides, like, yo, now we could fight for it. You know what I'm saying? It's the champion versus champion. So,
but the problem
that business,
that's why a lot of legends don't respect that shit. And all them interim belts, like, what the fuck is this? This shit wasn't.
Yeah.
Like, if you niggas get in there, like, and get it in, like, you feel what I'm saying?
Because again, the current generation, much to my topic with Ryan, is everyone's afraid to protect that. Oh, back in the days, everyone, don't matter what your record was, they'll say, all right, score up. We're going to find who's the dog right now. Look at the heavyweight division back then. You had George Foreman, Ali, Tyson, Holyfield, Buster Douglas, Lennox Lewis, Butterbean. Everyone just said, hey, whoever wants to step up, run it. It's good. And then that was every division. Nowadays, it's like, oh, no. I got to protect.
Vitaly Klitschko is crazy, but go ahead.
Again, that is my mistake right there. Because, again, another dude that held that division for a very dark time.
I could be wrong, too. I think his longevity, like these promotions, you know what I'm saying? They trying to squeeze the most out the fighters that they can. If you shove all of these fighters in the toughest matches, that like every match they go into from like the beginning of their match. Let's say the first match is a banger, bro, and you just in pound for pound fights every match. That shit could shorten a career.
But also again, boxing, you ain't meant to be in the long term. Really, if you think about it, you got to make the money quick and bounce out.
Facts, but you know, like that Mayweather. I'm not gonna lie, Mayweather set out a formula that I could be wrong. Y'all correct me. I think before Mayweather, there was no formula like that. Like Tyson had his formula. He had
you had George Foreman too, because again, he's the only one that retired, came back
20 years later.
Better than when he retired the first time.
20 years later is insane, right? Like nigga came back at like 50 to win the champion. That's what I'm saying. When you talk about age, I just think it comes to skill and how well of a tactician you are. Like you got to be a real specialist and know yourself, right? Like when we talk about age with these dudes,
but you can't be afraid to eat a loss at the end of the day. It's gonna that again. Do not be afraid of that, because again, if you think about it, that could only rise your star power because everyone wants to see the bounce back.
That's why I fuck with Mayweather. I mean, there could have been fights that he could have had that he probably didn't have, but I felt at that time he was having the like De La Hoya was a tough fight, even though that was an older De La Hoya, but that's still De La Hoya. Again, we talking age. You know what I'm saying? Canelo.
About 8-10 years ago, if he runs it back with Canelo versus Conor McGregor, I think that fight is equally as profitable.
So you saying Mayweather running back 10 years ago?
So again, about 10 years ago is when we had Mayweather McGregor. Instead of Conor McGregor in that bout, if you swap in Canelo Alvarez when
Canelo got older and polished, it would have been
the finished product Canelo.
Yeah,
we're not doing. First of all, no.
I still got Mayweather winning though.
Really,
it would have been. It would have. We haven't seen Mayweather. We haven't seen Mayweather
this today.
No, we're doing it right now, Snake. We're doing it right now.
I'm standing on my point, but you ain't gonna make me forget my point. Go ahead, H. But you ain't gonna make me forget my point.
Oh nah, we got Mayweather winning there. It would have been a more interesting fight. You got a more polished Canelo. But I still think Mayweather hasn't lost. We ain't never seen Mayweather lose.
First of all, that fight was still. See, niggas got to take their brains back into that time. Like Mayweather was the older guy. Mayweather was the older man. This kid was 21 years old, the fresher, the elite, fully the future. This guy, like, Mayweather wasn't supposed to do that. That wasn't supposed to happen. Like.
Yes, it was.
That man swinging at the ropes, like
that was the teacher and the student.
Listen, man. So when y'all try to like put this, vote Canelo now. Like I know y'all niggas would love to see Canelo get in there with Floyd again in there. Like I know, but no.
Nah, not now. Not now.
No, then that's what I'm saying.
Not a Mayweather of now. And
no, then
Floyd made Canelo the box star he is, man. If it wasn't for Floyd, man, Canelo is the man now because of that shit. No one has been able to touch him but Floyd Mayweather.
Bivol.
No one. Well, Bivol. But it took 10 years. It took
but
long?
Even the Manny Pacquiao fight.
Some argue Triple G touched him in that draw, but again, from what I saw in that infamous draw, Canelo won that fight. But again,
Mayweather's just like a perfect example of boxing.
Is Mayweather a one of one? Absolutely. I'm just saying
the greatest defensive fight of all time. It wasn't even the offense; it was the defensive display he put on against Canelo.
Getting the opposition frustrated every turn, every angle. That's great for his
which made Mayweather a very dangerous counter striker if he chooses to do so. But I'm just saying, like
Mayweather wasn't always strictly defensive and then attack.
Yeah.
He was the put the pause on. You see what he did to Turtle guy.
Mayweather with the hit. Mayweather with the hit was crazy too.
Listen, he had a tough fight against Louis Castillo, like a fight where they said he could have lost early on in his career or whatever. We know, but he spent the block on niggas. Like Floyd was spinning the block on anybody you thought had. Floyd was really pretty boy before he turned into Money May. He just got a little smarter. Like I don't want to get touched. I'm but Shane Mosley almost put his lights out.
Is that why we didn't get Pacquiao Mayweather 10, 15 years before the fight actually happened?
Yeah, because Pacquiao was doing drugs. That's why. You're not about to catch me slipping, my brother. This shit I work hard for is masterful. I'm not about to put all this stuff against you. You one of them. And you finish, and I'm finna fucking going. I don't even know if you on some shit, dog. You throwing 20 punches in a second? Like, hell nah. I'm just glad Floyd played that shit the way he played it. Bro, Pacquiao was on some shit. Then it was reports. Like, let's really go back. It was some shit that came out that Manny was doing some shit. That wasn't cool, man. That wasn't cool, man. So call him scared, call him whatever, but Floyd waited till he felt it was ready. And even in that fight, when they did fight, it was still big. Manny still wasn't gonna say, it wasn't what it would have been if they would have fought early on, but I still was scared watching that fight. I was very nervous watching that fight. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I thought Floyd could have got fucked up in that fight, but once again, his defense was on display, and he just made Manny just, besides that flurry that Manny caught when he had him in the corner, like how Tank had Frank, Floyd was able to get up out of that shit, but Manny caught that nigga though. But
is that because of the counterpunching prowess? Is it also why we never got Mayweather Hatton 2?
Mayweather put the pause on Hatton and Britain. Come on, man.
But again, but it took 10
to after that either though.
It took 10 to put him out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the pressure that Hatton was bringing for that whole fight, you got a fucking million brands. There's only one, like the whole fucking fight, bro.
But also,
what?
Well, at the time Mayweather fought Hatton, Pacquiao had already whooped his ass.
Yeah, bro. I'm glad you brought up Hatton, man. See, let me know y'all really know y'all history. That was supposed to be the guy, like. That was the dude that stopped Mayweather, bro. People don't
and Pacquiao and Manny Pacquiao. He was supposed to be that world beater.
But think about the names on it. Like that Hatton fight, the lead up to that shit, bro, was insane. You go look at that shit, that was insane, bro. The lead up to that fight, bro. Like you said, it took 10 rounds for him to get it done. Hit him into the ropes. Like that was an epic knockout. But look at the names, Floyd, for Cotto. He got niggas on his resume, bro. Cotto was trying to put paws on him too, bro. Y'all remember that shit? Like
Miguel Cotto's a bad motherfucker too.
What? And I hate how you got cheated. That's why I don't like cheaters, bro. Remember that nigga for him, bro, and put paws on Cotto, bro, made him really embarrassed him, bro. Had his face looking nasty. And we came to find out that man cheated, bro. Cotto got that rematch and tried to kill him. Like, bro, like, this is my life, bro, here. So y'all talk about Manny Pacquiao, that Floyd. Hell nah, bro. Hell nah. He on some shit. Oh, hell nah. Ain't he nice? Oh, hell nah. What you need that for? That's why the Ryan shit hurt us. It's like, bro, you already nice and you cheating? Nah, so now that hurt our souls, but I don't really know what's true about them reports.
That's why I feel Ryan don't care, bro. I think he's more interested. And yo, bro, literally, I believe you do Ryan Garcia versus Jake Paul. That shit is like, it don't even have to be a professional bout, bro. It could be an exhibition match, and they gonna make bread.
No shit's gonna sell out.
But this is what I'm saying. That's where Ryan Garcia is at. He got his name up. There's nice fighters that you put against, and Jake Paul's the only reason you copying that. Like he had to go get Tyson at this point.
Well, you know that fight may never happen from what I've been hearing.
Right. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen because niggas made that call like, go sit back down in the back.
I wouldn't mind seeing Logan Paul step in then. Logan Paul said he was supposed to step in. So
supposedly his doctors are saying, no, you ain't doing this ever.
I'm looking at it on a deeper level. We don't need the history of no racist shit. What a white boy beating you up, bro. We just don't need that. We don't need that.
It's not even that. It's just elder abuse. You got a 30-year-old kid beating on a 6-year-old man.
Bro, you got a Disney star YouTube sensation, bro.
Making a mockery of you.
Holyfield and Lennox Lewis and them doing what they did to you. I can live with that, us hearing those stories. I can't live with Number 2024 when Jake Paul knocked Mike out.
Nah, and then you know what make it worse, bro? We live in the meme. We live in the meme era, the GIF era. This shit gonna be sent across the. Look what
niggas did to one of our best dunk contest kids, man. Nate Robinson, man. They fucked his life up with that, man. He get in there, man, get put out, man. We don't even remember he played ball no more. Like that shit is crazy.
Shout out to Nate, no. He got health problems now, so shout out to Nate.
The boxing shit didn't have my role. All I remember is me seeing that low ass motherfucker dunk. That's all that's in here.
No, I know. But I'm saying like the world. As soon as they see him online,
Nate Robinson was just trying. Nate Robinson was trying shit, bro.
Or even look at Ben Askren. back to the meme world. Your two memes are you getting dropped by Jake Paul and Jorge Masvidal giving you that fucking knee to the temple.
Yeah, in 2 seconds within the fight. Yeah, that
Even
was one of the
Tyron Woodley though, bro. His UFC career is like
Tyron Woodley. Yeah.
No, but again,
But early on, Big Paul, like, those fights was like cash fights, like crossover. Oh, like what can happen? Like, but Jake Paul was more of had the experience of actually being a boxer, like.
And selling the fight, bro.
No. Snake.
But I thought Tyron Woodley was a fighter, like in UFC, like the way his style was. Like you see, he had hands. I get it, but it's other science with the actual boxing when you got them gloves on.
So Snake, that point right there. Jake Paul is a boxer. Ben Askren, Tyron Woodley, they are wrestlers.
Right.
They are not boxers. They're not brawlers. They are wrestlers. Yeah, they had hands when push come to shove. They are wrestlers.
Yeah, that's why I don't respect those fights with Jake Paul took them. I don't respect those fights.
But to further my point, though, those shits was only successful because of Jake Paul.
Like, look, when Mayweather fought McGregor, like, why was that interesting? Because in McGregor's fights, you can see they actually got a boxing type, And
also, folks forget, Conor McGregor is a Gold Glove boxer.
And let's be real, he didn't look bad against Mayweather.
I ain't gonna lie. People was on some hating shit. They just wanted Mayweather to lose badly, bro. Like, for real.
He was getting better as fight goes on because to me it seemed like Conor was it was like riding a bike. You got to get a minute, get back in your groove. All right, it's starting to make sense again.
That fatigue kicked in. He started getting them noodle legs, man.
Because right, that's what it was for me. It was his legs, bro. You can see it.
You doing 3 5-minute rounds? Yeah, the UFC training is different, bro.
That's a lot different than like 10, 12, 2-3 minute rounds. Whole different world. Same with football. You're training just for 4-second increments, not whatever shit a la Greg Hardy with UFC and everything else he's been doing. And still getting his ass knocked out.
That Mayweather and McGregor was on the level with him and Pacquiao? Like the build up and everything?
No, not even close.
That was a big fight with McGregor. That was a huge, like, I remember that. That was like everyone in the world was watching that.
Yeah, bro, that shit was even $100. Like the pay-per-view was $100. That was like one of the most.
I don't think no one in the world was doing anything else but watching.
I had to pay $120. The fuck you mean?
Word? Yeah. I might have been $120. Yeah. I might be underselling it. I
remember that bill vividly.
Bro,
that one hurt my bank account.
You see that bottle?
I charge people for that one.
That didn't come to after Floyd, or at least all them deals in the proper 12. That nigga kind of life changed after that Floyd fight, boy.
Well, no. The proper was already out. It's just I think it definitely blew as far as it was already out. However, you can't argue that it did help the sales because it put more notoriety on it.
Yo, James Toney went to the UFC and nobody cared, bro.
Again, look at Greg Hardy, NFL, UFC, boxing. No. I was talking Brock. I'm saying with Greg Hardy.
Greg Hardy was beasting though. I don't know what he's doing if he's still wild.
his last few fights in UFC, consecutive knockouts. He went to boxing, got knocked out. Went to bare knuckle, got knocked out.
Didn't Bobby Lashley do UFC too?
He did MMA.
Heavyweight champion.
MMA, but
Bellator. It was Bellator.
I don't want to say same shit, but yeah, MMA.
No. Basically, the UFC's competitor, he was their heavyweight champion, much like Brock Lesnar was their heavyweight champion.
He fought that dude, the big dude. I forgot his name. Bob Sapp. Bobby Lashley fought Bob Sapp.
He fought a fucking legend. For those who may know, Bob Sapp. No. This Bob Sapp is a fucking god in Japan. Again, if you guys ever happen to scroll New Japan World, whatever, look up the older shit. Bob Sapp was essentially Japan's version of Hulk Hogan after he left. He was a fucking god there, still is there. And again, when he crossed over, when he crossed over into MMA, he was nice in the early days too. Again, this is the man, one of the first few men that looked at
Bobby had the wrestling over him in that match. If you seen it, that's all it was. Bobby took him right down. Wasn't playing no games with him. We ain't standing up and striking.
Not many guys can look at Fedor Emelianenko in the eyes and say, "Run these hands."
Even look, CM Punk, right? He went to the UFC and got his shit thrashed, but because of his name, he was able to get fucking put on the card fucking skyrocket. Like that's where we at. It's fucking business. It's unfortunate, but like Ryan Garcia making his name just to spend the block on the whole. Why bring up Jake and shit?
Well, I mean, but also in Punk's case, at the time that he got in, whatever. How many folks can say in their mid-30s they're going to jump right into the UFC?
Not unless you got a big name.
But big name or not, just how many folks, like actual human beings, to say in their mid-30s, I'm going to jump at MMA, I'm going to try to be an MMA fighter, starting grassroots.
Kimbo Slice did it. But
okay, Kimbo was just different. That man was just
Word,
different.
He was fighting dudes outside, street fighting shit. Like, yo, line him up for the bread. Like, you know what I'm saying? He finally got that plug. Like, yo, you trying to fight? And what? Damn right, I'm trying to fight. Sign me up. Rest in peace to Kimbo. You feel me?
Yeah, rest in peace, Kimbo. Also, shout out because that was Masvidal's mentor. Folks forget Jorge Masvidal. He was on one of them early videos at age 13, fighting grown ass men.
That's why I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he's got long hair, whatever, baby face, fighting a grown ass man.
By the way, Floyd Mayweather is petty as hell. You know,
oh God,
some beef going on like right now.
Oh God.
Tank even took to social media being very, very disrespectful, just in a Ryan type form. He said, "This is crazy, but I have to say, I gotta be the one on the show to say shit like this. You know how real it is. Like that man said, your daughter want to eat me up, basically in that form. Like, yeah, Tank violated Floyd. Yeah, because I don't know how severe this beef is, but it's really on that level, and it's kind of sad because I thought they was really locked in. But it's really
no. It's been bad with them for a minute. I knew that much, but like,
yeah, but I didn't know that it was in an inconsolable place. Like, there's no coming back. When you there, there's no coming back.
That much I knew. It's just I didn't think Tank would go that low.
Yeah, so then Floyd puts out the full unreleased sparring of Devin Haney and Tank back in the day. That's
I've heard. Oh, it's out.
Yes, Floyd put it out today, being petty. It shows Tank being very undisciplined early on. That's the time where Tank was drinking and doing a lot of shit instead of being more focused on boxing. That was at the around the time where Haney was really under the Floyd Mayweather camp, and you can tell in that sparring, like Haney was more locked in at that time. I don't know if it's Floyd being petty or whatever, but Floyd was running death matches too in them damn Floyd Mayweather gyms. The shit he was doing inside there, those wasn't regular sparrings, brother. That nigga was doing some y'all fight till y'all can't breathe. Y'all fight like that nigga. Y'all
gonna learn from Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. on how to box and how to fight. Y'all gonna learn from the God right here.
There's no breaks, bro. There was a point in that sparring where Tank wasn't even looking, and the nigga Haney just snuffed him when he wasn't even looking. He just cracked him like, "Shut up, nigga, come fight." That sparring is crazy. Go check it out when y'all get a chance, bro.
I heard rumblings it existed. Just never thought that Floyd would ever drop the video for it.
That's when he was wearing. That's the one when they was wearing the protective gear. Yeah, in the gray. Yeah, I think I seen it. Somebody had posted. I seen that on my algorithm. Facts. That's tough. They got to get it.
Maybe we get a Haney and Tank soon. Probably. They have history. I just feel like ultimately though, with Tank is like you said, he downloads your file, and if you don't respect your power, bro, he's walking you down, bro. And just at some point, when something's gonna get through, bro. And I believe in him. I believe in just that. Like,
I first saw him fighting, I want to say 2017 or whatever, and after that, I can't remember who his opponent was. My apologies, but after that, I kind of knew, much like with Canelo in his prime, it's like he's a problem for this division. He's going to be the king. And between him and Canelo, between who could put up the more dominating performances, that's who the king of boxing is. And after that, it's not up for discussion after that. It's just between those two, who is the more dominating boxer. So again, me being the selfish fan and me being a glutton for punishment, should their respective paths cross, if they met at a catch weight, I'll fucking buy that pay-per-view once it's announced.
I would also like to see Tank versus TFO. If we could get that, Tiempo.
Timofeo
Yeah, I
Lopez.
think Tiempo has a lot of great skills. I think, I don't use that Cambosis loss against him. I think he's amazing. I think he's special. But
My
so
one
niggas
issue
know
with
what
him.
pick and choose. I don't like, I ain't saying niggas picking, but like it seemed like niggas stay away from him though. Like niggas don't really fuck with him.
My issue with him is it's like lately or his last few fights he's hinted retirement several times, so that tells me his heart's not really in it anymore.
But let me put this out, right, Razor? What's
ahead.
different between what he's doing and what Ryan's doing? He's doing the same rollout. I'm crazy, but people are buying it with Ryan and more interested in how Ryan's doing it, and niggas looking at Tia like, nigga, you really crazy.
Well,
you know.
Okay, so let's look at the last like 3 years fights in general. Who got more knockouts? Who got more finishes?
Ryan.
Exactly. So with Teofimo Lopez, he's expressed and shown that maybe the heart ain't in it no more.
Do you think it has anything to do with his dad and his trainer? Because I think they were doing a lot.
So it started with him saying it, and then his dad got more involved into it. So again, maybe that could just be he's not pleased with whether he's with Top Fight or whatever for as far as his agency for fighting. But it seems like whatever his situation is, the heart's not in it anymore.
He looked like he's been focused though lately though.
Again, I would love to be proven wrong with this because
he put hands on Josh Taylor.
I would love to be proven wrong with him, but from what I've seen and from what's been expressed from everybody in his camp, it seems like his heart's not really in it anymore. He's just doing it just right at the contract, and that's it.
Okay,
that's how it looks to me. Again, I would love to be wrong because he's very
well. He has some straps
because he has father time. He has father time on his side as well, which again, if boxing loses him, would be a big blow. But again, we shall see with him. It's just what everybody feels. There's a lot of variables involved, but again, we'll see where the cards fold.
All right, I feel like that was a great segment right there, man.
Busy Blue, I see y'all out there in the chat. Appreciate everybody in the chat right here. Yes, sir. We over here talk about that good old boxing, man. If y'all into boxing right there. I ain't gonna lie, I'll just read you some shit right here. Anderson Silva and Chael Sonnen had a boxing match.
Yeah, they had something last night. So it was last night. It was an exhibition. Only available in Brazil.
Bro, no knockouts allowed. I just read this bullshit.
What do you mean no knockouts allowed?
They had a scripted boxing match.
No. From what I saw, it was just two OG just trading blows, just sparring, just bullshit, whatever. It was just It was nothing.
It was kind of like that Roy Jones, Mike Tyson shit we seen with.
Mike was trying to hurt Roy early on.
I'm saying in terms of that was different.
That was different.
At least they had headgear on. They presented this like it's supposed to be a match.
So from what little that I saw, I did see some clips on Twitter. I'm sorry, whatever. I'm an American. It wasn't available to me. I'm sorry. But from what I saw, just two OGs just doing like so. Say you with the homies, whatever. You just have a few brews at the barbecue, just doing just to fuck around. That's all it was.
Yup, and that's why I was just reading. Anderson Silva say that shit that they weren't allowed to knock each other out, and the match was supposed to have no winner. They just went
because from the rumored argument was. This was supposed to be Anderson Silva's last bout in combat sports. So with they being in Brazil, everyone in Brazil wanted to pay respects to the OG saying, nah, you ain't losing. It's whatever. But you ain't losing.
Shout out to the Noti gang. Moolah, I see you out there. Yes, sir. We here with the brothers, man.
But to that last segment, if I offended you, get over it.
All right, man, we got to get it how we get it, chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, Twitter there for a reason. You know what I'm saying?
Social media. Emphasis on you got to converse with other folks.
Facts. You got to get in the know. You know what I'm saying? Big fact.
Snake ready to get some shit off his chest right now. I can see it in his face.
Yo, I was about to say, yo, y'all want to transition to the shit? Y'all want to let's get into it.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on. Well, we starting with like that. What the night started with AJ Styles, Cody.
Matter of fact, you want to say you want to close this out and then start a new one, like so we could just.
Nah, fuck. We could.
I'll go say that. That's a dope segment right there. That's a dope proxy segment.
Yeah, we can do all at one. Ain't no thing.
Let's get it. Yeah, you can chop this out. All right, let's get it.
Shit. Word. So we're gonna talk about transition into Clash at the Castle, y'all. If y'all happen to see, it was a packed weekend. We had the boxing fight on. You know what I'm saying? What was it? Game 4, the NBA Finals were on. There was a lot going on this weekend. Woo! My brother Snake Eyes, he had a battle. On that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's go.
Could it be the first ever? It's always a first time for everything. Could it be we witnessing the first ever comeback from 3-0? Tomorrow's game is important. That's all I'm gonna say.
Man, Kyrie got to go bananas. We seen what Luka been doing, and it's just not on Kyrie. Everybody else got to step up too. It's a step up.
Luka damn near on life support right now, and he's still putting numbers. He ready to die in the corner for Porzingis. Just help the man. Help him, please.
It's been a different series without Porzingis out there for sure. And I think that was to be expected. Like we've said that going in. If Porzingis is healthy, scary.
How do y'all feel about like the Celtics being down damn near like 40 though that last game though? Does that open your eyes for anything going forward?
No.
Like, or does this
no. I'm more intrigued than what Jake has been saying in the pressers after the games lately. Because he's just big chilling like Dallas got it in the bag. What about you down 3-1 or 2-1?
I mean, do they have anything to lose? They have nothing to lose. Every game is like, bro. So why not have that? Why not? It's like if we lose, it's done anyway. But if we win, we like. So
that's the problem. Maybe 2 or 3 of these games, they started with the lead. They just gotta hold it.
But again, you drop what? Exactly. You drop one game and it's a wrap. That's the problem.
Bro, I'm glad you said that, HD. All these games right here for Dallas, bro, getting off to a good start is major, bro. You don't want to give Boston no fucking rhythm start early game. Like,
but if they do,
off to a 17-8 start, you know what I mean, to start the game, like those little like.
If they do
Dallas go to those type of starts, then like it's 9-9 in the first. You know what I'm saying? It's like nah, bro. Build that gap. You feel me? And then put some pressure on Boston. You feel me?
The thing with that Boston crowd, could Dallas do it?
That's why I said tomorrow game, like Kyrie did that game 5. You're back for game 5. You know that crowd finna talk about your mother, everything tomorrow. It's finna be nasty tomorrow.
We know, and just be honest, we've heard stories that city throws out. They not afraid to throw out everything. They throw out the racial slurs, all kind of shit. They say, like you said, mother shit, yo, your family.
All bets are off tomorrow.
Go back to Australia.
They can pass the Lakers with this championship.
Most championships in history.
Like this game, all they need is to win this game. You think they give a fuck about what they're gonna say to Kyrie tomorrow, as long as they team win, bro? Like
cement the franchise name and legacy in history.
Thanks.
Yeah, that crowd is definitely raucous and they relentless. Like they turn up for sure. Did y'all see that there was fans fighting when they lost?
I saw
in Boston.
What?
Yeah,
bro, there was Celtics fans fighting each other in the TD Garden because they was doing a watch thing in the arena. Even though they playing in Dallas, you got these dudes fighting each other. Like this is wild.
So mad at that moment.
Brown wasn't the guy. What do you mean? We need Porzingis.
Yo, you see the dude being dragged up the stairs all bloodied and shit, wearing the crimson mask. You heard? I'm like, nah, dog. Like,
that's hey, but dude said bad hands though.
Bro, you see the other dude trying to sneak in a shot. Then he just stood there looking around like y'all seen me? Like, yeah, we seen you, fool. Shit on camera, man. Like, yeah, sneaking in that hit. Like, they were about to turn that shit into Malice in the Palace upon themselves, bro. Like, how?
Again, hopefully we never get another one of those. But yeah, that was ugly.
Bro, imagine the Celtics would be the reason they'll never do a watch party type shit. You feel me? Like they like, nah, we got the fans.
franchise.
Like you feel me? Like, nah, we got the fans fighting each other. Like, what's going on? That's how I'm just saying this to say that's how passionate Boston is. They ready to fight with each other. Like they said, what Porzingis don't matter. God.
Yo, Porzingis playing tomorrow from the start is gonna be huge. Like, imagine they just
he's in.
starting.
Oh, you just saying
that's confirmed.
I'm just saying, like I wonder, like if tomorrow we wake up and they're like Porzingis will play and he's starting, that shit might scare Dallas. Like, oh my fucking god. Like,
he's definitely been a factor out there. Like he's another big man that can score, get rebounds, get blocks. Right now out there, it's been looking kind of sweet. Like at least they won the last game by about 40. The other game they could have won but dropped the ball. You know what I'm saying? They was up. They had a chance. Porzingis been out 2 games now, so I think they figuring out the rhythm. Like they got that game now. I'm like, bro, we seen this story too though.
So tip off at 5:30. We'll know by 2:30, 3 o'clock if he's in or not. By then, and that's all. That's what the fans waiting on. That's what Vegas is waiting on. Is he in or out?
I think if Confirmed. They say questionable, he's playing.
If it's in Boston, he's playing most definitely because you have Game 5 and Game 7.
Tomorrow's gonna be a pack-filled Monday. I'm not missing Raw.
I ain't missing either. I ain't missing either.
Nah, Raw definitely gonna be cut tomorrow.
I ain't missing them.
Did we get any reports on Damian Priest where he at with his health status?
Apparently he's good.
He good.
So a quick topic on that. It was pointed out in some videos earlier that AJ Styles and the ref pointed out that the top ropes were loose and there was no way they could tighten it up because everything was already stripped on top. So it is what it is. Just be careful. So nothing happened with him long term. As far as everything else, which we'll get to here in a little bit, it was just one of those. The top ropes were loose. It is what it is. Everyone's okay. That's all that matters.
So what you telling me is everybody's on Jade's ass for no reason?
Pretty much.
Oh no!
But we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Initially, I'm gonna be honest. When I told my wifey, I was like, "Yo, I think Jade like the trajectory. She looked like when she got on that rope, she was already facing down.
It did like her back heels were too far up to where, like, even if she did have balance, it would have been rough for her.
She had a bad night. Now she had a bad night. She did.
All right.
Play as fuck up. It happens.
Yeah, man. There was a video. It was a video. Of
somebody texted me and said she should be on NXT.
No, I seen a video of them walking out after the match. She looked very distraught. You know, Bianca just like keep your head up. You know what I mean? Because
play as fuck up.
People already hard on her. Don't feel like she was ready as far as an in-ring wrestler. So anytime she actually makes a mistake and is live on pay-per-view, people are thirsty to get at her, but she already made it. She already solidified. Like she already feel me? Keep working. You know what I mean?
It's called the PLE, or as Jim Cornette now calls it, paper cock.
And think about this, right? She's on a big stage. That's why I was actually out like, no, I thought the show. I was like, yo, how y'all feel about like Tama and them coming from New Japan, jumping right into a huge situation? You know what I mean? How they feel? Are they nervous? And he was like, nah, them niggas ready. Like they've been doing this shit forever. Like they ready for this shit. Like Jay's a little different, man. She, you know what I mean? AEW crossover. She's trying shit now. That moveset, that jump, like you know what I mean? Then when she came in, her moves is regular, like one move, 1, 2,
She's
3,
a powerhouse, no high flying shit.
As her time go on, now they like trying to showcase her trying shit and doing shit. It's pay-per-view, the world watching. Like you gotta, whatever you worked on, you gotta hit it. Like you know what I'm saying? So when she do that shit, like she's trying some other shit. She slipped, like she made a mistake. That's not. Do she always do that? How many times you seen Jay do that? So you gotta take that.
I count on one hand,
like
But also real quick on that, it's like
script, man, don't let Bianca. She's not Rey Mysterio. She's not Rey Mysterio.
It's just planning. This is learning where to put the feet, but also like you can argue that in most of Jay's stuff at AEW was during the pandemic. She's only seen crowds X amount of times.
I'm just saying, man,
But,
don't make it difficult for the young lady. Like, it's already on her. Now you're gonna try
well,
to make lucha libre shit. It's like that's not her.
it also comes down to the WWE stuff and just learning how to tell the wrestlers, no, you can't do that. We have let's see you run it confidently off cameras first. Then we'll let you try it.
And who knows? You might have hit that move 10 out of 10 working on it. And then
I just think Snakes is right though. They challenging her real quick with like multi-man matches. We've seen this when they had that little hiccup against Damage Control where she's like looking around like, you know what I mean? So maybe just ease her in. It's good y'all did the tag team shit with no get, but that whole like, oh, it's a 6-man match, a triple threat. Even the way, to be honest, the way they structured that triple threat match, I ain't really talk about it with y'all. They did it a little differently. They had 3 women start the match.
So
now
should we get? Let's get into that match right now.
Say it. Let's get it. They usually start. They could do this 2 ways. They did it this way where they start 3 participants in the ring. But I've seen matches where only 2 will start and anybody can tag in.
That was my first observation right there.
Yep. So they switched up the game, bro, on her. Like they implementing shit that even historic, like this is an on the fly call, in my opinion. Y'all altered the match rule, kind of like how it's presented and all that. It became essentially, it was what is a triple threat tag team match, but we're not really accustomed to seeing that like that. Like it's presented a different way. So y'all laying a lot on them right there.
And also I wholeheartedly get, I get the fact that with these type of matches where it's multi-person matches, you want to protect those that aren't as experienced, but also it kind of goes on Jade as well to a degree because she's been there for a few months. She's seen how folks are operating, so at least pick up on that. Don't do the whole Jade heads work at what I gotta do next. Try to just rush it through your brain till you run 100 miles an hour. Just you see what folks are doing that are at least similar style to you, if anything. At least see what Bianca's doing, because again, both athletic women. Focus on their traits to where you're not as discombobulated, and then that should take the ease and tension off of everything else.
This is why fans are fickle, right? Before Jay was introduced to us at the Royal Rumble, it was. Remember when she used to put up little cryptic tweets, I'm coming, the storm's coming, and everybody's like, I'm tired of you saying it. When is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? Y'all forced WWE to throw her in this shit. They was probably working on her. They probably was trying to work on her and make sure she was super ready. That's Triple H's whole thing. Y'all think you ain't trying to make sure all his superstars is ready? But the fans,
let it out.
Give the fans what they want. Y'all niggas screaming, oh, we want Cody. Now it's a fucking Cody versus Roman. It was supposed to be Roman versus Rock. Y'all fucked it up. Sometimes niggas give y'all what y'all want. So no, Jay got thrown in. Royal Rumble.
Let it out.
Big impact.
Let it out, Snake. Let it out.
Yeah, big impact. Right? Then a couple shows ago, I just was saying to y'all, with them being a tag team champions, and we were looking around the coast of the WWE. Well, how many tag team champions is it? Like, who is the defenders? What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do with them? Jade and Bianca together is low key too powerful. Like, what are we really? Where are we really gonna go there? I remember HD said on one of the other shows. So one of y'all picked Alba Fire to win this match. One of y'all picked them and said, "Yo, somebody here said, yo, Alba Fire gonna win it." Shout out to you, Razor. You called that. It's not that Alba Fire them ain't better than Jade and them. But look what happened in the match. Jay made a mistake. Booty Woo. Maybe Triple H and them realized that, whoa, let's slow down with Jay. You know what I'm saying? Because there's still work to do. Let's take these belts off them. You know what I mean? Like, let's continue to work with her. Make sure she gets better. Like, that's big. She got the belts every week with Bianca. She's solidified already. So now the mistakes of her fall on Bianca too. Is like, we don't want it to make it start to look sloppy here. You feel me? So maybe Jay got more work to do. Take the straps off them. Continue to work with her slowly. You feel me? Y'all forced this young lady into this, and now y'all want to complain about her making mistakes and all that. Y'all knew she wasn't the greatest wrestler at AEW. This is all getting at Tony Khan, this shit, this beef shit, the swap of her style shit, all this shit. Triple H and them did what they were supposed to do with her. But y'all forced it. They could have still been work with her, eat slowly. What are they really going to do with them together? It's like they too dominant. So I understand them taking the belts off them. It's like maybe them going at each other was better from the start, like one-on-one shit. Bianca versus
Take
Jay. Maybe it was better to do that program rather than them together because it's just like,
take a deep breath, Snake. Take a deep breath.
yeah, relax, yeah. I was talking for like 3 minutes straight. Yeah, we chill.
Got his blood
But
pressure
yeah,
going
man,
up,
I feel
everything.
like, feel me? I kind of forced that, you know what I mean?
You
She made
fans,
mistakes,
you
like,
see what you did in sport. Look what you did to the man. Look what you did. You did this to him.
nah, bro. Just saying, man. Like, but shout out to Jade. I think she's great. You feel me? Like she's amazing. But she had a big mistake yesterday, and she gotta live with it, man. People gonna beat on her, get on her. You know what I mean? But she has work to do. She's not polished yet. We can't hear you, HD. You should muted if you so.
The tap out. How'd y'all feel about that tap out?
Shayna, you was really trying to choke that lady. See, that's the thing. It's serious. Like that was a tapper. Like, yo, relax, dog. I can't
I
do
like
this.
chill.
She
She's
she
not
even she
with.
even dug the
Like,
fingers in a little bit to let her know, like,
come
yo.
on, like.
And she's like, oh, my bad.
I felt like it goes back to what I was saying too in the other episode. They had to find a cheap way to get the belts off them. Why do I say cheap?
Mhm.
They inserted another team, and then look at what I said in the beginning of this. They threw in this new stipulation, 3 competitors, which made for the perfect finish. You know what I'm saying? Ala Dawn come through, German suplex, Jade, boom, get out of here. Now, maybe it happens in a tag scenario. Maybe one of them could have reached over, but now it made sense. Like, okay, that's why the match went like that. Like, y'all was going to
Right.
take, you know what I'm saying?
Why
Hometown
Shane
heroes.
ain't choke that girl Fire out like that in Raw on that remember that day when on SmackDown one of them nights when they choked out? We was like they made them look so little, like and they put them in the match, choked out.
Yeah,
Why
she was
would you
out there
choke
trying to
Jade? Why
violate
would you put
Jade.
full
Yeah.
on Jade? She got to damn near tap you to chill. You got her looking crazy on live on television. Like, come on, Shayna, you doing too much. This is not MMA. This is not UFC. Like, at the end of the
She
day,
did one match at Bloodsport and shit. Everything's ruined her again.
yeah.
She
And
got to let
then
motherfuckers know, like, I'm here for it.
You got nigga,
Bianca
we pay attention
misfiring
to
they
every
help.
little detail. You got niggas say, yo, she tapped twice. And it's like, nah, that was a tap for like, yo, chill. Hold up, bro. Like,
So,
Mhm.
so the second one was probably a tap. The first one was like, goddamn woman.
come on.
That
But
Bianca misfiring ain't help either. Like, you know what I'm saying too? Because now it made me think like they positioning in the ring might not have been where it's supposed to be because of that. You know what I'm saying? She over here getting really choked
what?
out and shit.
So when that happened, where was Bianca during that misfire?
She was on the outside on her way climbing up the turnbuckles. But it to me, it took like it didn't take long. Cause I guess the whole point was to make Jay look like she was gonna faint, but like damn, she really choking her. So yeah, this shit is taking long. Like damn,
So
make sure to
it was
tap.
past the part where we could have blamed fatigue on Bianca.
I don't know. Cause the move she did, they had to both be like laying down. You feel me? They had to be supine. So it was
Gotcha.
kind of or prone, I should say. Like you know what I'm saying? So she had to do that move. I don't know what it was, but she came off with like a 450 knee to the back on Shayna, but she misfired that shit. She overshot.
Oh, to break the careful to clutch earlier.
Yup, yup.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
what I will argue in that match was, for those that may not know, again, I am very happy that Malcolm brought this up with Alpha Fire, formerly of Kylie Ray. She was literally the queen of European and Scottish wrestling, multi-time world women's champion. She was that girl. She was like how many of us on North America refer to like a Trish Stratus, a Gail Kim, a Mickey James. She was that girl in the UK and especially in Scotland. So for them to acknowledge that, I was thoroughly pleased for that. I was thoroughly pleased on how they brought up everyone's history with IWC. And that's a promotion that Drew McIntyre, then Drew Galloway kind of revitalized. So where you had Kylie Ray, you had Drew Galloway, you had Joe Hendry, you had other individuals from that promotion respectively kind of like revitalize it. Kurt Angle's did work there. Cody's did work there.
They gave a shout outs where it was due. It's good, like it's good to see WWE opening up and giving, like, you know what I'm saying, making these acts more believable, giving them that prestige. Because some might not know, like, oh, these girls just popped up out of nowhere, forgot that they had the titles before. You know what I'm saying?
Like
So they are credible.
A lot of folks don't know about Grado, which kind of amazes me. Because, yeah, he may be a comedy act, but he's nice in the ring.
I seen his stuff in TNA. He was coming out to that Madonna song and shit.
TNA don't even scratch the surface, my brother. That man is nice in the ring.
Hold on, who y'all said again? My bad. I stepped away for a second.
He said
Grado.
Grado.
That motherfucker is nice in the ring. Look at the old. So another Scotland cat, like a Joe Hendry, like a Kylie Ray, like a Drew Galloway, then Drew McIntyre. Slex from Australia was there for a little bit. Cody was there for a minute. Kurt Angle was there for a little bit. They had a dude named Martin Kirby was there. Marty Scurll was there. A lot of folks in ICW that a lot of folks see today. But Grado, he may be a comedy act, but he was nice.
No, I remember his. I got to go back and watch all that other stuff you talk about, but I seen some of his work on TNA.
Yeah,
he had me weak.
This was back when the European circuit was firing all cylinders. Everybody was nice. Everyone was getting their work in. This is back when everyone wanted to go to the UK just to see what everyone was fucking with because they was that nice.
I seen the Hardys is back.
Yeah, they popped up on TNA. Yeah.
Shall we do a TNA recap for Snake real quick?
Yeah, that shit was fire. That was on the night of SmackDown on Friday. They had the same pay-per-view on the same day as SmackDown.
TNA Against All Odds that they did refer to as a PLE.
Yeah, I seen like Jeff doing that swanton. I seen him.
So Snake, what Snake? What's your take on other folks referring to the pay-per-views as PLEs that are affiliated with WWE?
Say that again one more time. Say that statement again.
So, what's your take on other promotions that are affiliated with WWE referring to their pay-per-views as PLE?
That sounds like that they're connected more with WWE than you think.
But you
like they're more connected. That don't sound like they're more connected with WWE. That they doing that.
You ain't got no issue with anything like that.
Nah, because they've been working together with WWE. They have no problem with WWE. TNA and WWE is a good partnership right now. Y'all think that's an issue?
I just got a bad habit of saying pay-per-view, like a PPV.
Yeah, I call it PPVs. This PLE shit, some different shit.
Some folks had a problem with it on the internet because everyone, again, much like Tony Khan, AEW refers to AEW or WWE as the evil monster. So they are abiding by the system, what their rules are, as opposed to calling them pay-per-views. I mean, even UFC, their stuff's on ESPN Plus. Those are still technically PLEs. The pay-per-view original business model is essentially dead because who's going to call the number 4 pay-per-view saying, hey, I'm at this address. I want to order this pay-per-view.
Right.
Also, PLEs are significantly cheaper than pay-per-views because with most pay-per-views, especially like with like the Mayweather McGregor fight, they charge if you have like an HD TV or not.
Smart TVs is a hell of a thing too. Like essentially, I used to work in a bar and shit, right? And back then when I used to work in the bar, they still had like cable and shit. Like they had cable boxes, whatever deal they had with the Spectrum or whoever they was using. I believe it was Verizon. But now, hey, even the bars, they don't got no incentive to call and say, yo, we're gonna order WWE tonight. You know what I'm saying? If they hosting a watch party or anything, they could just put that right on the app. PLE. Yep. We're in a different time. We are in a different time.
Yeah, WWE is trendsetters, man. We know that. Niggas follow what they do.
I mean, as they should. They like you said, trendsetters. They showing everybody how it's done, how it should be done, how it's done successfully.
Oh, now you have to be done. This is what's worked
Ultimately,
for
don't
us.
you want just the wrestling overall as a whole to be good? Like we want
Mm-hmm.
wrestling as a whole. If you're gonna do it, try to make it as great as you can do it, man, to the best ability. It sucks that we got this corny ass bootleg, watered down AEW shit going on, but all the other peoples, the TNAs and all them, like they trying to do this shit the right way. I ain't mad at them.
God damn, you gonna make me sound like a sympathizer here in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like I just be petty with the AEW shit. Like they
Oh
got some
no,
great talent over there, but it's WWE over everything.
again, I'm gonna sound like one anyways. Like they have stuff that's had worked. However, what their problem is, if something's working for them, if it has any affiliation or resemblance to WWE whatsoever, their fan base will attack them for them being a doppelganger, and then they'll revert to something else because it's not WWE.
Fickle.
Very much so. Very much so. Which is the sad part about it. But there's also a portion that don't really care how they get to that point, is as long as what they're seeing is entertaining, which is the logical response.
I see what it is, man. Got my shit, my WWE merch on. You know what I'm saying? WWE, man.
Gotta give me
Word,
some,
bro.
man. I ain't gonna lie, I gotta give me some.
Yep, there you go. You feel me? Come on now.
Yeah,
Got it.
that make me feel like
I'm gonna get to
like a
this.
casual, man. That make me feel like a
I'm
casual.
gonna get to this in a little bit. So that's it here for the meantime. But I'm gonna get to that here in a little bit. But again, like AEW has all the tools to succeed. I've said that several times, but they cannot, for the life of them, let go of whatever the internet says and whatever the fuck Dave Meltzer says.
Well, how about this? Because I seen something today that said, "Whoa, open my eyes." Maybe I did too. There are reports Shane McMahon possibly
I just at your asses, HD.
Yep.
Shane
No.
Max. Now
So
listen, when you get the heart of like when you get one of the like pieces of the
hold,
heart of WWE to come over there with you, now you're trying to like really get on the right track.
hold,
Because
hold,
you're gonna
hold,
follow
hold,
Shane McMahon, man. Come on,
hold,
man. I'm
hold,
not
hold
playing.
on, hold on. Time out. Let's not get ourselves in trouble. For legitimate context, on JR's podcast recently, he touched on this, stating that he believes Shane McMahon, with his personality, could work with AEW. That's what he was saying. That's where this all sparked up. Just everyone knows, so we don't get in trouble for this.
Okay.
JR believes that Shane McMahon could help and benefit AEW. So,
In
again,
what
now,
ways though? And in what ways though? Because now what we saying, he just gonna join the company and be another wasted mind like the other dudes that he bring in, or are
well,
you gonna sell a piece of the company to Shane and he
so,
has luxury to start? You know what
so,
I'm saying?
so the legendary Jim Ross believes that because of Shay's knowledge of the business, because of his openness to socialize and network with others, that him and Tony Khan could gel like this, and with their conglomerate minds could benefit AW and get them out of this rut that they're in and get them to the next level. I personally think that would be one of the worst things for them because, again, take Vince completely out of the equation. Just one, Shane and Antonio probably butt heads a lot because of their respective personalities. Two, if Shane would try to interject himself with help, saying, hey, much like Jericho in the past at WWE, we would do this, we would do this, we would do this. Because of past experiences, Tony may be, no, we tried something like that before, it didn't work. I'm going to do this instead. Or the next option would be that he would be there just for the sake that Tony Khan could say he has a McMahon on the payroll.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm gonna be real. AEW wants to succeed. They will let Shane buy in a partnership type situation, and let him bring in talent. Like, cause all they would need is that splash guy that he bring. Like, who would be that guy that buy into what Shane's doing at AEW and say, you know what,
You
I need to
already
get up to
have Jeff.
WWE and make this move. Who
You
would do that?
You bought Ring of Honor. You already have Jeff Jarrett on the payroll. You could have had a Ring of Honor and TNA.
Therefore, you could have had the only two promotions in history that, with their rosters and with what they were doing, they could have challenged WWE if they chose to do so, but they chose to stay in their own respective lanes.
I just think you add Shane O'Mac to what you got going on.
And even in WWE, like, Shane has reportedly not been. Moolah, I speak from the heart. Just know that.
Look what he said. He's not jacking Shane.
He's not jacking Shane. It's hilarious.
and again, like, even if Shane goes there willingly, it's a recipe. It's much not so much a CM Punk situation, but pretty damn fucking close because Shane ain't scared to throw down with nobody.
So it'd definitely give WCW vibes if we see him on camera.
That's the other part I was trying to avoid. Vibes. I was trying to avoid that.
You say it. History. Revised history. Revisionist history.
McMahon owns you. And as toxic as that loyalist fan base can be, if you heard the words, a McMahon owns you now, they'd probably fucking riot every city they're in.
That'd make Shane the perfect new Vince McMahon for them.
Like Twitter would probably crash to the ground if that happens.
That's
Vince, how bad it is. Shane. Just not even that. Just the sheer presence of the last name McMahon being directly affiliated to AEW, that killed him.
Moolah said, "Is it because of Shane history?"
That's the one thing that I can understand why they stay away from him. That
it's purely because the last name McMahon.
Right,
Moolah, this for you because of the last name McMahon. If Tony Khan does that, Malice in the Palace ain't shit on what would happen with that.
I just think I don't think it'll work. If you got Jim Ross right now, he's on your roster. He's already thinking about bringing in Shane McMahon.
Good old JR. Stay off the tree when you're on the chemo. With all due respect, please. Like, or any type of like psilocybin, mushrooms, marijuana, anything. Just stay off of that when you're on chemo, please, because you are actually asking for the old school, like 1960s, 1970s actual riots in the ring. You were asking for that to come back on top of that. And we got enough shit going on with the world right now, especially in this country. We got enough shit going on. We do not need that.
Yeah, bro. I mean, at this point, I'll be honest. Like, Shane McMahon was fucking lambasted for putting on a horrible Royal Rumble match in WWE. Like, they said, now I don't know how accurate this is, but he got fired for going into business for himself and booking that Royal Rumble match. So what is he going to do in AEW that's not in business for himself? All I see is him being an on-screen talent. He becomes Vince. He becomes his father.
Hold on. So just popped in my head. Can you imagine in Wembley Arena, right? Just hear me, because it's be a big deal in Wembley for sake. Sold out crowd if they do that again. Shane McMahon and Darby Allin. Let that sink in. Shane McMahon and Darby Allin. Owen Hart would, again, all due respect, would say, "What the fuck you guys doing?"
Like, is he really gonna make an impact, care about it, or just after the brand? It depends, bro. I've had my theories. WWE been sending people to AEW to sabotage for years.
Yeah, not even that. Just imagine Shane O'Mac Darby Allin 1-on-1. Just no DQ. Let that sink in.
Both guys jumped off the hell of the cell. Like niggas both damn they kill each other. Kill each other. Like.
Through 2 feet of glass.
Shane too old to be doing that shit. Be real.
Yo, what everybody thought, I don't know. Samantha Irvin was still in Scotland over there. You know what I'm saying?
She responded to something I noticed earlier that week. Because she had posted a picture of them two all hugged up together like 7-8 months ago. And she says, I'm just showing love for my man because I love him. And again, Samantha, shout out to you. Shout out to you and Ricochet. Hope you guys make it forever and a day. Hope y'all get married and have kids together. To all the other fucking weirdos, what does she have to do with Ricochet's contract?
Shane, I'm be real, Drew. Ricochet, you supposed to work that out. Samantha ain't going nowhere, bro.
No, again, not even that. What does her contract have to do with you? It ain't got nothing to do with it.
I told you what it is. That nigga worry about who gonna be in that locker room seeing that thing, like, and that thing.
Well, hold on. So, what if she says, "Go spend a couple years, go have your fun. Go. It's good. Go ahead."
Where is he going to head to? Is that saying he's going to AEW?
No. So
people want him over there for one match.
Go to AEW. Why? That's going backwards.
So
that's like what?
Hold on. So again, if he goes to AEW, he'll have the run back with Ospreay. He'll have a match with Pac. That'll be it. With him, just insert wrestler name he'll have there. If he goes to Japan, he could probably learn to work with the big boys a little bit better his craft or whatever, and he'll just come back more of a solid, legitimate dude. Say he goes to Mexico, he'll only get to the Rey Mysterio level of lucha style. Say he goes to TNA or MLW per se, or even NWA, he'll help benefit them, elevate them, and then show Triple H that he can be a guy that if push comes to shove, he wants to put a towel on him, he can trust him to elevate them to X amount of grounds.
Look at Dolph Ziggler. Did Dolph Ziggler leave WWE disgruntled and say, I'm just going to run to AEW? No, it became Nick Nemeth and he did a different route. Stop. Why did Ricochet have to go that route? He could do it what Dolph did.
Here's the thing, because Ricochet already has the repertoire of being an indie guy. Yes, he was Prince Puma. Aside from that, he was King Ricochet from the indies. Yes, he's very much older now, but again, if that's what he wants to do, cool. If Samantha's cool with it, cool. But it comes down to certain areas where you go to will benefit you, and there's others that will be detrimental to you. It's just, if that's what you want to do, at least do the ones that we believe will help benefit your career when you want to come back.
So ultimately, why did he not resign? Chad Gable resigned.
Supposedly he has like 2.5 months left on his current contract. He's just in story written off TV. He's still on contract right now.
Gotcha.
But they're telling him, should you want to leave, there's places that can help you, but there's also places that can hurt you. Based on what we've seen, based on what others have seen, what have they told us? So again, if you want to bounce, all right, let us help you out. That's how I'm reading it, and that's how what's perceived to me.
Got you.
I don't think he going nowhere too though. Like 2 months, a lot could change from here to then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the return. He said Ron Breaker. Like, come on,
I think that's just that could be leverage for. I think one of y'all said it the other day too. Like that could be leverage for himself negotiating the new deal. Like yo, like I could go over here.
Right, and they're like, all right, you can go there, or. But again, like I said, to Triple H's counter argument, he could say, all right, we can recommend some other places that will also make you some damn good money too, to where you can be like, all right, cool. So with Triple H again, I'm sure he's cool with folks leaving, but again, he's also going to Triple H. He sees what the indies are doing. He sees what's popping around the world. He knows where motherfuckers are making money. Yeah, he's like, yeah, you can make cool money in AEW, but again, if you go here, here, and here, you can make this much money. You can make this much money in merchandise. You can be this for them, this for them. He gonna help you make a bag.
Why do all that when you could just stay where you at?
But again, this is should they choose to branch wings for a minute and try to make themselves more of a commodity for the board of directors above Triple H.
Again, I was under the impression that his contract is already like over expired and like
no,
that was his last night on Raw. See, I said it's 2 months, so it makes sense. He's in negotiations right now, and he has his options. He's weighing his options. And yes, I do feel like ultimately he's going to resign because like he's in a great program right now, bro. Like the Braun story is fire, bro. Like H said, him in the last, like yo, he showed that fire. He showed that other side of him. So it's like he come back on that vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like him and Braun got something flowing. Why leave that and we don't? You just turn like what? Like it don't even make sense. Your wife is there. Like come on, bro. He probably trying to get a bag, bro. He probably trying to make sure he get the right contract.
Yeah. But also, it's like I mean, so now again, I'm actually might have to do a quick segue into this real quick. Just get out the way.
Mm-hmm.
So again, had this happened a couple weeks earlier, maybe we could have seen King Ricochet in this year's G1 Climax in New Japan. Now, last night, New Japan announced 18 of the 20 participants for this year's G1 Climax, which is taking place in a few weeks. Now, for those that may not know, the G1 Climax is the biggest wrestling tournament in the world. Not in Japan, just in the world. Like everyone all over the world, if you call yourself like an actual champion or heavyweight, you want to be in the G1 because that's where you make your name. That's where you make your bread and butter. They've already announced the first 18 competitors last night. Between now and the next like 2-3 weeks, whatever, they're gonna have a set of shows and their usual like tours and whatever to have a qualifier turn for the 2 respective blocks that are still available for that 10th man. Ricochet's name could have been one of those names for each bracket, whatever, but A block or B block. Now, could that possibly change? No, but say Ricochet wants to bow out for a little bit, head over to New Japan, mess around over there. He could challenge for the Junior Heavyweight Championship, maybe the Never Openweight Championship if he wants to test himself against some more physical cats. There's stuff for him to do. If he wants to go to Mexico for the last bit of the Triple Mania segments, or go to CMLL to where he has affiliation in AEW, but not so much. Whatever. There's stuff for him to do out there in wrestling right now, but I'm certain that Triple H specifically is trying to let him know, hey, certain spots will make you vastly more money on average than the other.
Ricochet already got a name. That G1 tournament shit sound cool, but like you just said, that shit's for niggas that's trying to make their name. Like he's already on Raw. Like
so the G1 that was made that again. So Ricochet alone was already a name before he got WWE. That was his name. That was his gimmick. Once he on the
Indies. Nigga Moolah stupid. If that's what you make it, how can I never heard of them?
Yeah, and that, I'm gonna be real. Like I hear that, like, but like, bro, if you're on the top program in the world, like the main number thing, why would you go to a damn tournament? That ought to be the dumbest shit, Ricochet. For what?
So again, allow me to
That's
explain.
for the hardcore. That's for the hardcore purists right there. Like these wrestling fans, that hardcore. That's like people like WWE is like, yeah,
like
I know, but that's the only.
I get these other indies, and I'm starting to like. I understand, like they matter. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to make it feel like they matter. I get it. But why
both y'all completely missed my point.
Program? Why would you go from a Braun Breaker program to that?
Both of y'all missed my point by 3 country miles.
Okay.
Nah,
bring us back, man.
So to address Moolah's portion, the G1 Climax is a staple of New Japan Pro Wrestling and their ascension to their world championship, because with them, if you win that tournament, you get a guaranteed main event against their world champion at Wrestle Kingdom, which is January 4th, 2025. But again, it's January 4th every year. So much like the Royal Rumble that we get in January, where the winner gets the main event of WrestleMania, with the G1 Climax, you get the guaranteed main event for the world title at Wrestle Kingdom. Just want to clarify that real quick. Now, the G1 Climax has always been a staple of New Japan Top Dogs with a generous sprinkle of independent talent that many deemed were the quote-unquote best in the world. Two names that have often dreamt of being in the G1 Climax are Claudio Castagnoli and Bryan Danielson of AEW. This year's G1 Climax only is going to feature one individual from AEW, and it's neither one of them. Guess who it is? Konosuke Takeshita, who I feel is a very strong person for that block. He's not going to win the block, but again, he's going to put up some noise to where he may be inching towards a finals match, or maybe, if anything, top 5 in the G1 to further solidify himself and make himself more of a valuable asset for AEW. That's just me speaking. On the topic of Ricochet, should he have gone to the G1 post WWE? That would have put more of a name value on the G1 as far as international tournament, because usually it's been a lot of Japan guys. Recently, they've incorporated guys from All Japan Pro Wrestling Noah, CMLL, very seldomly AEW. But if you get a WWE name on the New Japan G1 tournament, suddenly it goes from this to this instantly. No matter, pick any name from WWE in that G1 tournament, I promise you it will explode. Just think, last night it got announced, July 13th, something like that. Marufuji, AJ Styles. That show probably will sell out between now and this Friday evening. I promise you, it's going to sell out. But again, back to Ricochet. Oh, at the end of the day, with Triple H, he wants to help others prove to the powers that be how much of an asset they actually are to that brand and company. How, by any means necessary, whether it's through Hollywood, through other promotions, you want to prove to them why you should be worth this asking price. Which brings me to Mercedes Moné. Word on the street, she is the highest paid woman in wrestling. Have we been impressed by her work? Let's be honest. The floor is yours.
He said, my thing is, why do everyone try to come to America then do the things they love, such as anything in entertainment?
Well, for that reason right there, anybody can make it all over the world. But the company that pays, or the two companies that probably pay the most money are AEW and WWE, because unfortunately, the US dollar is probably valued more than anything else in the world. Probably. I could be wrong. But that's definitely why. If you have money with them, the dollar goes a lot further everywhere else in the world. But again, back to you two gentlemen.
I think it'll probably be like language too.
Listen, when it comes to purists, I get it. Like AJ said, like the wrestling purists, I understand. But when a Ricochet shot, I just feel like the best move would be to stay put. That's
Again, the most money. You're on a brand that everybody all over the world knows. Okay, so Mullah, say it's not money. Again, WWE.
Exactly, the program, Braun Breaker.
Everybody all over the world, everybody all over the world knows WWE.
Leave him to go fight Kaniskas, like what? Like,
but again, to HC said, like the hardcore fans, everyone knows if you're not in WWE, you want to be in the G1. That's as close. That's how the G1 is revered to the hardcore fans. You have WWE, you have the G1. That's how the hardcores look at it.
Wait, so everybody
I
in
promise
the WWE want to be in the G1?
Like no, the hardcore fans of wrestling know that the G1 is looked to with New Japan right here.
That's
It's
number
right here.
two.
It's very close.
That's where you cut your teeth at, and it's like it's more gritty. Like the whole process in Japan is respected because of the dojos and the whole how you got to come up and everything. So I respect what they do.
If you want to prove the world that you an absolute dog, you a dog in the game. You can be a champion for the WWE or just a champion in general anywhere in the world. You want to win the G1. You want to.
If I'm on WrestleMania, why would I need to be on Wrestle Kingdom?
Because again, like I said, the G1 is like.
I just don't understand that logic.
Again,
I understand the hardcore fans, but like,
if you want to prove that you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that you belong in that upper tier WrestleMania main event spot, the G1 is where you want to be.
Why do you think Tama Tonga and them came over after all those years of hard work putting over there in Japan and all that? Why do you think they came over?
So, unlike AJ Styles and Carl Anderson, whatever, they all went in for very different ways. Tama Tonga specifically, him and his brother Tongaloa, no one has won or held the IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team belts more than them in history. Carl Anderson in 2012 was a finalist in the G1. He lost to Okada. Luke Gallows, a very decorated tag team guy in New Japan, but also was all pre-WWE guy. Tongaloa, pre-WWE guy.
To me, it's the cinema shit. You heard? This is how WWE's Hollywood.
Talk.
WWE Hollywood. Everything else is like you doing a straight to DVD movie. It's a movie, yeah, it's a movie, but it's not box office shit. You know what I'm saying? We used to see Nicolas Cage and Face Off. You know what I'm saying? They make straight to DVD movies. That's what you want to do. That's what you comfortable doing. That's what they do. That's how players roll. Some players want to roll different. You feel me? But WWE,
so
nobody can deny that's the box office.
On that note, aside from All Japan and more recently Pro because of New Japan, only New Japan gets all the media sources in Japan as far as what's really popping. So New Japan is like WWE, but over there. Outside of WWE, everybody looks at New Japan as the be-all, end-all, whether it be the G1, Best of Super Juniors, Tag League, more recently the New Japan Cup, or as even because Okada, as he introduced the what the fuck was it? The Best of Pro Wrestling or the King of Pro Wrestling Championship, whatever. Like they have all these belts that they're trying to show the world that okay, if you want to be the best at this department and this department, whatever, aside from WWE, we can help you get to that level.
I mean, social media definitely helps now. Like, that's a major reason why. But I feel like WWE globally, you should be able to like your name gonna get out there.
And WWE is still learning about the social media world. Look at the Speed Championship; they're experimenting with that now. That yes, they recently put the belt on Andrade, but if between Andrade and Ricochet, if you're being told, "Hey, you could be the catalyst to our latest experiment, to the latest bag heist, if you want to call it that. Do you want to be the leading the ship for that?" Maybe Ricochet's thinking about that. Maybe Andrade's thinking about that. But again, like I said, yes, they own TV, they own pay-per-view. They just inked a $5 billion deal with Netflix. Who's to say they don't buy out TikTok? Whatever.
So you know what? I am kind of glad we're on this topic because you could kind of explain to me like how AJ Styles just comes off fighting Cody Rhodes and then we see this fly and him fighting against somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are they able to do that? Like, how is he able to just be in that? Like, when you're currently with WWE, explain that. Like, what does that match truly mean?
We're talking the Cody AJ match.
No, the AJ Styles match that he has on that other brand that we just seen the flyer.
What
He's
the
fighting somebody else.
what the Marufuji?
Yeah. Whatever flyer that just came of him going to another league to fight.
Yeah. So again, July 13th. Well, actually, let me pull up the exact name of the show. Give me 1 second. Okay, no, I know I sent to you, and one you guys sent back whatever. So was it? Yeah, so July 13th at Pro Wrestling Noah Destination. Noamichi Marufuji, AJ Styles. Now with Marufuji, he is one of, again, I will say as of right now, one of the top 3 Japanese-born wrestlers in the world. Easily. You could throw Konosuke Takeshi in there, but again, I would have, this would be my top 3. It would be Nomichi Marufuji, Konosuke Takeshita, and then Kosei Fujita is the top 3 Japanese-born wrestlers right now, all for different reasons. Marufuji, he's 25-plus year veteran. Again, aside from the New Japan stuff, he's won everything outside of the world, and then some. He's held Pro Wrestling Noah up here, helped them afloat. This match is 2 guys that have represented professional wrestling over the last 20, 25 years as 2 guys that many deemed as the best guy in the world. Yeah, you could throw Danson in there, you could throw Punk in there or whatever, you could throw Omega. These are the 2 guys that from 2004 up until recently, these are the standard bearers of the best wrestlers in the world that aren't Bryan Danielson. These are the 2 best guys. So this
how did
match,
Triple H sign off on this?
I'm glad you brought that up. Early in the year, they had announced a partnership with TNA or Impact then. They had announced that they had a partnership with Pro Wrestling Noah, which is Marufuji's promotion. But no one ever knew the extent of that partnership. Just recently, last week, Pro Wrestling Noah at one of their shows announced that that weekend, which would be this past Saturday, they would have a major announcement regarding WWE, but they didn't say what it was. They didn't, and they said it then, like this time last week, and then they kind of left it alone at that. They never touched on it. This was the big announcement. So they're again, much like what we said with Triple H in the past, he's rectifying past bridges that we thought were since broken. Triple H is rebuilding those bridges by hand and saying, hey, you guys have a big show coming up in July. Do you guys want AJ Styles? Also, this is the first time they've worked with Pro Wrestling Noah because a couple years ago, may have been last year, I think, they sent Shinsuke Nakamura for Keiji Muto's last match.
Mm-hmm.
And so the partnership has been there, but we have now have 2 guys that were very famous in Japan be a part of 2 individuals that, like Keiji Muto and Nomichi Marufuji, who were looked at as similar to Kazuchika Okada, Hiroshi Tanahashi, Tetsuya Naito, as these are that dudes in Japan. These are the kings of Japan.
So for them, this is going to be a treat, a delight out there.
This is
for anybody that's familiar with that time period that you're speaking of, like
as advertised, this is a special singles match. So again, this will, especially it's at Budokan, so it's going to sell out regardless. But the fact that you're going to have Marufuji and AJ on the card, and I do believe this will be AJ Styles' debut for Pro Wrestling Noah. This is a big fucking deal. And this is further, in my opinion, further enticing the potential partnership between WWE and New Japan once New Japan parts ways with AEW. Because prior to AEW coming in the fold, there was talks that Tiger Tori, an old New Japan ref, was talking with Vince about a partnership.
That shit, it's about to get wild out here. I ain't even gonna lie. Talk about forbidden doors and things of that nature. Like it's about to get spooky.
But this match alone, as much as we joke about it, this could very well be a match of the year candidate. Like this is fucking box office right now.
So what you got? How we gotta order this? So what's the way they saying to order? We gotta
a Bima pay-per-view. So a Bima is like a big TV or whatever provider in Japan. I promise I'd be shocked if the price is above like $28. So usually like 20, 30, whatever for most shows. 25 on average is what the show is, but it won't be that. It won't be horribly expensive for the show. At least for the US dollar, but this is a match you will not want to miss. I promise you that. Like so, last year after Wembley, we had Marufuji versus Will Ospreay. That match was phenomenal. The year either again that January or the year before, we had Great Muta versus Shinsuke Nakamura. That match was incredible. Hiroshi Noah has been working with anybody and everybody just to prove that they have a quality roster that of a New Japan. Because before, New Japan talent often looked at Noah as, you guys are the underlings, we're the real guys. Unfortunately, when we got this situation between Okada and Kaito Kiyomiya, where they kind of actually had a legitimate fight at a New Japan show, like an actual, they were actually just throwing blows or whatever. It was a real fight. That kind of puts some fire on Noah, saying, "Hey, they have some guys over here."
That's a good way to get a spotlight on them. Like you said, right now WWE has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Because contrary to popular belief, the fans are gonna look at this like, "Oh, that's pretty cool." Wow, I never thought I'd see AJ Styles in Japan while in WWE.
Now there have been rumors that he was going to go back to New Japan or whatever, because again, G1 participant, whatever, he's got history in New Japan, former IWGP Heavyweight Champion. But to work with Noah has, again, as much as Tony wants to brag about the Forbidden Door or whatever, Noah and TNA have been the real Forbidden Doors, because they are working with anybody and everybody. They're saying, "Hey, it's no funk, it's all love. We just want to show what our guys have against what people look at as the best. We just want to show that, hey, we got some shit too. Respectfully, we got some shit." And again, I thought this match is going to be special. I'm 90% sure. Like, I'm probably going to order it come Monday morning once it's available to be purchased. And to be honest, like when I was watching the Noah show last night, I forgot all about that they had an announcement, because I was more focused on the main event.
My bad. I was trying to get Snakes back in here. Sent them a message in the on the phone. Hold on, I can't say something. I can't hear you.
My bad. I had to meet it. Did Mama Snakes cut him off the Wi-Fi?
I don't know, man. Nah, he was in here, but it said device not connected or something like that. Like I don't know.
On my screen, it just showed him just like bounce in and out, like maybe his phone or computer froze up or whatever. That's what it showed to me. Streamlabs, please Fix your app. We have an abundance of quality content to provide you guys. Please fix your app. He does not need to suffer like this.
Nah, the app is kind of crazy too. I tried to use it once, and it said
This is the first I heard they had an app. To be honest.
Yeah, I was trying to use it, and for some reason, I guess like you really got to download the app. I tried to go to the web browser, use it off the iPhone web browser. Nah, that shit wasn't working like that.
You said that, I was like, they got a what?
Yeah, that shit is crazy. But nah, I ain't gonna lie, I can't say that I'm looking forward to it, but it's gonna be a cool match to watch for sure.
No. That's definitely gonna be an amazing match. If you don't watch it, I most certainly fucking will.
Nah, I think I gotta watch that. Like,
so with the Biva, much like New Japan, with their streaming services. So with no, it's a little bit different. So you gotta go to Wrestle Universe, but with them, it's like $9, $9.50, whatever. But you get Noah, you get DDT, you get Stardom, you get a few other ones. Whereas if you get New Japan World, you just get New Japan. Now, Abima is a little bit different. That's just strictly like a Japanese pay-per-view type provider, whatever, or a Japanese cable provider that provides pay-per-view for international views, whatever. But even then, it's like, again, their stuff's very seldomly over $25, so it's not too crazy. And as far as the quality of matches that you're going to get, you're going to get some solid matches. So definitely bang for your buck.
AJ Styles, man, he out here putting in that work. That retirement swerve was nice right there. I ain't gonna lie.
And this match is gonna be special. This is definitely gonna be special because both guys are 25, 30 years in the game, so these guys are actual veterans. You're gonna see the two best casts in the world. Now with Marufuji, he's on that very, very, very slim list of folks that chop as hard, if not harder than Gunter. If you guys haven't heard him, like them hands are certified. I promise you that.
AJ in for a long day there, but I know he up for the task. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know he's fucking happy as hell he get to do that.
It's going to be a classic, and it only puts more eyes on Pro Noah, which is rightfully deserved by them. Because again, they've had amazing, much like TNA, amazing rosters for several years. Whatever, they much like New Japan, they had their own dojo system. Like they just need that one shot at TV that shows that they got some good shit.
And this could be it. You know what I'm saying? I hear that WWE plans to take the PLEs and most of the stuff that we see on Peacock, like they're basically going to take the network over to Netflix. But remember how like you could watch Evolve or just certain things, other indie promotions on the network? It'd be huge if they start nailing them deals out for companies like that.
So let me break down for real quick. So quick sidebar to what we talked about earlier. So say we still had W Network and it was still like $10 a month or whatever, right? For that same $10, you could get 8 different promotions and 90% of their big shows.
Take my money now.
Because as of right now, say you get your monthly subscription to Wrestle Universe, you get DDT, you get Pro Wrestling Noah, you get Tachibana Pro Wrestling, which is a women's promotion, you get Gan Pro, you get a lot of the Stardom shows, you get Michinoku Pro, you get 01, you get the newly found Marigold, which is a promotion that will be directly worked with WWE products. So at their big show, we're going to get their champion versus Io Sky. For the price of the network, you could have that match for free right now whenever it's live. And the VOD. 8 promotions for less than $10.
I'm with it. I mean, honestly, like I already pay for Peacock now, and
think about it. Think about it, for an extra $10, you get New Japan World, and like I said, 95% of all their shows.
That's what I'm saying. It really opened up the options. Like if you want to jump down the rabbit hole one day, you ain't doing nothing, and you want to keep an eye out on it, and then you open your palettes. You know what I'm saying? Now wrestling palettes have opened.
And then let's say like the average show on Triller, Fight TV, whatever it's called, is 10, 15, maybe $20. If they do packages, you want to buy like X amount of shows at this price, whatever, but still very affordable. So it's not that expensive to be a pro wrestling fan if you want to break shit down.
No, that's
and
way affordable too.
There's a lot of good shit happening right now.
Yeah, that's way affordable. It's a lot of content. It's definitely a bang for your buck. If there's a system out like that, which I'm pretty sure there's a few, like, you know, you said Fight TV, Thriller got kind of similar layout, but that specific layout that you talk about would probably be.
So Thriller is Fight TV now.
Okay, yeah.
So they combine. Fight TV is no more. No, Fight TV is no more.
Okay. What's the other one that's around? DAZN?
The Zone.
The Zone, part of me. I'll be like.
That's just boxing MMA. I'm talking about pro wrestling.
Okay. Yeah, because Thriller used to. They have a combination of like everything. They have versus battles on there.
Oh, they do.
I believe I ordered one. Or watched one for free on there on the Thriller. It was Thriller. They had their little versus shit up there.
I know what I'm looking up this week. I know. I'm gonna look up any and all of them.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, for sure. So just since we're on AJ Styles, I guess let's transition right into that first match. It was AJ Styles and Cody Rhodes at Clash for that world heavyweight. Well, not the world heavyweight, the undisputed Universal Championship.
So they're called the undisputed again.
Okay.
They've been
more Universal.
I've noticed they've been on and off about it. So I don't know definitively what it is. I just know that it's been inconsistent what they've been calling it.
Yeah, it's just a long ass name to say. It's like.
So, what's the Raw Championship called? The World Heavyweight Championship?
Yeah.
Just go old school. Just call this one the WWE Championship. Problem solved.
Yep.
That's what we knew it as back in the day. Just keep what it was once called, because again, that's what we know it as. There's no reason to change the shit. We never needed Universal. We just needed 2 titles, 2 shows, whatever is good.
I think the problem is, if there's any truth that Cody wants to bring back the other belt, the World Heavyweight, then it'd be like 2 World Heavyweight belts.
Not really. Just again, since his would be the WWE Championship, that one you could have a wing equal design for that one. Just recognize it as WWE Championship. Just problem solved. Just different design.
No globe on there.
No, just keep global, universal, whatever. Just call it the WWE
Championship. Because it makes sense. Yeah, like it makes sense for the World Heavyweight to have the globe on there, but they went with the WCW design of the World Heavyweight. So I get that. That's cool. That was dope.
But again, amazing match. I mean, it had its moments here and there.
Yeah, Moolah, but they went away from calling it like the Raw Championship, or like they made it more flexible so that if they gotta move people now or like switch the belts around, that's why that whole color shit was a stranglehold too. Them having the blue Universal, but at one point it was red, then they turned to blue. So to get everybody was like, so what y'all gonna do? Throw it back on Raw and make it red again? Like,
yeah, it never needed the color swap. Never.
I could see it if somebody had their own custom belt and they decided like, oh, like, nah, I'm making this shit blue instead of red, then all right, cool. Like that Jey Uso shit, or not I don't even want to say the Jey, but that Clash of the Castle Championship that we seen that I sent in the DM, I think it was like you said, it's a pretty cool design. It takes some getting used to, but not every superstar can rock that. That's like something like you see how Jey Uso's rocking that colorway. That'll make sense for like a Jey Uso right now.
Or just think John Cena in the spinner belt when he first brought that out.
Yeah, bro. And then even when Edge did it, it was clever. Like, you know, I'm rated all superstar on here. Like, you know,
or go to TNA when Hulk Hogan gave Jeff Hardy his own customized belt.
That was
Jeff
fire.
Hardy with his face paint on.
That was cold. That was cold.
Or again with New Japan with the junior heavyweight tag championships, the Bullet Club War Dogs, Clark Connors and Drilla Maloney. With their belts, it's a white strap versus the traditional black strap. That's what they're doing.
I'm gonna be honest too. AEW be trying with they shits, but it's something that be cringy about. Like I feel like y'all belts ain't got years of prestige for y'all to be playing around, changing the designs and shit. Like
well,
I don't know. Am I wrong on that?
Now, my question to you is it so much the lineage of the prestige, or is it who they have representing said lineage? For example,
It's both.
Orange Cat.
But more what you saying, yeah.
So, for example, you have Orange Cassidy with his lengthy reigns. Flash forward to now, you have Jericho with the unrecognized FTW belt. You have who?
What's the one? What's the one that Osprey got? That's not the Continental. Okada got Continental, right?
Which one was the TNT belt?
TNT belt is the one that Copeland has, or I don't know what they doing.
See again, too many fucking belts.
Yeah, like that belt is still around. He has that doing that Copeland challenge shit for that belt.
So I know there's a Continental belt, and then there's
whose belt looked better. I'm gonna be real. I love Swerve. Swerve is my guy. You could go to my stream and see Prince Nana dancing every day and night. But I'm gonna be honest. Will Ospreay Championship looked a little more shinier. It looked a little bit more like the AEW World Championship looked a little dull to me. Or am I off on that? That's a bad take right there.
I'm gonna say all the above.
Because
again, with them, it's like again. First off, too many belts. Second off, it's like you're changing the design so often. You didn't give us a chance to enjoy what we already have.
You're not letting it marinate, right? Like let it marinate. Like I felt Moxley brings some prestige to that shit. MJF gets that shit. Even Punk, the black strap. I was getting used to that black. MJF gets it, and now he goes with
the Burberry.
Yeah, he goes with the Burberry, which is cool for his character, right? Like, all right. Then Samoa Joe's like, I'm gonna bring back what was like he again what you were saying, who holds the championship and the prestige. Like I feel like Samoa tried to bring some prestige back. And I don't know. I think that belt kind of needs an overhaul a little bit. If they're gonna continue with the design switches, they might have to do what we said. If you're gonna give somebody a custom belt, a whole new custom belt, bro, just go at it, bro. Make some new fire shit. Like, stop doing with the little alterations. Like, you know what I mean? That's like very WWE-esque. Oh, yeah, we're just going to make a different strap.
Yeah, I don't feel like if you do a custom belt, they should that person should really holding that belt for a long time.
It was like the Acclaimed. They made custom belts for them. They made them scissor belts. And I thought that was fire. Like, oh, wow. Like, they really, you know what I'm saying?
How long did John Cena have the spinner belt? How long did Jeff Hardy have that personalized belt when he was world champion? Look at Bray Wyatt when he had the Fiend Championship belt. when Miz brought the white strap back.
I think that adds to the championship, to the storyline too. Like, if I'm a challenge, if I'm like, who do you think you are making your own belt? Now, I want your belt now. Like, it becomes more than just the world heavyweight shit. Like, I want, you thought you was that guy to make your own belt. Now I want your belt though, like your belt.
It further solidifies the prestige.
Yeah. And like you said, I could see why they kept that fake spinner belt, because it was like, oh, this is what Cena made. So, man, now this is ours. This ain't like.
It made sense when Edge had it because it was funking for a minute. Just like when Jeff will lose his belt, whatever, it made sense with the people who lost it because those folks that kind of like beat him in non-title matches. It made sense.
Even the Miz, he won that same championship and left the WWE sign upside down to make a M. Like, that shit wasn't spinning no more. It was upside down to make an M. You feel me? Like, I want your belt. Yeah, bro, I want your belt. You feel me? Like,
them niggas wanted that Rock belt, that shit he got. That shit hard.
That's another flex, right? Like, look at The Rock.
The OG Brahma Bull belt, the Smoke Skull belt, the fucking $1 million championship.
Even the one he got now that was gifted to him by Muhammad Ali's wife, right? Somebody could, Cody Rhodes could he could make Cody.
No.
Anybody
That was Rock telling Ali's family, "Hey, I made this. You're gonna present this to me."
However that story go, you know what I'm saying? But it was still fire. Like, they got her to do that, you know what I'm saying? Do the little story in there. Oh yeah, I asked them back in the day, can I use this? You know what I'm saying?
Can I say I'm the people's champion?
You feel me? Doing the little story from back in the 90s, you know what I'm saying? But that's another one right there. Like, if WWE so chooses, like, Roman could be like, yo, Rock, I want your belt. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, things could, it's fire, like how they got these.
Roman could pose a shit like that belt was given to you. These people know who their champion is. He just stole the ones.
Yeah, like it's used as a prop in the story. That's fire. Like, I feel like they got to do more.
In certain circumstances, the championship can make the champion versus the champion can make the championship belt.
Yeah. That's a fact right there. How'd you feel about the overall like match between Cody and AJ? And Cody going over once again, which was, I feel we all kind of knew that was gonna happen. First off, before I even get into that, do you feel like Cody should have lost? I'm gonna be honest. I was watching somebody talk about this. Shout out to Flobo, you know what I'm saying, and the other brother Jack, part of Wrestling Inc. I believe. I was watching the brothers and they came up with a good point. Austin didn't tap out against Bret Hart in a submission match. He passed out, but he lost the match.
But here's the problem that so two things. One, I know Snake's got a bowl to say about this match alone, so I'm gonna keep my shit short and sweet. But two, they pigeonholed themselves the minute they made this an I Quit match. They backed us in the corner so thin to where they purposely went to the point of no return. It didn't need to be
bad, bro. And that shit was cringy too. Him getting a water bottle. Wake up,
Snake, fire away.
I thought this was by far one of the worst endings to a match ever.
I quit.
Like, all right, so the significance of these steel steps. You were that scared of these steel steps. I quit, Cody. I quit. Like, I don't like how that ended. Like the handcuff shit. Like, Cody turns over. Oh, we didn't see Tony. Cody was able to turn his arms around. You know, Michael Cole is funny sometimes. We didn't notice. Cody was able to turn his arms around with the handcuffs.
I didn't see how that happened, to be honest.
Come on,
because
come on.
I don't think he double jointed like that.
Nah, he was just laying down on the they had the camera like facing AJ a little bit, but you can still see Cody there, and he's bringing that shit under him. Like you were saying, the chain or the handcuffs could have been shorter. Once they did that, I already knew he was gonna do an easy slip. Like it wasn't gonna be handcuffed to the ropes for him. Like
to get into the match, you're backstage a little bit. I liked it that. Take the backstage. Yeah. I wish they would have did a little more of that. They did that and they came right back. I'm like, okay, so much for that. You know what I'm saying? Cody gets busted open, right? With this brain buster or whatever. Where did the blood go by the end of the match? Like this thing's face was clean. It was like, where did that go? But that's certain little things I noticed. But I thought this match was okay, man. It was just like for I Quit match, I expected some more drama. I wanted some more theatrics. Where was the OC at? Where like nothing involved in this?
Why the bloodline interrupted after? But we'll get to that. But that's
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that in a minute. But what I will address is this. In our group, I presume that they were gonna take the route similar to what we saw in 2010 between John Cena and Batista, to where Batista's legs were kind of pigeonholed against the back ropes, to where even if he tried to get up, he couldn't. That's how he got the submission, whatever, or the victory with Cena. Instead, you had AJ just cuffed against. Was it the ropes? And it wasn't even both hands. So that part alone was the biggest blunder for me.
And he was
because,
he was able to get the key mad easy, like it was just
Right.
like
yeah. The key
it
was
was
there.
just too
And
much of a Cinderella story, basically. Like, wow. So AJ's that much of a dumbass to leave the keys in the fucking bag with the handcuffs. Like, wow.
yeah, it's not even that. It's just as far as the again,
Cinderella.
like I've said many times, perception or presentation equals perception. So how they portrayed that match insulted my intelligence.
And then hold on, the close up on the camera of Cody finally noticing the key blew me. Like it's there, like him crawling to it. Like they try to
Yo,
put the real seriousness on the camera like that.
why we got to see how tough Cody can be when we see him fight Seth Rollins with a torn pec in a Hell in a Cell?
Yeah.
Why is that the emphasis of this story? You hear
And
Michael?
why
he's
have him
yelling
do,
at me?
why have him do it clean? That's the biggest thing. Like why he did this all clean. Like Snake said, no OC, no nothing.
Should he have lost the match because he passed out? That's my question to y'all.
You cannot win an I quit match if they do not say I quit. Like I said,
So
they
how do you win a
hurt-
submission match without somebody tapping out?
that's a little bit different because a lot of folks take no response as a submission. So
I'm
you
sorry,
get
but
away.
I would have wanted at least Cody to throw the fucking steps at the nigga, man. I don't care. Like, throw it something. Make this shit
Yeah.
like real. Make it more violent.
Connect with it, and then be like,
yeah.
I quit. I ain't doing
let
this.
AJ bust AJ open real quick. Like, oh, now AJ busted open. And it's like on the third one, it's like us as fans watching it, we like, oh, nah, he better quit because this shit getting brutal. Like, you gotta, like, I just like him that scared. Like, I quit before the it's like, whatever.
Yeah, that was
Cody
ass.
wins.
That was
Like
ass.
Cody wins. It's like, okay, cool.
Like
I felt like that hurt. That really hurt AJ Styles' character. Like it made him look real measly.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
And it goes back to do not insult our intelligence.
Nah, that was a lot of fuckery. I felt like that was a match for the kid. Like you said, it's insulting the adult intelligence. That's something the kids won't like. What we dissecting, kids ain't gonna dissect that. Oh my god, steel steps, fucking whatever else they did. Like you know what I'm saying? The table shit with AJ Styles was fire. He threw the chair, bing, boom, boom. We went to the table. That shit was fire. I'm not gonna lie. That was like probably the best part of the shit.
So once AJ was cuffed to the rope, he could have ran the other turnbuckle and then just maybe chop block Cody to where Cody don't have the steps. And
Bro,
then
he could have did some athletic. Yeah, he could have did some athletic
anything.
Wow, shit. But again, though, that time at that point of the match, now we already seen so much other bullshit. We seen Cody Rhodes passing out, AJ Styles having to get a fucking bottle of water from the commentary desk to fucking throw on him. Like,
First of all, we didn't even get the spot on the steel step. Like, and when AJ did his move off the steel steps to Cody.
Yeah,
we didn't even get that spot. Niggas like reversed it, didn't go back to that at all. It was like I would have loved to see Cody do his move.
Maybe that's why
steel steps. Like
maybe that's why Cody went with the steps at the end, right? But then I feel like the way that they marinated the finish, it don't connect at that moment. It's just like we're paying attention too much to the finish rather than like what you going to.
I'm
AJ
saying though,
try to
I quit match is supposed to be straight violence. All this trying to like it shouldn't be like because he reversed it off the steps. It's like, all right, we don't test the steps no more to the end of the match. It's like it should have been Cody did a move to him on it to like get back for what he did to him. Like, boom, oh, this shit getting real. You know what I'm saying? It's an I quit match. Somebody gotta say I quit because they taking too much punishment. You dig what I'm saying? Like we seen Braun Breaker, bro, do that shit to that dude, that Jabba dude with the steps, bro. Like they made it look
and
as
that's
real
what
as
I'm
it can look.
And this is what I'm saying. It's so my intelligence
so you couldn't
once
hit him?
more.
You couldn't hit him one time. You couldn't do
while
nothing
Cody
to
was
him?
passed out. While Cody was passed out, why AJ Styles had to wake him up? Why he couldn't just beat the shit out of him until he, you know what I'm saying? That was my problem with the whole passing out shit. Like he really went and got a bottle of water to wake him up type shit. Like on some.
I just feel like for it to be an I quit match, it was not enough violence. The blood came from a brain buster. Like it wasn't no blood from no objects. Like where was the brutalness to where it was like, wow, he needs to quit. Like because it picked up the steps. That was a weak incident. Weak writer. Whoever wrote that match, probably wrote that match, Kurt Angle's son. Jace Jordan, whatever his name is, he probably wrote that match. That was a whack writer. That was a whack writer. It was terrible.
So had they gone the route of Cody being too violent or whatever, what they very easily could have done was, as Cody's picked up the steps, Cody's hitting him or whatever, Carl Anderson comes out, says, "Hey, what you doing?" Cody hits him. Gallows comes out. Cody low blows him, teeing off on AJ. AJ does the I quit. Bell rings. Cody says, "No, that ain't enough." So he just got to just keep tagging him, whatever, to where he just gets mad with power.
Bro, remember the bloodline segment with Kevin Owens when they had him tied to the shit and they was trying to tell Sammy to hit him. Bro, they painted a picture of like there's some violent shit going on right now. Like, damn, they doing Kevin bad. You know what I'm saying? They painted that to us. Like, you couldn't do that in this match. You couldn't give us that. Like you say, even with the OC involved, like he got him chained to the shit, right? And he hit the nigga with a steel step. He's busted open. Now the OC come out like, oh, nah, you're wild on my man. Cody beats up his niggas. Then it's like, oh, shit, he ain't got no help. He really fucked up now. He pick up the steps again. It's like, oh, nah. Then it's like, I get it. Nigga say I quit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the way they did it just was weak. It was lazy.
I ain't gonna lie though, to raise his point though, this is what he said in the beginning though. They pigeonholed themselves once they said I quit match. Because if you're gonna have a clean I quit match, like you complaining too about there's not enough violence, and they probably didn't do the interference route because we see a bunch of interference throughout they programming enough, right? Like, but it probably was needed in this match.
But wouldn't it have been a good chance to like show a little more of that evil side of Cody, like that nightmarish, you know? Like he's getting crazy. Like what's wrong with him? He's snapping. Like, you know what I mean? Can we have some thumbtacks involved? Can a nigga like get
feel like
on some thumbtacks or something? Like, where the thumbtacks at? Like, never it used to be shit like, nigga got backdrop on thumbtack. Like, come on. Like, it's nothing. Like, come on, man.
Him throwing the steps was supposed to be that moment, but I feel like that I quit was, it had a salty, like hearing AJ say that shit like that, like him throwing that shit while the crowd is singing. I don't know. It would have meant more if he was beating him down with the steps, like you said, and AJ quits, and he still does that at the end. Like,
at least get a couple shots in.
Yeah, like one last one. Like, oh man, get out of
AJ,
here.
Look, bro, AJ humiliated. It should have been no mercy because AJ literally humiliated that man with the fake retirement. He literally humiliated him. So that should have been the whole picture would have been like it would have been justified because he humiliated that man. So it's like Cody just wowed on him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you let him off the hook, so to speak.
Exactly.
Jaw jacking with your moms and all that. Like,
come on, he literally picked up the chair like he was gonna hit your moms. Like that's what. Come on.
He was supposed to beat the gravy out of him right then and there. No lie, like really bad. Like to the point that y'all saying like, wow, this, because it's a difference between knowing. Again, this is what I'm saying. They're questioning his toughness. Yes, we know you're tough, but we want to see the dark side. That's what we really want to see.
But I also don't want them to make AJ not look who he is either. It's like
they fucked up with that, having him quit like that.
Saying? I'd rather see AJ, like you said, knocked out, bloody pulp, and he didn't say I quit, but he just so gone. It's like he's done. You know what I'm saying? Like, right?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. He even took an ass whooping from Brock Lesnar, like G shit, like, and then you just quit the like to this, like that shit was like you said, he ain't even hit him with the stairs. He just got him handcuffed. Like, I don't know it. One hand,
Brock Lesnar was bashing his head and
I don't even care if
while he's getting the calf pressure.
I wouldn't even care if Cody was beating his man ass so bad to where like Nick Aldis had to come out and stop it. Like, no, it's over. Like we don't even need to quit. Like this shit is just done.
Like exactly. Somebody would have had to quit for AJ Styles.
Right, because you don't put the I quit on AJ. You don't make him look weak. It's like he just got his ass beat. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's kind of like the I quit match. Was it an I quit match when we seen Jey Uso and Roman?
It was.
And Jimmy was about to throw in the towel.
And then they open the night with this match too. Like this is the opener. It's like, I guess, man.
Yeah, you know, Drew's from Scotland. So
another little thing I know, Scotland. Shout out to the Scotland. The Scotland fans is great. these international crowds, their slogans and things they say, that's their country. I love it. Should be loud as hell. No fireworks though, man. On the entrances, like where's gonna be no fireworks and shit. Like
the place is only so big they want not paying for the fire permits.
okay,
Or they probably said, hey, we'll give you the permit, but you gotta tell like 3,000 fans they can't come in. Nah, we ain't doing all that.
How y'all feel? How y'all feel about the hometown heroes being booked in the main event match? Like for example, Damian Priest when he was in Backlash Puerto Rico, he was in a high spot, but it didn't involve the championship. He was in a spot with Damian Priest. They was tearing down the house in Puerto Rico. It was happy for the crowd. They got what they wanted from the
Bad Bunny.
Yeah, Bad Bunny. Who I said?
You said Damian Priest and Damian Priest.
Oh, pardon me,
Nah,
chat.
you good. You
Good looking for the correction there for sure.
Right.
Bad Bunny is what I meant to say. Damian Priest and Bad Bunny. You know what I'm saying? They tore the house down, and the crowd was happy with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so take this crap for example. So if it wasn't Priest and McIntyre, who would you have had in the main event? The I Quit match?
No, I mean I wasn't. I think this one time we seen what it was. Now what you do? Do you continue to pull the rug from the hometown fans? Like, all right, we seen Drew lose. So the next hometown hero, is he gonna get his? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
I don't want that to become a topic. Like,
well, in WWE lore history, the hometown hero almost like 98% of the time loses in their hometown. That's always been the WWE thing. I don't know why. That's just been their thing.
And that's what I'm saying. They played into 3 matches so they could kind of cheat on that. Like, you know, like you said, keep the record. It was a 33% chance of a hometown hero winning from this.
I thought at least 2 of them would have gone over. No,
go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead because I'm gonna try to do a couple of different things with mine. So go ahead, Snake.
Nah, I'm gonna be real. Shout out to this. We going into the match with McIntyre and them? Is that what we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. This Damian Priest title run is okay right now. I now I'm confused. Last night left me a little confused now going forward, right? But then something went off in my head and I seen some light where I was like, whoa, that could be fire. Could hit me. Boom, HD Razor. Remember back then we was talking about why did Gunther finally lose his reign? After that long reign of the IC Championship, he lost it.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has seen the light.
We said he only can go up, Gunther, to that next level, right?
Yeah.
We knock out Priest with the Money in the Bank. We get his moment. Listen. Gunther's gonna be the new champion. I got Gunther beating Priest. His reign ends at SummerSlam to Gunther, man. It's over. Gunther.
Well, Snake, my brother. Well, to a small crick in your theories, Gunther already earned a world champion opportunity at SummerSlam by winning the King of the Ring. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He will win. He's winning it.
No, but you said Money in the Bank cash in. He won King of the Ring. He that shit's locked in like he won the fucking G1.
I appreciate the correction. That's what I meant.
But I'm saying, but
the championship match that he won is that he earned for winning the King of the Ring. Whenever he gets that match, he's winning it.
So again, he gonna be crowned at SummerSlam. But to piggyback on my point from earlier in the show, much like how the G1 has been long looked at by the peers of everyone else in history, that's what they want the King of the Ring to be as an alternative. But again, so Gunther, he's gonna be crowned regardless.
So let me ask you a question. Think about it. We ever seen Seth Rollins versus Gunther?
Not that I can remember.
Come on now. Wouldn't that be fire? Seth come back.
Aside from maybe a Royal Rumble. Nah, I don't even think the last Royal Rumble.
More we getting into some shit this year.
Seth was already champion, if I'm not mistaken.
I was like, yo, CM Punk and McIntyre, y'all said this. They don't need a belt involved. They shit so real and so fire. They low-key don't even need the strap.
Yeah, bro.
So what do you do with Damian?
I'm not gonna lie. Yo, the camera work WWE did with CM Punk running into the ring was immaculate. Corey Graves saying there's a referee coming down, there's a whatever official, and then he just stay quiet. Like then you see the back of CM Punk noggin, the sneakers. You like, oh, that shit was crazy. That was masterful right there. I'm not gonna lie. The camera work right there, the production, fire.
I called the CM Punk appearance too. Remember I said that? They gave hints, man, at
I
McIntyre,
can
yeah.
I can confirm Seth Rollins or Tyler Black has not been in the ring against Walter and or Gunter.
You can confirm.
I can confirm they have not shared the ring together one-on-one.
Wouldn't that be a masterful program for them to come back? Gunter's now the champion, King Gunter. Come on, man. We getting new matches, new people. You know what I mean? So I see it.
The champion versus the standard bearer. It sells itself.
You got it right now. Come SummerSlam though, it's over. King Gunther, man. King Gunther. It's coming. It's coming. Well, that's my prediction. That's my prediction. My early prediction.
And that's probably the most obvious things because, like you said, Punk and Drew, or Punk and anything. If you think about it, just the stories that they present themselves do not need a championship. So the beef alone is enough to sell the program, sell tickets.
Gunther was not a part of Clash at the Castle. Gunther has not really been a part of shit lately.
Well,
I like how they've been using him.
Right.
Even at this show, they said that hey, the winners got to see Gunther. Hey, you got to see Gunther.
So they're making him into that like you feel me? They're making him powerful. Like
yeah, it's safe to say I don't think we're gonna get a defense at Money in the Bank from.
Hell no, we ain't.
The way they speaking.
All we're gonna see
it look
is
like they're gonna get that main event for the other side. The other championship is gonna matter that night. The other one.
And also, let me be honest for a minute. Would you be mad at Imperium versus Judgment Day? Just think about it. Ludwig Kaiser versus either Finn Balor or Dominic Mysterio.
Nah, not
would
at all.
Would y'all at either matchup? Would you be mad at that?
Nah.
Because with each group's respective drama, each side could sell itself. And between now and SummerSlam, when the match is going to take place, bro, you good.
I ain't gonna lie. If Imperium get Ilya Dragunov, Gunther becomes
that's the other thing.
Champion.
Exactly. You could do so much with Gunther now. You could power up Ilja to get a title defense. You know,
now, I could be wrong, but has Giovanni Vinci been excommunicated from Imperium?
Yeah. They
sent him
to SmackDown. He on SmackDown.
But he's for sure out the group. That's confirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they get Ilya.
What, to stand with them?
Yeah.
In alliance? That's powerful. That's powerful.
Because that's how Imperium started. It was a collection of like that side.
If Ilya can stand with Imperium.
Yeah, that's some powerful shit.
Because you had like Giovanni Vinci was from like Italy or some shit.
If Ilya Dragunov, the Mad Dragon, can stand with Imperium,
man,
I'm sorry, Ilya and Gunther alone. I'm sorry, you ain't beating them. I don't give a fuck what you say, how you book it. You is not winning that fight.
That shit go crazy.
God damn.
Unwelcome your thoughts, man. We be on some shit. So when shit come to life, just remember, we was here.
If Parliament has the nest to book that, I'm sorry. Ain't nobody winning.
I mean, I feel like Imperium, they was due for one too. Like they should have had a dominant. I don't want to say they didn't have a dominant run, but it was more Gunther having a dominant run. Like we ain't never see Ludwig and this dude Giovanni dominate with the belts. Like that was Usos in them with the undisputed.
Also, this is the first time we've seen Ludwig Kaiser kind of like show his stuff.
Yeah, he's working cooking right now.
Yeah, it's out. So this is the first time we actually seen his stuff. Like I don't know why we didn't see NXT. Maybe it's because they're focused on what Walter could do or that now Gunter. But we're now seeing what Ludwig can do. Call me crazy. Call me
clinically insane. But can you imagine a world in which we see Imperium link up with Gallus?
Nah.
Call me insane. Call me clinically insane.
Yeah, he took a mean left with that one. He's up a wolf gang with them now.
I'm hitting donuts in this bitch.
On Ludwig though, man. Listen, if I started dating Tiffany Stratton, you know what I mean. My wrestling would get a little better too. By the way, you know what I mean. But that's just me.
My boy definitely
talk to him.
I think. I mean, it could be another situation if Ludwig wins the Money in the Bank. I feel like that'd be, you know what I'm saying? I'll be honest too. Wherever he from too, he bring out his style like a leather briefcase or some shit. Do some real different shit, like actually hold a contract. Like you know how they be having these briefcase. I know when Priest was holding it, they showed the contract. Like they was playing around with what if the contract really in there or not? Like you know what I'm saying?
Can you imagine?
Has over a lot of these guys that charisma. Like he has that. He has that Hollywood style. Like you know what I mean? I think it could be in movies.
He be sitting there
can you imagine a world in which William Regal manages his son Charlie Dempsey and Ludwig Kaiser? Imagine that shit right there. Let that sink in. Let that seep down to the soul for a minute. Just Charlie Dempsey with what he's been doing so far NXT mixed with what we would like to see in a meteoric rise with Ludwig Kaiser. Let that sink in. You had William Regal to the mix with both of them.
Now, would you want them as a tag team or just like singles competitors in a faction?
Would it fucking matter?
Yeah, because I'm tired of seeing Ludwig in a tag team.
Honestly, to me, it wouldn't make no difference. Either way,
it probably wouldn't.
Either way, they would be stars right then and there.
Nah, I think Ludwig is a star right now. He already working towards it.
No, but just them two either linked up as a tag team or being both managed by Regal.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I feel like when I see Imperium, Gunther got a lot of shit to say, but Ludwig gets a lot of time to talk too. And he don't really need a Regal talking.
Better on that mic. Gunther got a lot better to me.
Well, he's always been more. He's always been nice. That's the thing. But again, like even when Ludwig back in WXW in Germany, he was always a silent killer. Now we are just now seeing his personality, but also we are just now seeing the personality of the seed of William Regal.
Mm-hmm.
You get both of them together under Regal's tutelage. I promise you, in less than 18 months, you're going to see tag team champions gold or both of them. Not even. I mean, folks will compare it to that, but you will see those two prosper as either that brand's champion and secondary champion, or both of them will be world champions. I'm saying it. I can again, if Regal polishes his son and Kaiser, you can. I can see a world where you have Kaiser as a champion for SmackDown, Dempsey as a champion for Raw. I can see that. I see that right now. It's clear as fucking day.
That's what we doing.
I think a razor start going crazy when he get in.
That's what we doing.
Delivered. I see that right now.
Nah, it's too much work going on for you to just try to push them to the side for these brothers.
Yeah, we push to the side. Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker getting pushed to the side. Like
no. I'm not saying he ain't gonna be in the mix. I'm saying as far as the be-all end-all for those divisions, those two will be major players in each group.
Look, Mullah out here. He's starting the comedy.
I'm crying.
I ain't got no brass knucks, Mullah. I ain't got no brass knucks. We good.
Man,
I ain't got that curly hair either, but we all right. But I'm just saying, like, based on Dempsey's progress in NXT versus what Luda's been doing in the main roster, either both of them will be a main champion and secondary champion on one show, respectively, but also, assuming Dempsey can get his shit straightened out, I can see both of them champions on both brands. I can see it. They both got it in them. They both have the charisma, both got the ring work, both are slowly getting on the mic work. Again, it's only a matter of time. But if anything, that just makes both divisions that much deeper.
So did we touch on all the matches that was on the card?
Nah,
I think we covered.
and I don't think I got your opinions on the after what happened with AJ Styles and Cody, like Solo coming out.
The first match.
Yeah, and that and a little bit of the last one.
Remember, like on a few shows back, we was touching on just like what possibilities and things like that. We was talking about like they're building Solo into that guy. Remember he was losing, now he's winning. You know what I'm saying? He beat Kevin Owens. Like I feel like remember that world of maybe Roman comes back to Solo really being a man. Like they painting that picture maybe. You know what I mean? So I thought that was a glaring moment when Solo came out and stared down Cody. Like it lets you know what direction we're kind of going. That's next for sure.
I know. Razor had said something. I don't know if it was in the
shout out to Moolah, man. Salute.
Fact. Shout out to Moolah. He was saying that Solo should have just stood at the clapping and then walked away.
We did not see him get active. Just pull up, clap, maybe pat him on the back, say, "Hey, go work, kid," and just back out to show that he like Sullivan was saying, Cody rent free in his head right now. The bloodline is rent free in his head. Anyone breathe through the bloodline, like Cody just starts just freaking out, spazzing out, whatever. Solo did not do nothing. We did not need to see the bloodline. We did not need to see Tonga Loa. We did not have to see Randy and KO. That was all unnecessary.
Are we building towards a 6-man match at Money in the Bank with these participants right here? The Bloodline, Kevin Owens, Randy, Cody. Is this a way for them to get Cody away from defending the championship?
We'll probably see that.
Go ahead.
We'll see the 6-man more on SmackDown than Money in the Bank. To be honest, that's my opinion. That's my hopes.
But if you are right on that HD with the Money in the Bank situation, we seen that trademark come out this week.
Right. That's what make me think. Okay, that's the time to debut PLE.
You know what I mean? 6'8", 7-footer is on the way.
Now, so I'm glad you brought that up because this past Saturday, New Japan announced their blocks for the G1, as I mentioned. In the G1 is a gentleman by the name of El Phantasmo, a.k.a. ELP. More notably, he was from the faction known as the Guerrillas of Destiny. This G1, he was listed as a member of Hontai, which is the New Japan main core group guys. This whatever. So I thought that was very telling that Hikuleo was definitely WWE bound. And again, now if that's his demeanor to debut, either Money in the Bank or SummerSlam or whatever.
Remember,
where does that leave my boy Jake at?
I think he lines with the Usos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Did you going to say HD about what Solo said?
That he had Cody in check, right?
You got him in check, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, so all of this.
Remember he told Paul Heyman that.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So now this keeping him entangled with this, and then he got help, right, from Randy Orton, the Legend Killer, future Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Owens, former champion. But then they even the odds. You know what I'm saying? Hikuleo pull up. Though he got him in check once again. Like, damn, bro. Just when I'm thinking, like, I got help. Nah. The numbers changed.
It makes me think who's going to be Cody's opponent at SummerSlam. But if this is a Money in the Bank match, who's going to be his SummerSlam opponent? That lets me know something huge.
Kevin Owens or Randy Orton, maybe. Maybe they turn on him.
Honestly, I can see the world, which is Solo.
Who?
I can see a world in which is Solo, because Cody will say, "Hey, Solo's had my name in his mouth." He said, he got me in the palm of his hand. All right, Solo, pull up." And then whether he wins cleaner, but definitively if Cody wins or whatever, that'll further entice either Cody versus Rock or whatever the case may be.
Wait, so let's be here. Are we going in this code? Like, Roman had the belt for how long?
1,300 days at least.
Right. Are we trying to keep this? Like, how long is this Cody able to like? Can y'all see him losing the belt this year? Can y'all see him losing it this year before Roman like get back or before WrestleMania?
I can see him losing to Rock.
I could see it if done right. He could definitely lose the belt done right.
But
what I mean by done right is kept in storyline. Like if you want to take the belt off Cody, and now this is a chance for other superstars to come up, you have it done where The Rock makes that call. You know what I'm saying? And whoever says superstar is, now they lit, but Rock and Cody still got beef.
Okay, so HD, let me ask you this real quick. I'm saying right now he drops the belt to Rock at SummerSlam. Unless we see a worthy competitor at Money in the Bank. Other than that, it's gonna be Rock at SummerSlam. What do you have?
Okay.
And,
all right. In the world, can y'all see the world?
Lay it on me.
Where Solo ends up the champion, Roman comes back, Cody's still in tied, and this shit turns into a triple threat. But now Solo is the man coming out with the belt. Roman's trying to get his strap back in his family. Cody's like lost his belt to this dude. Like, but they all got beef with each other. But now Solo's the man. It enhances Solo. He has the belt. Like
we talking SummerSlam or what?
People a chance to power up. Say what?
We talking SummerSlam or when we talking this big match to happen?
I'm not putting like a time on it. I'm just saying like, because I was actually like, can you see him take the strap off? Like, can you see like at some point maybe Solo having this shit and like?
Yeah, but when is my question?
Maybe Solo beats Cody at SummerSlam. Shockingly,
because I'm thinking Cody loses to Rock at SummerSlam.
I seen somewhere Rock got a fake injury from like working.
So he did bang his elbow filming a movie, whatever. But they already confirmed it ain't that serious or whatever. So that's what I'm thinking. He could still pop up for SummerSlam, challenge Cody, beat Cody 1, 2, 3 or whatever, or even Bloodline rules. So again, post SummerSlam, where's Solo in the fold aside from being Rock's second?
I'm gonna be real. I don't see The Rock coming back right now. That's just my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't. Go ahead, H. Go ahead, H.
Nah, I just feel like it's gonna go left, bro. Like we can have a world with this 6-man match I'm talking about, Money in the Bank. Bloodline wins, right?
Yeah.
After the match is over, let's say somebody's on the outside, whatever. Who takes the losing pinfall? Maybe Kevin Owens, Cody, whatever. Maybe Randy. The other participant who on the outside, he just walk off and let them get the shit beat out of them. Cause now it's gonna be a 4-on-2. And that's gonna be the heel turn for Cody to face at SummerSlam. But now y'all probably thinking, why, right? I'm gonna tie it in. Solo still gonna press whoever, like if it's Randy or Kevin that do the turn. Like, yo, listen, whoever get that belt, that's still coming to the bloodline. So it don't matter what y'all do, and it still make Cody goes over. He beats Kevin Owens, he beats Randy Orton. We still got Cody with the belt. We still got the bloodline fucking with him. To me, I could see that happening.
I just feel like I'm gonna touch on Razor with the point of Rock being a champion. I could see in the world like Rock was nation domination, man. He had a crew, like you know what I'm saying. Rock got this heel theme. When that shit hit, that shit's powerful. I could see him coming out with the championship, having all these niggas behind him. He could lay all these niggas. He squad deep on some nation of domination, and he the champ. That shit'd be powerful. I ain't even gonna lie. That should be crazy. But Solo possibly ending up being a champion.
That's not bad either, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. That's not bad, man.
Who comes back first, Rock or Roman?
What if you see my mind were crazy? I'd have said have both of them come back at the same time in the Royal Rumble. And the Rock Roman was out here eliminating everybody. He come out like number 29, and then the Rock come out number 30.
So let's throw this in the mix. Who comes out first? Hikuleo, Rock, Roman, or Jacob Batu?
Hikuleo.
When y'all really assess this situation, does Solo and Roman really have beef?
Yes, they do.
Like,
they most certainly do.
Okay,
I
because
feel like we
why?
don't have a confirmation, but it appears that way.
Why? Because Roman got sloppy with the family.
No, not even that.
At WrestleMania, he was telling you, bro, finish the job, bro. In the ring, he was telling you, finish the job. You didn't finish the job because he was worried about Seth Rollins, bro.
The beef was long before
the beef from the family because you got caught slipping, worrying about the wrong thing, bro. Now we taking it into our own hands and we're getting the belt back. We were getting it because when we get it, we're not losing it this time. That's what I think Solo is on, bro. It ain't even that personal. It's just like, as for the family, you was slipping with it. Now I'm here to get it, and it's going to be held the way it really needed to be held. And if I gotta fight you, for you don't have it because how you had it and what you did with it, that's what it got to be.
The beef started long before that, my brother. The beef started. The beef started. The beef started when Roman Reigns first learned on a SmackDown in which he could not control Solo Sikoa. Solo knew what was taught, what the mission was specifically, but that's all he knew how to operate on. That's all he knew how to regulate. The minute like Roman will send him, and then he'd have to like physically fight back to hold him back. That was telling him to say, "Hey, you created this monster.
Solo is the brothers of Jimmy and Jay, bro. At the end of the day.
And Roman has proven
them disrespect his brothers.
And Roman learned that he cannot control that demon, hence why he'll likely recruit a Jacob Batu in his camp.
What you think is HD? What's your take on that? Do you think Solo really has it, or like how do you view this shit?
I'm gonna be honest. Like to me, it's hard to like do the numbers game when you're talking about all the people that's coming. Sometimes I be thinking Solo is really on the rogue mission. Like I think he on nobody's side but his own sometimes, bro. Like I don't even think he in the Rock back pocket. I don't think he in Roman back pocket. I think he doing his own thing, and then that's when the Rock steps in and like take over that shit. Like, yo, you wilding right now, bro. And then Roman got his own shit going on. I think Solo been on a rogue mission this whole time, bro.
All right. So when they all say on different times, like from the tribal chief, orders from tribal chief, who are they talking about then?
That's the beauty of it.
I mean, yeah, because why weren't when Roman was trying to win a championship, why the Usos weren't tribal chiefs? I feel like okay, so is that the mantle of whoever's holding the heavyweight championship? Like you the representative, you sitting at the top of the company's totem pole. Is that what's the tribal?
No, like I feel like the whole rollout of like the higher ups said The Rock has control now. Like I am the tattoo he got, the shit he was showing when he was coming out. Like I'm
The
bigger
high
than
chief,
you, Roman.
the high chief, right?
We all voted that I'm control now. I'm in control now. Me, you're not. Me. Rikishi, Haku, they all signed off.
Because then it go back to prestige. There's no belt. Nobody like so. Rock go back to the one holding it down. He got the name.
The bloodline tree, guys. The bloodline tree.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying we could get Solo versus The Rock.
I'm saying Solo is taking orders from The Rock. I think that's kind of like obvious that Rock is over the helm of this. He's putting out the orders of all this, and he's gonna prove Solo to put his gang together and all that.
But say Solo gets smart and tells Rock, "Hey, this is all me, Tama, and Tongaloa, and even Hikuleo. What you got? You didn't put it on this."
But go back to what HD said about niggas. A few weeks ago, Solo told Paul Heyman, "We got Cody in pocket, and he don't even know it." That's why Cody's having feuds with other people. Like he don't even know he's on them.
Mhm. But
And I
he
think
never
The Rock
says,
is so powerful that do you really go against, like, and when you in the family, like, do you decide to go against The Rock? It's like, you know what I'm saying? So they might turn on Solo.
who's to say The Rock isn't in on what Solo's got going on right now as far as Cody?
And this for
Like
me,
she
this is
said,
where the number games is playing dangerous because it match up. Let's say you got Roman, Jacob, and then the Usos. That's 4. But then on the other side, what you gonna have? You're gonna have Solo, Tama,
you got
Tonga,
you go have Solo and
The
the Sons of
Rock.
Haku
You're gonna have
and The
5
Rock.
versus 4, right? And then we gotta wait for the Zilla stuff too. Like we gotta wait to get there too. Like we've been talking about. Like I think the brother's doing very well for his like entrance into the wrestling world. You know what I'm saying? But everybody else we've been talking about, they've been seized. They've been out here working. New Japan for years. Jacob Fatu MLW. So do y'all even Solo? He had to do a little few joints on the indie before he got the NXT. So do we just rush Zilla into that main event? Like
I'm glad you brought Zilla up. I seen the other day that man got a jumping jumping spike that looks lethal. Like I don't
crazy.
that dude moveset is fire. Shout out to him. And he followed me on the gram. He's a solid brother. He's a real one. Shout out to him.
He's gonna be a problem with any promotion that he signs with. He's gonna be a problem in the best way possible.
Mm-hmm. So that's how I'm concerned about how they rolling them out and the numbers game of where we getting at and how we bringing everybody out and rolling everybody out. You know, that's why I feel like Solo on his rogue shit right now.
You know how like we are choosing who will go who? Like, who might go with the why can't it be a world where Rock got 7 niggas? These niggas is all killers. Like I got all killers.
That's the other thing. Is it 2 camps we're getting? Is it 3 camps we're getting? We don't know.
I think it's 2, man. I think it's 2.
It could be 3. We don't know. That's the beauty of it.
Right. That's just my guess.
Because for all we know, Thomas said we working on behalf of the tribal chief. That could be Solo. It could be Roman. It could be Rock. We don't know. All we know is that Solo is saying let's fuck some shit up, and the Gorillas are like, all right, we with it.
When did they never really like, all right, how do y'all feel about like when we think, because we think on a real deeper level with this shit, like, right? So how do y'all feel about like them not touching on why hasn't Paul Heyman got in contact with Roman yet? Why hasn't had been a second word? We don't have to see Roman, but maybe we hear him on the phone, we hear his voice, we know that he's alive. Like, why hasn't they touched on that, or just at least?
So with the last week, whatever, or 2 weeks ago, when during the anointment by order of the tribal chief Roman Reigns, Solo was in charge, and that's all we know about everything. It's just until Roman gets back, Solo
said that maybe was forced to say that by Solo.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying. Like, until something else happens, that's what we are led to believe. Correct.
Right.
Now, again,
I feel like Roman and Paul have like an understanding that, boom, once he lost, he gave him that hug, like, yo, bro, I'm out of here. Like, I'll holler at you. And then from a real strategic standpoint, you don't want to let even your wise man, you don't want to let your wise man know your next move when you got Solo right there that could just bully him into letting them know what's the next move. So on a strategic standpoint,
especially what he learned with Brock.
You feel me? Right. Like,
so you saying HD, like they got Roman come back, like I've been paying attention to everything type
shit. Like you just didn't know when I'm a strike.
Right.
Like he coming back real stealth strategic, like, you know what I'm saying? Like type shit. Cause
they paint a picture like one like they like, this shit would be a while before Roman come back, but let's just say like they show a moment that we seen on Raw like with Tom and all them there talking to some shit about, you know, Roman, and Roman's in like one of the trucks the whole time. We didn't know that he was there. Like he caught them like one time talking about that. Like some crazy shit.
Here's my question for you two gentlemen. Like between now and Royal Rumble, how long is too long before you bring him up?
Bring who?
Roman back in the fold.
I want him back at the Rumble.
Yeah, I want Rock and Roman at the Rumble, 29 and 30. Rock those out, Roman.
I'm
Rock
thinking
those out, Roman H.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. That's we bringing Roman back to get thrown out.
It's not that. It's that it's gonna make the fight for Roman even crazier. Like,
okay.
Imagine he captures a championship at that moment. My bad, Razor, to cut your wisdom. Like, imagine Rock, he already got a main event. We know he's going right to WrestleMania main event. But in that time, if y'all want to make it for the belt, Roman just go capture a belt in that time period. Like, whatever's the pay-per-view right before, he go get, now it's the title, man. If y'all don't want that shit, then you don't have neither win the Royal Rumble, but you still get the Rock eliminating Roman and somebody else eliminating the Rock. And now they just looking at each other like, oh, it's split.
Could you see could y'all see I'm just throwing out theories. This is box office theories. Cause I might ask y'all this before. Could y'all see a world where the Rock gets so dominant with all the guys he recruited to where Seth and Roman could put aside their shit and he teams up with Roman?
So I have
a Shield back vibe, like ain't the original, but it's like, you know.
So I have Rock coming back after Cody wins at SummerSlam. Cody defends.
That is involved here. That's not.
Oh, hold on. I have Cody wins that SummerSlam main event, whatever, blah blah blah. Rock comes out, does some shit, whatever. The following PLE after that, whether it be Elimination Chamber or whatever the fuck, Rock does some more shit. Either incorporate Jacob or whatever the case may be, messes with Rock. Royal Rumble's going on. Rock comes in mid-20s or whatever. Roman comes in number 30. Place goes ballistic. Roman wins number 30 from number 30. And as they're setting the table for possibly Roman Cody 3, say the final 4 participants are Rock, Roman, Seth, and just put anybody else in that 4th spot. Everyone's tried chanting that Rock or Roman side up because of the whole Shield stuff or whatever. Roman's going with it or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. And then Roman makes a beeline, hits a 40-yard sprint, goes right through Rock with a spear. Much like when DX and Cena were in that one match for that one Brandon Battle Royal, when Michaels hit Triple H with that super kick, Cena's just like, that wasn't talked about type shit. So then says like, nothing's real.
When you because I'm just H, you could chime in too whenever you're ready too. I'm just talking on shit.
Yeah, good.
You know what I mean, like with Seth, right? Ultimately, him being heavily invested in with Cody and trying to help him with the bloodline kind of weakened him, and that's why Drew cooked him. Like, so he literally lost his belt because of the Rock. Rock was saying throughout that whole process, we're gonna make sure he lose that too. You know what I'm saying? And he actually lost it. He had the 2-on-2 the night before, coming the next night, get cooked. Lost. You know what I'm saying? He has that role with Roman, Woody-woo Roman chooses to go at him, he loses his title. They have in common that Rock fucked them both over. If the Rock is doing this with Solo and them,
but
they both getting fucked over by the Rock. They would have a reason to at least come together for a bit to go at Rock. But I'm just saying. Because Seth is involved there. When he come back, he got to have some sort of like revenge. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he lost his belt. Like, that's the last time we seen him.
But Rock and Cody were not involved in the dissension of the Shield, which is something that Roman holds near and dear to heart.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, Seth Rollins is some fuckery to him.
Like I said, Roman is there to be.
Seth Rollins, like the whole time we all Seth Rollins fans, but I ain't gonna lie, he kind of slimed like Roman Reigns. So I'll be honest too, even if Seth Rollins came through with a man-to-man apology.
No, but he's slime right. He's slime Roman Reigns. Right, Roman Reigns got his get back, but in the midst of
No.
getting his get back,
What was the get back though?
He did not. He didn't beat him 1-on-1. Roman has never beaten Seth 1-on-1. Therefore,
he just
that
choked
was
him out. Yeah, he just
I thought
choked
the
him out.
chair shot. I thought the chair shot. All right. So y'all think it's supposed to go into a match? Like, what if the whole thing was just a chair shot? It ends
No,
there.
I'm good.
Like,
I'm good with that and the apology from
so-
Seth Rollins.
so
Like
we-
Seth Rollins go to him like, yo, my bad, brother. I've been fucking with you all these years, bro.
but
Because
Roman
ultimately,
past that Shield shit. We're going into a new chapter. Like, but we understand they got that history, but this new chapter is that the Rock and these niggas is powerful. He fucked us over. I lost my straight. Like, we still brothers. Like, we came in this shit.
yeah.
Like,
but Roman being the animal that he is, say no. When we had our 1-on-1, I didn't beat you. The score shows you beat me, so we ain't done yet. I still gotta whip your ass.
Nah,
so who's gonna be the villain? Who's gonna be the man in that match? You know what I'm saying? Like, Roman's supposed to be coming back as a baby.
So
He's coming back in the angry form to go at
Roman will definitely be the baby face. When he gets his look back with Seth, it'll be one of those like collateral damage type shit saying, hey, you told Seth, hey, you knew this day was coming. You knew you had to put them dukes up. He whipped your ass. He got you. It's done. Now when he goes to Roman or to Rock's gonna be the definite baby face or heel and all that. And ain't no one gonna cheer against Roman after that, after he beats Seth.
Triple H and them is going box office. They going for Hollywood. They going for some shit, next level shit. It's Netflix coming, man. This shit ain't finna be through the front door, man. They finna do shit to blow people's minds, man. They trying to blow people's minds, man. I think them coming together at some point, having it intertwining will be special. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how they do it. And depending on how powerful the Rock and Solo all be by the time they both come back and all that. Like, I think that it could be a special. Just remember, Triple H said in that press conference at WrestleMania, man, Roman next storyline, man, is like that, man. That's what he said, man. I'm holding him to that, man.
I think it could be as simple as Seth Rollins. It's kind of like Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens when they was beefing, right? Like Sami Zayn was in the bloodline and all this shit.
Right.
Whoop-de-whoop, fucking with him, and then he had that moment where like, nah, I'm not gonna do you like this. And it could be as simple as that. Like Seth Rollins makes a save on Roman when he really needed, when Roman ain't got no help, and that's like his my fault moment. Like y'all was just saying, like, nah, we still brothers though, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know I'm not bloodline and all of that, but
but I literally don't think we get that until after Roman puts a pause on Seth, because Roman's gonna hold that one match has as Survivor Series saying, "Hey, I didn't beat you, therefore, no, it's still on site with us."
you think that matters to him?
That's what I was saying. Like, I don't think that
That's that pride. That's that pride.
Now, I think what mattered more was the chair shot that broke up the Shield, and like Snake said, when he did that, he just fucked up though. Like he got his ultimate revenge. Yeah, nigga, I hit you with the chair, motherfucker.
Right.
Like, but
again,
in doing so,
what was the lick back?
Exactly.
What was the lick back?
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's exactly how I viewed it, bro.
But that's
what was
him putting
what was the lick back?
That's him putting his hands on him, like.
Right.
Because essentially they were supposed to be on different brands, unless Seth Rollins would have got drafted to the same brand. But most part, they keeping them apart.
What was the lick back?
The
chair shot.
Roman hit Seth. That was it. No, fuck,
bro. Why?
Hell no, that wasn't the lick back,
bro. Because you're right. Seth Rollins won the match, but Roman didn't. He wasn't satisfied with just choking him out. What he cared that he lost the match when he still got the championship for another 700 days after that?
Because Roman has never beaten Seth 1-on-1. That's why.
But has he said that, or us as fans are kind of like putting that narrative?
It's in the record books. The one-on-one match they had, Seth won by DQ.
The Roman, and all he cared about was just getting that moment with the chair when he seen it. Like, man, let me just hit this nigga the way he did me. Bro, during the press conferences leading up to the 2-2, that man Roman was diminishing that title Seth had. Like, man, I don't care about that shit, man. That's the little, bro. That's the little weak title, man. Like, he ain't never showed me no emphasis.
That's the second place trophy.
I'm worried about you, bro. Like,
That's what I'm saying. He was just low key playing him the whole time, like, you know what I'm saying?
But what does the belt have to do with the fact that Seth and Roman that base turn got squashed? The belt is secondary. Yeah, Roman just treat the belt like shit, whatever. But it's like he was nothing.
It's just the symbolism only in the fact that Seth Rollins at that moment in time chose to break up the Shield to go with these niggas, do that authority shit. So I think like that was breaking the bond. Like you see how they storyline is family shit. Like they so now Roman is like, bro, all I could turn to is family, making the bloodline. So he was so I mean the match shit. Yeah, we could see. I could see that angle, but right now, where
But
we at with
you
it,
didn't beat the dude that stabbed you in the back. That's what this boils down to. You did not beat the dude that stabbed you in the back.
let me ask
yo,
you a question.
look.
Can you
Rock
get you
used
can
to.
get to that at any time, but this family shit though, family stab you in
That's
the
what I was
back,
about to say,
another
bro.
level.
Yo, Rock used to beat. I mean, Stone Cold used to beat The Rock at WrestleMania all the time. The only win that The Rock got on him was when Austin was about to retire and get out of there. You know, so I get what you're saying. But so what if he go have another match with Seth Rollins and lose? Like,
Then
you
that's
know,
more fuel for the Rock. Then at that point, that again.
nigga Seth would just tell that nigga like, yo, bro, I'm trying to tell you, bro, you can't fuck with me, bro, but like, accept my help, you heard? Like, I could see that too, though, low key, in a world where like they do have the match and Seth is still trying to help them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, Brody, like,
I'm
it's
just
no.
trying to keep it a bug. It's like, well, Roman still got to get his fade back or whatever, and he's waiting for Seth.
I
And
realistically don't see.
Roman got to
Roman's
get
not.
his belt back, Razor.
But what was the reason he lost that belt? He lost the belt because the bloodlust settled in. He saw Seth come out, Shield gear. He heard the Shield music play. Moxley Survivor Series a couple years prior to that. That shit touched his soul, saying, nah, he was on some disrespectful shit. So, because of that, because he still plays the Shield music and he sees Seth in the Shield gear, it's on site. And until he gets that one-on-one dub, it's always going to be on site because Seth chose to break up the Brotherhood.
We see that's when I don't think it's on site. He wasn't
Right.
treating Seth like it was on site all the time leading up to this.
Exactly.
But again, how often has Seth brought the Shield music?
That's when he gets tight. That's the point
That's
I'm
what I'm
making,
saying.
Razor. When he
That's
be
what I'm
trolling,
saying.
yeah, when he be
But when we gonna
trolling
hear the
him,
Shield
that's when.
music again, man?
Seth has brought the Shield music twice, and not once has Roman Reigns got the pinfall victory. That's all I'm saying.
I just think Roman's coming back. Got funny shit. Razor funny.
Nah, I'm
shit.
just trying to paint a picture, chat, where like I realistically I don't see Seth helping Roman like immediately. I'm just trying to paint this picture for y'all, chat. Where we painting pictures out here. So
Right.
rock with us, you know what I'm saying? We on our artistry shit right now. Like
The only way you get Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns to coexist is if John Moxley becomes a free agent from AEW. That's the only way.
they bring the band together on some real
That's the
elite
only
shit.
fucking way.
I don't think so because that there was a group. They all grew. Seth and Roman's grew individual, become stars on their own. You feel me? So now them being individual main eventers together, that's powerful too. Just it don't have to be like them fucking wear outfits and damn walkie talkies. They don't got to do that shit to like I
Play
think
the
it was
nostalgia shit.
So hold on. So Snake. So if Randy Orton decides to drop the Evolution song out of nowhere, you wouldn't fuck with it?
Who's he coming out with? Ric Flair?
It's just again, it don't matter. It's just the Evolution song. If he comes out of Evolution,
I don't think he's gonna come. Why would he come out to the Evolution song?
again, I'm saying Seth has dropped Shield song twice.
That was a part of the troll, like of the whole situation with WrestleMania. That was Seth trying to get in Roman's head again.
Because he knows it's gonna work. That's all I'm saying. Because that's always gonna be a factor. Roman's got to get his lick back versus Seth Rollins. Until that happens, as far as Roman sees
Roman
it, with
spared
Seth,
the shit out of Seth when he seen him in the ring.
but he didn't get the 1, 2, 3. That's all that he sees. Again, he gets primal when he sees Seth Rollins, especially when he hears that Shield song because of what happened.
Seth left and right every time he see him.
He did that Survivor Series, and he still got the loss.
I ain't gonna lie, like Seth Rollins really pulled the Kyrie Irving on him, you heard? Like he really just left LeBron on some shit, like. But the difference is he went and got championships. Seth Rollins did some crazy shit. He went and got them early rings, you know what I'm saying? But he really just got out of there, broke up a dynasty. Like, nah, I'm out of here, bro.
Yeah, and Roman knows that. And again, until he gets that one-on-one victory, Seth's always gonna hold that against him and say, "Hey, you never beat me. Guess what?
That shit hurt Roman. That shit hurt Roman a lot. Like he
Yeah.
wasn't right. John Cena killed him.
Pride is a real thing.
Bro. Nah, yeah, John Cena killed him in that promo. Like, you want to be a top guy, you're gonna have to cut a promo. Like, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to learn how to cut this promo. Had him shit face right there. Like he had to break.
Roman had him fucking stuck.
He broke him right there. I ain't gonna lie, I seen a bowl for that one too. I mean, he got a position in the company that didn't really affect him. But fuck, you doing that to what's supposed to be the top star? That's a good way to prep him though. He gave him that fire.
Make him earn stripes.
Yeah, facts. But that's the shit that, like, as to where I don't want to say Seth had an easier route, but the position he was put in was swell. He did well on the mic though. Seth Rollins, he was good on the mic. So
you can argue Seth progressed a little bit quicker at the time.
Yeah.
And Seth would have been more. He was more on board of being a heel at the time. Whatever, you can argue that.
He made a better transition. Different ring gear, different music. As to where Roman,
it was easy for him to adapt.
Yeah, you got like mad different iterations of Seth Rollins. You had the King Slayer, the Beast Slayer, Burn It Down, the Architect,
Monday Night Messiah,
the Visionary, like fucking
the Revolutionary. But again, because he was able to evolve more and more, that made him more universal for this specific role. And then again, hypothetically, say he doesn't bring up the Shield, say Ambrose sticks around, Shield's still around today. What the fuck is they doing anyways? Roman doesn't win. Seth doesn't win. What are they doing?
It's unfortunate that, like, what's one like? I think the Bloodline came close, and we seen a little bit with the Judgment Day, where an actual faction holds all the titles and really, like, they're dominating with all the championships. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So
they almost had something there, but they dropped it with them.
Did y'all see that report that said when WWE moves to Netflix in January, 80% of the globe will immediately get access to all WWE programming, which would include Premium Live, Raw, SmackDown, and NXT.
Now, that part shocked me because Peacock still has an endorsement until a good portion of 2025. So, say you have Netflix and or Peacock. If you have both, or either or, like, is it gonna matter or what?
I think
I think it's a good way for them to separate. Like, you still got original content on Peacock. Like, remember what I was telling you about those original shows, the Edge and Christian show. Like, if somebody want to go back and watch some bullshit that was WWE produced original content, you can find it on Peacock's rendition of the WWE Network, right? But for now, we're just gonna get the main roster programming, which is Monday Night Raw. If it's still gonna be on Monday nights, I think it is though. Raw, SmackDown, NXT, PLE programming on Netflix. I don't think that's a bad deal at all.
All we've been told is gonna be WWE Raw.
Correct. But in terms like, I think they could watch, like, you know how Peacock they do like these they upload like these shorts for like whatever section of SmackDown or NXT. Like, if you don't want to watch the whole episode, maybe they do that for Netflix. Who knows? But We'll see. We'll definitely see. Cause yeah, like you said, it's not gonna be live programming. You're not gonna be able to catch SmackDown live on Netflix. It's just gonna be Raw. But whatever else they talking about, that they're gonna
Well,
have on there.
that shit says SmackDown and all that.
Well, yeah, because they might show the like right now on the network. Sometimes on the Peacock, they update the episodes like 3 weeks later. Like for example, this past Friday, they're not gonna have it on Peacock. You might have to
Yeah,
wait for
but
that.
Netflix
Like
is a little fast. You might be able to watch that shit right after it's done.
that's what I'm saying. It might change.
Also, like Raw's been announced for a stream deal, and NXT's been announced for a stream deal. No one's saying about SmackDown.
Hold on, y'all. Ready?
So someone could still call dibs on SmackDown for the live shit.
Let me see. I'm gonna try to see if I get some word on that right there.
Because I think SmackDown's the only show that's been unaccounted for, aside from Dynamite.
Right now, what I'm reading on Sports Illustrated, Friday Night SmackDown currently airs on Fox in the United States. The Blue brand will be moving to the USA Network in October 2024. This will be part of a 5-year, $1.4 billion deal. $1.4 billion deal, which will also include 4 primetime annual specials on NBC.
So that means we could get
Tribute to the troops.
Saturday Night Main Event.
Maybe a tribute to the troops.
Now, me personally, as a fan of history, I would love for them to add a show where they're at the Greensboro Coliseum during what was it? There was one show at Greensboro that they chose not to televise that they could have. But like again,
yeah.
Oh fuck! What was it? Anyways, yeah, it was some show that had some historical significance. But again, if they're at Greensboro, if they're in Biloxi or whatever, any show that has some historical significance, please let us see that because we want to see it anyways. You could have a show on Walla Walla, Washington, and I'm going to watch it. Have that bitch live on the Red Rocks in Las Vegas, I'll watch it. Shit, anything.
So when they say like these annual specials, I'm wondering if they mean like bring something back like the Slammy Awards and make that a show.
Before we get into this, before we get into this PLE, I want to bring this up to you. So, your thoughts on them bringing back, potentially bringing back Bad Blood?
I'm cool with that.
How would you do it since you can't do it for just any match, just any card, whatever? It's got to be its own thing.
I even think, to be honest, in my own mind, I flirted with the idea of like, what if Judgment Day pay-per-view came back and like it was surrounded mainly around what
Judgment Day, No Mercy, Bad Blood, Taboo Tuesday, you name it.
Did they bring No Way Out back?
I want to say they did for a minute. I want to say so because because of the songs that they've had in the past for their shit. I've wanted the show back. I think that was the pay-per-view that they had when they had that song "The End Is Near." I think I could be wrong, but again, a lot of these pay-per-views that we haven't seen in a while were some of these shows that they had the best OST.
Yep. I'm gonna be honest too. I think In Your House, I miss that concept. Like I enjoy when NXT does it. Like
a takeover.
Yeah.
Any house was special. Takeover was special. Cyber Sunday, Taboo Tuesday was special.
Oh, nah, if they see, this is when 2024, this is when WWE will really drive engagement. So if they really did a Cyber Sunday, Taboo Tuesday, whatever, like, you know what I'm saying? And they actually let the fans vote on a match or
air both of them 6 months apart. I guarantee you both of them will sell out and do well financially. Promise you. Because those shows were well ahead of their time.
And Taboo Tuesday could even be for NXT. As to where the other one, Cyber Sunday, since they're about to move the PLEs back to Sunday,
or vice versa. A lot of NXT shows are on Sundays, anyways.
Yep, that's true.
Again, either way, you make it work.
When they bring in the PLEs to Sundays, is that when the new deal starts with Netflix? You know,
when from what I've read, it's whenever the deal with Peacock ends. Is when we should anticipate a change. That's all I've read. That's all I've heard. This is whenever Peacock ends, that's when you start thinking about when they're gonna big shit up.
Okay.
But yeah, we've gone on long enough. So, what was the second match of the
we covered in no order specific. We covered the women's one, Jade losing.
Well, no. So what I want to touch on that was yeah, we touched on the Jade botches. I want to further exemplify the significance of the hometown heroes winning that match, because we have two women that one have stood the test time of European wrestling, Scottish wrestling, getting their comeuppance for this match. And again, if you haven't watched any of their match, or at least Kaylee Ray's matches, respectively, in the UK, you are missing out.
Talk about it.
No, that was it. Because again, like with her craft, respectively, it doesn't get nowhere near enough love that it does, because again, it was at a time where no one was watching her. The UK scene had already been butchered, but she was still the one standing tall. Yeah, she ultimately went to NXT UK, but even then, it's like she was that chick. She was that top star.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. The rollout of them winning, like, you know, they family giving them flowers at ringside, that shit, it came across better than what I thought. Like, I thought it was just gonna be like this cringy ass moment, you know, crying in the middle of the ring and fans just chant. Nah, this shit was like actually dope to see, like them had a moment with their family and it felt genuine. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important part for me.
I'm gonna be honest. Once they got that 1, 2, 3, I teared up for them, because me as a fan have watched how much they have worked for this moment. And again, it is rightfully deserved of them, because both of them are extremely talented.
And I don't know exactly what tragedy Alba Fire has, so shout out to her for overcoming, you know, being able to escape reality for a second and entertain all of us and take her mind off of reality in itself and have a moment, you know what I'm saying, a special moment. So definitely W. You know, again, the match felt weird in itself, but in terms of a moment, I'm always like, you know what I say, like all truth. I was happy for him, he got his moment, but this one was more of a hometown, like you said, what they've been through in their career, getting from that side of the pond and coming over here. You know what I'm saying, putting the name out over here as well. Definitely meant a lot for them. So that's a W for them. We talked about the AJ Styles, and I got y'all thoughts on what y'all felt at the end of that shit. I knew they was gonna weasel in the bloodline. I know you told me that they didn't use them at Saudi, and it made sense. Why for me, I didn't see where they was gonna use them in this PLE, but I was like, bro, what's the chances they don't? You know, I like asking that question with them, like, and they found a way to weasel them into the PLE by hook or by crook. I think you were dead on, bro. Cause I didn't when you told me, I didn't know what you was talking about. Like, oh, he should have just clapped. And I kind of just seen the point of when they were attacking. Like after Cody won, I kind of started looking away. You know what I'm saying? I didn't anticipate nothing happening. So I would have been cool with Solo just doing a clap and walking off.
Yes. So my opinion, what they should have done was, again, have Solo come out, clap, whatever. It takes Cody a minute for him to acknowledge that he's clapping. Solo backs away, clapping away. Cody's looking around, all confused, and then they cut to it or break the cut, and that would have been enough.
Yep. And then what else we have for the evening? Did that go into the Bailey and Piper Niven's
So,
match?
give me 1 second.
Because I know it was AJ,
so,
then the triple threat.
uh,
I might be wrong. It might have been Sami Zayn and Chad Gable.
that's what followed after the women's match. And again, that match real quick. Regardless of who won the match, it was very well executed. If it, actually, let me get myself right real quick. We all know what the story, who the purpose of the story is derived around. It's around my boy Otis. His head right here. The story is derived around Chad Gable versus Otis. What IC title or not, Otis will persevere. He will overcome this story. And again, at the end of the day, it's going to be Otis as the IC champion, and the world will rejoice over it.
Let me ask you something. Is Sami Zayn elevating the IC title? Is it stagnant? Is it in a purgatory?
I would say it's more towards the stagnant section for right now, only because everyone's waiting for the fallout between Gable and Otis.
Okay.
Again, and also it's unfortunate to have the title belts be subsidiary to the main story. I get that. However, this may be one of these stories that's in that like 1 or 3 percentiles that where it's okay. This story has a mind of its own. It's a beast of its own, and it will ultimately be Otis being the Intercontinental Champion. He will beat his mentor Chad Gable. He will be the guy that avenges his Tucky, with or without Mandy Rose, with or without Maxine Dupree.
Well, that'll be the payoff from there. For me, the overall match, it was Chad Gable is amazing. He took a spot where he landed right on top of his head. Like
what that German suplex?
And like anybody that hasn't been in a wrestling ring or a boxing ring, like that plywood, that shit is hard, man. It's like covered by like a half an inch of matting. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's
think about it. Land on some 2x4s on the crown of your head.
Yeah, that's tough. Like, yeah,
that shit gonna hurt.
It just the way that his body and the motion of like he was able to just flip his body over rather than Did you see the clip of CVV taking the impaler from? Man, bro, I thought it was over for CVV. My boy Chris Van Vliet, he got stuck in mid motion, but couldn't get over. My boy Gangrel had to put his hand on his chest. Like, you good, bro? You good?
Sometimes you gotta do the little. You still with us? Just move them around a little bit.
Bro, like, you here, bro? Like, nah, cause yeah, man, that shit look sweet, but you all landing on your head. So shout out to Chad Gable. I personally feel like I don't know what was the point of him going back to like this. Like, I feel like he went back to his old gear. Like, gear don't really matter as much, but I would have liked to see him more in that darker colorway that he was donning. You know what I'm saying? He kind of went to like this babyface gear he was wearing a couple weeks ago, and it just felt like a wash kind of match where, like, all right, boom, if y'all not gonna give him the title, like you said, now we in this program with Otis, and if Otis don't go over, and I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of one of those situations.
Old habits die hard.
You feel me? Like, so that's to be seen right there. Yeah, I see belt. I want to see where that go from there. As far as that, I don't got no more to say about that match. I'm gonna be honest, I found the Bailey and Piper Niven's match more entertaining. With no
Oh,
shade to them, but this match was more entertaining.
very much so, because again, Piper being the hometown hero, that part of the world, like I said earlier, is very familiar with her resume as far as the indie scene or the UK scene, or that matter. They want her to be crowned the champ as a Freedom for Laborers, but Bailey took the pinfall off of a crucifix driver or something like that.
Yeah. I just thought it was well put together, the whole match. Like even down to Chelsea Green on the outside, getting thrown out, attempting to come back with the luchador mask on, getting spanked out by Bailey. Like, you know what I mean? Um the low key distractions, it made it in the way for it was designed for Piper to, like, you know what I'm saying, take that L obviously. But the whole mission was to make her look more of a stronger and believable competitor.
But as the match as a whole, I would love to see the rematch.
Yeah, a clean joint, no shenanigans.
That is a match that, again, could very quite possibly sell out any venue,
Again, I
especially
don't
if
think.
you're, especially if
Mhm.
you're in Europe, maybe Mexico, Japan, because with uh, Piper's resume as a whole, you know what she's about, you know she's gonna bring it, and just let her do her thing.
I was about to say that, like, to the newer audience, I haven't seen much of her stuff before, WWE, NXT, UK and stuff like that. But to anybody that's seen her as like Dewdrop and stuff, that's probably their more recent memories. So the fact that they're able to re-establish her, I don't want to say rebrand because she's been Piper, but re-establish her as a dominant talent, that's dope. You know what I'm saying? Because now I feel like she's in that bracket. She's there. You know what I mean? Like she's always been there, but this is that step, that match that you needed to. Like, okay, like you said, we want to see a rematch. I wouldn't be mad at that. And we got time. We got time. Nia Jax ain't scheduled to SummerSlam.
Presentation equals perception.
We got time. Yeah, I was cool with that match too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not a lot of outside interference aside from her ballet, her tag team partner. You know what I'm saying? Cool shit right there. The last match, that after this we go on to the main event, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We spoke a little bit about it. We ain't really get to the whole everything. That spot Damian Priest took over the rope. Man, it's crazy too because I've seen him do that move many times. And just yeah, that night just didn't go right. The ropes was funny, everything. I feel like he misfired a little bit. Like,
Yeah, that was definitely ugly.
you know what I'm saying? Because I went back and watched it in slow motion a few times. Like he lands that foot, then it just slides right off that second rope, and he's still going in motion. Like he's still keeping the motion to go over. So the fact that he was able to still complete that match, though, to me was amazing, phenomenal, like professional. He knew there was a big spot at the end of the match that needed to be fulfilled, and he completed the job. He didn't call it off. It looked like there was a spot where the referee was really concerned and was like about to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hold on. My boy Damian Priest just mushed him in the face. Like, get out of here, bro. I got this. Proceeded to climb to the top and do a Hurricane Rana. Like,
So let me ask you this: so, just off of your honest opinion, should they have played "Broken Dreams" by Shaman's Harvest instead?
how much damage you want to do? Like, if you know you're gonna have Drew lose that evening already, do you make, like, it's like a bittersweet moment? Yeah, we giving y'all half what y'all
So,
want.
so I'm just saying, in both video vignettes during both his clash matches, we've seen "Broken Dreams" in the vignettes, never in the song. Now that crowd
did show once again very loud at certain points, but if they had committed to Drew, if they had committed to Broken Dreams as a song, could that have rivaled France?
It could have, but I'm gonna say this too. There's some troll ass Scotland fans. Y'all know CM Punk is out there fucking with y'all boy, and y'all out there rocking CM Punk shirts, front row and center. Like that's troll shit. That was troll. That's why I was like, when I told you this too, I was like, yo, at the kickoff, they was dead ass people out there chanting CM Punk and having his shirt on. I was like, oh yeah, they not even gonna be mad when this happened. I mean, like, I seen the boos and the videos after, but there was people that was happy. People in Scotland, there was some folks in Scotland that were happy with what they saw.
I didn't see anybody happy. I'm gonna be honest right now.
They found the best picture they could find of CM Punk finding the two jerk offs in the front with the CM Punk merch on. Like,
so that was actually a WWE camp just panning to the side, just happy to see them. That's all it was.
perfect.
That was just right place at the right time.
Perfect. But I feel like I definitely seen some CM Punk shirts now. They might not have been happy, but y'all know what y'all doing out there. Y'all playing both sides of the fence, man. Got to root for your boy.
Yeah, but it's working.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This story that what they did, yo, CM Punk when he did like how can I was marveled at his body language throughout everything he did. Because again, down to the camera work, would you have to give WWE that credit? He did standard run to the ring shit. Like if WWE fucks that up and they show us it's actually him running like panning down, it spoils the surprise. I thought
now once I noticed his slicked hair as he was kind of the 1-2, I knew it was him. So
same. That's what I loved about it.
Honestly, had they panned to where as the referee's rolling, you pan at his face, you might have got a little more mileage out of that, maybe. But again, with the Punk drama as a whole, there's not a whole lot you can do with it. I'm gonna be honest. That would actually generate more revenue for you as a whole, as a business. It's plateaued, but it's not plateaued for the worst part because there's still something you can do with it. But if you want to make more on top of whatever your climax is, it's very slim. But again, I'm here for it.
Then it was like what he did after. Okay, so you see the facial expression from Drew. Then you see CM Punk with the troll ass too. Like, yeah, I fucked you again. I did you in again here. Then twice. It's symbolic too, right?
And it's ironic because this is the equivalence to this in the UK. So it's like, hey, I get you that double whammy.
Double entendre type shit. And then right when Drew McIntyre is like walking towards CM Punk, in story, like we don't know if he's clear, he's gonna go see the doctors Monday, all that shit good. Okay, cool. He braces himself. Like, do what you gotta do. I fucked you over. Do what you gotta do.
I'm good.
Yeah, and I thought that was so like because it's also like CM Punk's a smaller guy compared to Drew McIntyre, right? So what a good way to show like I don't give a fuck about your height, your size, none of that. Put your hands on me. Come on.
Or also you could argue that Drew McIntyre didn't want to believe what was acceptable Punk or whatever because he's like, I'm not gonna get caught some bullshit, whatever. I'm not gonna hit him, and then you tell me, hey, he wasn't clear, whatever. Whereas when Punk comes in, Punk's cleared. Punk tags you. It's all good.
Yep. Playing mind games to the fullest with him right there. That's why I was like, them body languages, like, to go ahead, take your shot if you want, because I'm not clear. Like, and then just caught him square in the nuts. Get off me anyway. Like, you put your hands on me still? You trying to yoke me up? You wrinkling the referee shirt?
Or if I'm Drew, I'm taking that shot 10 times out of 10 because I'm a certain dominance.
At this point in the match, you're gonna get fucked over anyway, right? It's apparent. Like,
Yeah. You might as well assert dominance. Be like, hey, do all the games you want. I'll still run this shit.
now I say
And,
this. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. It was a bit cringy and funny and comical how CM Punk got the referee shirt in the first place. Now I said that I would like for them to like justify shit and give us explanations, but I think I take that back sometimes. I don't want to see explanation for everything. Just you can have Corey Graves say it, bro.
you saw the video, did you?
Yeah, he told the shorty to take her shirt off. I thought that was funny. I'm not gonna lie, but then I thought about it like, damn, he really went wild though. He told her to take his shirt.
He asked Jessica Carr for a shirt. Then he said, "You have an extra shirt," and that's how everything came to play.
Yep, and then she pulled off to the side like, "Yeah, I got you." Like, you know what I'm saying? Gave him the shirt, but then it was like, "Who made this official?" Like, you could just ask anybody for a referee shirt and it's lit. Oh, okay, so that's what I like in my mind, in my kid mind. That's what I'm going on. Like, oh, I could just put on a referee shirt and I'm a ref.
So that falls on, my opinion, the champion, i.e., Drew McIntyre, to solidify his stipulations to avoid such shenanigans.
And
because
again,
beforehand, he was calling the shots for the match. They had the match, or whatever. It was what it was, but because he was so hyper focused on Punk showing up, he lost traction of what the match really was about.
And then he got hyped with Damian Priest digging his own grave. He kind of lost sight of things, like oh yeah, shit. Like he thought his shit didn't stink. Like hey, CM Punk not getting involved. If he do, I got something for him. And the curveball, oh man, nah, the fit, like that face. I'm glad he really showed that shit. Like, you motherfucker, you did this. You did this. Like, you was the commentator. And again, though, everything is self-inflicted by Drew. Like, he should have not stood above the table and dangled his nuts over CM Punk's head. And he probably would have not got snatched.
And depending on who that promo was stepped upon, you could argue, you woke up who? Who'd you piss? Who? You piss off who?
Be careful what you wish for. Poking the bear.
Because again, fast forward to the hip hop community, you got M put out new music, you got LL Cool J put out new music, whatever. You got all the OGs coming out of retirement just to assert dominance. You woke up who?
I'm gonna be honest too. I'm a big CM Punk fan. It's incredible how he doesn't even need to be like. Yes, they flirt with his name in the championship scene, but we was hyped. That man just walking in war games after war games. We ain't care what the man was about to do after that. We ain't care.
He's in that 1 percentile of not only can do no wrong, but the reputation says enough. The resume says enough. A man that needs no introduction. You want some? Come get some. You can go poke the bear if you want, but again, you gonna catch a real one.
Yeah, bro. Like sometimes I be trying to explain this to wifey because she kind of don't like CM Punk because what she remembers of CM Punk, like she was a big Cena fan. So, and this is what I try to explain to her, like, yo, if you didn't like CM Punk, it's because he did his job well. He did his job well.
That is the beauty of it.
And she really like, oh, I don't see what you see in him, and I'm just like, you'll see. And then she started to come around, like, all right, nah, he do make moments and shit. And I'm like, I'm trying to tell you. So I've been fucking with Punk.
There's always a plan for the plan.
That's the beauty of WWE right there. Like the Audible is crazy. Like their fucking game book is wild. Like their playbook is immaculate. Like The audibles that the quarterbacks are calling on the fly.
They're arguably the only promotion where you can pull up some show, whatever. The event could be like, oh no, that time don't work for us. They'll be like, all right, we'll do this time from this time to where you can do your shit, we do our shit, whatever. It's good. And the event be like, how you figure that out? We just nice like that. We nice like that.
And it's just something that
you have everything figured out. We got a plan for the plan for the plan.
There's just some things, in my opinion, I could be wrong because I'm not like where that level of business of a Vince McMahon, of a Dana White, but I can imagine that there's some things that money can't buy in business relationships, and that's some years that y'all put it. You know what I'm saying? Like years of doing business with each other rather than it's like you don't sign the first deal you see, the first big money deal you see. These dudes done put in, they done declined deals. They done walked and betted on themselves. Like Cook, brother.
So take the argument for example. WWE, 50, 60 years of a resume, right?
In the world's famous arena.
AEW, 5 years of resume. Between those two companies alone, say you're trying to book a big spot, Texas, Oklahoma, whatever. Who are you gonna rock with? The company that's 50 years deep with a resume, or the company that's 5 years deep with a resume?
Especially when people taking shots at each other. And then it's kind of like, oh, you want to do business with people that's taking shots at us when we could just go to this arena down the block? All
But
right.
even then, again, WWE takes shots too. But it's like with WWE, it's like with their respective repertoire, they have persevered through all these obstacles, thus earning them the honors they have.
The ammo, they got the ammo, yeah. Like they could let off a few, like, yo, back off. Like y'all coming up the territory. It's like territory. You walking on the land, bro. We could let off a few warning shots. Like chill, back up.
It's not even that. It's just them them proving themselves that in this certain terrain they can weather the storm. That's what it comes down to. They have earned all their shit. They've earned the right to talk their shit. Say, hey, you give us this, and this. That ain't nothing.
And we've seen years with WWE. Honestly, they don't go back to cities for a while. Like it was a time period when LA and all of that shit was cooking for them. They didn't come to New York for a minute, bro.
Because they knew they had to earn that audience back.
Yeah, and they didn't come here for a while, bro.
They knew they had to earn that shit. They had to earn y'all love to come back. And then once they do that, all right, it's good. Whereas AEW, they'll go to the same spot 10 times in less than 3 months. And they'll be like, how come never to the lows they are? I don't know.
So it's just a good old supply and demand.
And we can argue that they're so far past that. It's just they could assume it's supply and demand when you break down the numbers. You can see that AEW goes to this city, say 10 times in 20 weeks. That's 50% of the time you're in this city. All right, what money you're bringing in? Well, nothing. Why are you going to the city if you ain't bringing no money?
WWE's even gotten small. Like obviously they got 2 brands, but even when they was doing that shit where everybody was on both rosters, they were. Do you remember this when they were hosting like 2 live events at once? They'll have one show in New York and then one in Chicago, like around the Christmas time, and then they'll send they'll probably send us Roman Reigns to New York and then Dean Ambrose and Seth to Chicago or some shit. Like they were splitting up the rosters.
And then the main card would go to the Troops.
Yeah. They was doing shit like that for real. Like we wasn't even. Now was where I could say like I go to any show, Raw, Smack, they load in the card like, oh shit, y'all bringing dudes from both shows over here. Like wow, like I remember before we had to really pick and choose. Like damn, we didn't even have that many Raw shows. It was like a live event. If you ain't go to a live event, you wouldn't see a WWE. You'll have to fucking go to like Connecticut
YouTube,
or some shit. Yeah, YouTube or like you'll have to go out of state for real.
and that is a testament to WWE because they, with their work ethic, has got his fan base to where they have earned the right to where they can stretch it out on the house shows, and the whole fan base is going, all right, well, who's going to win? We don't know. It's the beauty of it.
WWE, it looked like the way they schedule their shows is obviously very strategic, but they sweep the coast, right? Like you don't just see them bounce from like they don't do a drastic, oh, we're in New York one day and then tomorrow we're in fucking Toronto. Like they gradually work their way up. Like they hit the East Coast. Okay, we're in New York, we in Boston, Philly, Maryland. Then we get into Toronto. Like they're gonna do it right now. We get SmackDown down here June 28th. And then Canada's not too far from New York. Like you know what I'm saying?
Whereas they go from Detroit to St. Louis to Houston to Baltimore.
Right. And then it's crazy. Like even the Wembley to Chicago that one year, right? What was it, last year? That was a drastic, like, even though you split up the roster a little bit there too. But I could imagine if you got the same production team traveling, like that must be wear on them. Like it's just a bunch. It's a bunch.
And when AEW did that, to be honest, they really didn't split the roster that much because most of the folks were still in that same card, and it's like, what are you doing? You have X amount of crew ready to go. You're going to the same folks, whatever, risking injury, risking jet lag.
A week later.
And Tony's going, this is where the best wrestle.
The burnout be real. Cause that's something I always paid attention to too. Like the market for AEW is kind of getting smaller in the sense of like, yeah, they in a big state sometimes, but they're not always in the biggest city arenas unless it's like a Chicago. Then they're gonna go to all state. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So hear me out. So last year, this time NBA Finals, all right? AEW was averaging just under 900K fans. This year, they're struggling to keep 700K. What's the problem?
The jig for me is the jig is up. Like the excuse always been, like you said, this is where the best wrestle and let's get away from Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon is no longer there, so the only incentive right now is to what, wrestle Will Ospreay. That's what I feel like is the call. That's all I hear now. Oh yeah, go to AEW, put on the best matches with Will Ospreay. Now that's not a bad head nod to him, but I'm like that.
All right. So say you beat Will Ospreay, then what?
Danny Bryan, like it's just a slow, like you said, insert wrestler dream match.
Bryan Danielson is supposed to retire this summer.
Hopefully, make his way back to WWE. I'm be honest.
Supposedly he gonna retire and just be an AEW advisor or whatever till Tony Khan just hangs it up. That's whatever. But again, you have one match with two guys. Then what?
Get taken up into the elite bullshit.
No. That's it. It's you get the then what, and then you get everyone getting lost in the shuffle with the EVPs versus Team AW bullshit if you're lucky enough, or you get lost in the shuffle, or you're like Rusev, which you're on the show for 6 months out of the year to begin with, doing nothing. And that ain't fair to the talent because you have a talented roster. It's just invest in them. Give them a chance. You have guys that could very well give you 1 million viewership, or you have guys that could honestly, very quite probably, sell out a fucking venue, which you haven't done in damn near a year and a half.
They need to get right. I mean, I personally, I stopped investing my time into like it's too many moving parts for me in terms of like I don't know what to invest in. Like just when I'm invested to somebody, they getting overburnt, which leads to them getting an injury. Now they're taking off television, so I got to get reintroduced to somebody that should have already arguably been in position with a different championship, so I don't have to get reintroduced.
And that's one of the problems. They have all the tools, they have all the entities to establish the next generation. They have all the tools to establish the evolution of said brand. It's
I'll be
just
honest, it's not hard to see potential like Jade Cargill. Like we see she's money, but what they doing is holding some people hostage. That's the problem. Like they're not like for me a Wardlow. Like his best moments was when he had his long. Ever since he cut his hair, I ain't gonna lie, I don't look at Wardlow the same. Like it's just like it's not the same for me. And then on top of that, you shove him back into a group. Just keep that man on his own, bro.
to me, it comes down to this. It it comes down to who they're invested in, who they see value in, but more importantly, if push comes to shove, who can they see standing toe to toe with them if a fight broke out? Now,
Yeah.
given what we've seen recently, yes, you can argue that a lot of the folks that we do deem talented may not hold that throne, but that shouldn't disqualify them because we haven't seen them in such role. You can argue that. You can also argue that
Adam Page just feels forced. He's nice in the ring. He nice, but feel forced. Like that whole cowboy music shit. Like it's like what he's supposed to be a fucking cowboy hero, just save the day and shit. Like that shit don't cut it for me no more, bro.
you gonna make me do it on HD.
You do it.
You gonna make me do it on.
Hmm.
Hangman Adam Page ain't been shit and since he linked up with the Bullet Club. Hangman Adam Page ain't been shit ever. Without the Bullet Club rub, he's just a school teacher that tried to be a pro wrestler. That happened to be athletic. Nothing more, nothing less.
I could dig that. I
Yeah,
went back and watched some old stuff. I'm like,
yeah, you can go back to the cowboy shit here and there, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. As Bully Ray would say, yeah, blah blah blah, your sister's ass. Ain't shit there. He ain't the dude that folks perceive him to be. He ain't been shit and since or until the Bullet Club rub. He ain't nothing. He's just a dude that happens to be athletic. Much like an abundance of AEW guys that are currently contracted to Tony Khan. That's it.
yeah, I'm not digging. Like I'm not digging every time he been away from TV for so long. We just throw him into the heavyweight. Like why, bro? Why?
Adam Page has lost a Swerve clean, what, 2-3 times in a row? How could he be eligible for the championship when he's already lost as a champion X amount of times consecutively clean? He has no shot the belt. And on top of that, before Swerve won the belt, Swerve beat Page clean.
Drank his blood and all that. Like, come on.
So, I mean, I know a lot of folks see Adam Page as a top guy, but look at what he's done recently. Look at what he's done even maybe 7-8 years ago pre AW. There's nothing special there aside from the Bullet Club rub.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, for me, that dude feel forced, and that's part of the reason why I'm not invested into how they just insert certain people. Even like Adam Cole feel forced in AEW. Like I feel like in NXT, like he kind of earned his way through everything he was doing over there. In AEW, it's kind of like, oh yeah, we just going to like put you in this spot because of who you are, kind of shit. But like initially, a lot of people don't really earn shit. They just get in the moment because of what they did elsewhere, which that's cool to some degree. But I'm also like, I like how WWE check people. Like, bro, honestly, like, yeah, you did what you did, bro. But you gotta work our style, bro. Our style. Like, you
Now,
good? You did all that.
had AEW never announced who was the devil, had that always been unknown to this day, you could have got away with some of this shit. You honestly could have. The minute you announced as Adam Cole as the devil, and because you chose to do little to nothing after that, you fucked yourselves.
Right, cause you pissing on long term storytelling with nothing, with a whack payoff. So why should I get invested into your next long term?
Like I
What's the
said
incentive?
earlier, like I said earlier, the last thing you want to do is insult our intelligence. The second you do that, so I had a football coach back in the day that would always have this saying: I'll give you this much trust. It's easy to burn, but you have all this to gain. But the minute you lose my trust, you'll never get it back. So you have guys that on the AWS that are still triggered between this amount of percentage, whatever, and you have guys that are past this portion to where the trust is. There's no trust there, but Tony Khan being the boss saying, hey, they gotta be on the show. Put them on the show. You get crickets for a match. But Dave Meltzer will say it was one of the greatest things he's ever fucking saw in his life.
What if Dave Mouse over there doing a backwards sabotage? Like he know this shit ain't working for them, so he just keeps saying shit to make them do stupid shit.
No, because he's been anti WWE to the cores for almost 10 years now. And it's been apparent that recently Tony Khan was outed as being one of Dave Meltzer's junior correspondents for the Dirt Sheets many years ago. That connect ain't never gonna go away until either Dave or Tony says so. So that's the unfortunate part. Now with AEW as a whole, we all know they have all the outlets to better their product. They choose to not look at those avenues because in their minds, they're where the best wrestle.
This is where the best get hurt.
And again, as far as the injury percentage, yeah, you can say it ain't ballet. Yeah, you can say shit happens. But here's the thing. WWE, they're going 2, sometimes 300 days out of the year. AEW, most of them are going once a month and getting hurt. So with the injury bug, is it more of a detriment to AEW or WWE? Because yeah, WWE guys that are going maybe 250 days straight, then they get hurt. Whereas AEW guys, yeah, folks getting hurt once a month because they choose to work once a month.
And I think it's the style too. Like you said, along with not getting the reps into just going to uh intense style of a rapid pace style in some cases.
Okay, well, so all right. On that topic, look at Ricochet, Andrade, Phantasma, Rey Mysterio, Austin Theory, Grayson Waller, Jey Uso, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens. They could all do that style, no problem.
Yep.
And again, maybe once a year they're out for a couple weeks, maybe. Whereas AEW, you have Darby Allin, Juice Robinson. I don't know what the fuck he's been, but Kip Sabian and anybody. If they don't work for a month, they're probably going to get hurt.
Be them reps, like you said, building that callus. Also, just knowing the like, just being familiar with the just more reps in, you're gonna be more familiar with the four squares, the four corners.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. So WWE is a 20x20 ring. I believe AEW is 16x16, much like AEW, whatever, or like New Japan or TNA. But even New Japan, they'll have their young lions. They'll have them train in a ring to build a callus, build some type of repertoire, whatever. Try to game them up. Only AEW, they'll send any Joe Schmo that's been viral on the internet, put him in the main event, and then they'll say, "Hey, why was our number so bad?"
Oh.
Which is, again, I'm gonna be honest. To me, that comes off as a spit in the face to the rest of the roster because whether you want to believe it or not, you have a roster that's more than capable of competing with WWE. Should you develop a standard? Should you develop a core group of individuals who can maintain that standard? Because anybody can say they're going to go head up with WWE, but again, if you ain't got the cast that can stand toe to toe with them when push comes to shove in the money bouts, what do you got?
Like, again, I watch major sports, so I feel like, to me, everybody don't want a monopoly. That's cool, bro. It's not about a monopoly, but you don't have to be the direct competitor. Like, ain't nobody out there saying, "Yo, we gonna compete with the NBA, with the NHL, MLB." Everything else that's dead ass lit, anything lit underneath that, that's in America, is college, the development.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing wrong with, like how we always say TNA been like, they in their own lane. There's nothing wrong, but when you trying to, like, oh, nah, I'm gonna compete with the NBA, that's when shit go wrong.
Especially if you are ill prepared for it.
Yeah, bro. When
And,
you try to compete with Monday Night Football, that shit. See, all these football, even the XFL, bro, they know not to put that shit on when NFL's in season.
anybody can say it. It's just, do you have an actual plan to execute such statement?
That's a
That's
huge,
what a
cause
boy.
that's a tall task, bro. And people don't like. There's nothing wrong with dreaming big, bro. But like you said, they got to be a well thought out plan. Like, you can't just go in with the, oh, I got the money and I'm dreaming big, so fuck it. But like, some people can. It's that one rare, but it's, again, a very tall task, bro. Even you see it with the UFC. UFC just got big, and there be people trying to compete with the UFC. And to some degree, like, there was a year where I feel like Strikeforce and Bellator had steam and couldn't capitalize on that shit.
We'll go more recently. UFC 303. The main event was supposed to be Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler. Conor dropped out due to injury, so a lot of folks that were invested in that whole pay per view because of that one match has to drop out because there's no point in that whole card. So if you're a card that where the whole pay per view was derived around one particular match, how do you bounce back from that and keep motherfuckers invested?
Mm. They got, like you said, they got the well of knowledge. They just haven't fucking sent the barrel to the fucking bottom of the well.
Yep. Or we can also argue more recently the bout between Anderson Silva and Chael Sonnen. How that bout turned out, we don't know yet.
Right.
Actually, hold on. Do we know about that yet? Let's see. Let's see.
And then I'm not gonna lie, like I feel like Americans, like our homeland USA, we train to like if somebody lead an NBA and go to another sport or like another league or some shit, you might have some people that go watch and shit, but it's gonna be a very tough. Like even like LeBron James, Michael Jordan, like Michael Jordan. There's rumors when he left basketball to go to baseball, right? Like there was like a rumor that David Stern had kind of banned him for like a half a year silently and shit like that. So I don't know if Jordan's the best example, but most of these guys knew it was beneficial to just play in the NBA. Not everybody did what Stephon Marbury did. Went to China and became a Chinese legend. Like that's just a
So
factor right there.
a lot of folks saying that Chael Sonnen beat Anderson Silva by points, but not a whole lot on the fight right now.
Mm.
But again, you look at Stephen Marbury. You look at my boy personally, Boogie Cousins, trying to make it back to the NBA, playing in China. You look at who, just about anybody if you think about it.
Yeah, that's another. If those places are around, so you can make your way back to WWE, that's cool. Like people got to work on their craft somewhere, right? Like, you might not be getting, or WWE feel like it's not beneficial to have you on contract while just having you in catering for 3 years. Like,
But these other brands and promotions will show you how to adapt to that set lifestyle to where when you are in that position, you already know what the game is. You know what the game
yep,
entails.
yeah, bro. Because some people are just caught in the WWE style. Like, if they born and bred WWE, then it might be beneficial for them to hit the scenes real quick, the indies or wherever they need to go to get that wrestler feel in them. Like, and then back under the WWE storyline, it'll be magnificent. And some are just like Braun Breaker. He's gifted enough to pick up the story and the the in ring.
Or look at a guy like Super Crazy. Look at a guy like maybe Hurricane Shane Helms. Look at a guy like Billy Kidman, to where they're on the indies, just grind shit, whatever, try to help the young cats, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But there's other guys you can incorporate on top of that too.
How'd you feel about the overall PLE that we seen this weekend from Clash at the Castle?
Um, Within certain stories, I thought it did what it needed to do. However, there was one particular story where I felt that they kind of did everything at the service.
And which one
And
was that?
and that one story was uh the women's triple threat, because I felt that, yeah, I mean, yeah, the right people won the match, but they could have incorporated to where it was more definitive, because of the fact that they touched on Kylie Ray's history, they touched on Alba Fire's history, just all that in a whole, so it could have added more significance to it.
Was
But
this paper?
no, but just how all that happened as a whole kind of felt a little bit too basic. Felt a little bit too cookie cutter, in my opinion. They could have done a lot more with it.
Was King of the Ring, King and Queen of the Ring better than this?
They're not comparable in my opinion because both of them were trying to achieve separate goals.
Okay, and what about Backlash?
Again, same thing. All all three of these PLEs, they're trying to obtain separate goals, so you
They
can't really
definitely all
compare them.
had different feels for sure.
Yeah, so you kind of really can't compare them all because they all had different intentions, or whatever. Obviously, France was trying to encapsulate the liveliness of a PLE crowd to the fullest.
I'm not so much trying to
Saudi,
compare them. I'm so much like if we had to build a graph, right, from PLEs that we seen after WrestleMania in terms of our excitement level for it, I guess that's where I would like to make a graph for it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but you might have to make a graph because all of them kind of excelled in different categories.
so it'd have to be like a fucking a complicated different graph going on.
Yeah. So for example, so France, for example, encapsulated the crowd and their ambiance. Saudi encapsulated a lot of the diehard fans for the technical prowess. Uh, Glasgow kind of encapsulated more of the diehard fans that have been around for the indies and just for the diehards for that.
And more than anything, that one gave me like a hometown feel more than like any of these shows. That was real hometown like feel.
So each city had their own shit going on.
Cause the last two PLEs was kind of safe to say it was like an away game for everybody. South, except for Sami Zayn, arguably he got like a home pop reaction in Saudi, I guess. But France was kind of an away game for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I could agree with that. They all had different feels. Maybe have to make like one of those complicated, like in 2K, they got a graph where it shows the team's success, but they got different indicators, like you said, for different categories of the goals that were achieved. So I could definitely see that. I think they all hit the same. If in terms of storytelling, continuity, building, moving forward, I think they all match the same and getting shit done and having us look forward to the next one. So yeah, for me, it's equal on them terms. Anything else you want to add on before we wrap up? Cause like you said, we've been out here for a minute, man. We've been out here giving the folks what they want. We got Razor getting fucking lit, man. We got this man like he out here sipping the good stuff for 5 hours straight. Chat like, yo, y'all better send this man something on Cash App, bro. Like, send this man a bottle or something, man. Like, what's up, chat? Like, you know what I'm saying? We gonna have to
Hey,
this man
I know
right.
how I know how to preserve myself, but also to those around us in chat, I will say this: do your research. Do your research. I will test you on it
Ooh. You
because, again, much like everybody, I'm not perfect, but also I'm also in the lab. I'm studying my shit.
There you go.
There's stuff that I forget all the time, but again, that's the beauty of it. Like I love researching the history of certain matches, history of certain stipulations, whatever. It's not just WWE, AEW, whatever. Like, I'm watching everything New Japan. I'm watching everything Pro Wrestling Noah, everything AAA, everything CMLL. I'm watching everything just
It's good to
because
be
of the history.
educated. Yeah, the rich history. I actually on
Eh,
some weird shit. I like to stand corrected. Like when I have my opinions and shit, I stand on my shit. But I don't like to always be right. When I feel like I'm always right, it kind of get a little boring. So I do enjoy the twisted turns and people like when we got difference of opinions and shit. I love like how you stand in your opinions. We stand on our opinions, and I'm just open to all this shit going on. I just don't want to be right. Like being right this weekend kind of pissed me off. Dead ass being right this. Oh, if I see CM Punk, and I called that the triple threat women's match. Get the belt off of them. The other matches, I thought I called them like either way, like Bailey. I thought the only definitive one that I got wrong was Chad Gable. So they got me there, but
I think we all thought he was gonna win that one. To be honest,
yeah, so they kind of threw a wrench right there. Miss Baby Case,
but
I appreciate that support.
even then, whether I'm right or I'm dead wrong, me as a fan of wrestling, I'm more enthralled in the history of how we got here. That's all I give a shit about. Because again, if I have a chance to learn the history of it, again, that makes my knowledge that much richer, and that's all I care about. If I'm wrong,
That's
whatever.
no,
I
I
don't
mean,
care.
to the credit of what you're saying, that's what made me fall in love with what Bloodline was doing. For a majority of time, I felt like they was dead ass trying to hide the fact that Roman was related to the Usos. Like we got little nugs here during Usos coming up in NXT. We got the history of who was their father, but it never like this. The way it gelled now, that history, that stuff that you're talking about, that we can go like, bro. I went back and I went back and listened to a promo that The Rock and Rikishi had. You feel me? And I'm seeing like, damn, they was
I
fake on
might know
some
the one.
bloodline. Yeah, like they was on some fake bloodline shit back then for real. Like if you listening to what Rikishi is saying, bro, like he's saying I did it for our boom, like it's crazy, bro. Like and to see that in this world that we living in now, they can honor it the right way, go back to shit make sense. Like you said, that's the part I'm enthralled about for real. Like when it's kind of other stuff going on that was kind of like cheesy way to get, but I get pissed off with that. But the more history, like okay. Also knowing shit like like you saying, that's why I want to watch NXT more. I don't want to just see somebody got drafted on Raw or SmackDown and be like, who the fuck is this person?
And
I,
even if we're wrong, it makes my brain do this, which means I'm not much more invested.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I love being wrong. I love standing corrected. That part be getting me right there.
But it's fucking beautiful because again, you're allowing yourself to learn more about everything that you missed, and also have a greater appreciation of what you were wrong about at the same time. So it's like it's a double entendre.
Mm-hmm. And then like for me, I always told people this, right? Like some people, obviously people that are tuned in right now, we all love professional wrestling, but the people that don't get us and they like, they watch other things, they watch movies, they watch TV shows. This is a long life storyline. Like this is like a lifelong storyline.
We're giving you reason to treat certain storylines as movies. Because
And
think
I'm gonna
about it.
be honest, what movies are really going back like this? Like you just now seeing this in movies where they going back and making prequels and like origin stories and shit. Like
I challenge anyone to research the full history of the Bloodline, match that up with anything Marvel related up until Avengers Endgame, match both the motherfuckers up, tell me which one was better. And if you can convince me otherwise, me personally, Razor Core at Razor underscore Core, I will Venmo you $100 if you can convince me otherwise. But if I can convince you on top of that, it's no thing. But if you can convince me, y'all get $100.
and
Convince
then
me.
both do the same shit because in that Marvel time period we was getting a lot of fillers. Like each of these superheroes would get their own movies, right? Which were fire movies and shit, but we really had to wait till a cut scene to see what was going to happen with the Avengers type shit for most of these movies. Like
Everybody waited for
the
the Easter
post,
eggs, but
yes,
again,
like
if anyone watching this can convince me otherwise, as far as the Bloodline stuff, as
he
to
want
how,
bullet points. Like he want bring that argument, make a convincing case.
because again, I know most of my history. I'm confident in my history. Convince me. I want to give you $100. I want to give you that money.
Mm.
A wise man once told me, I'm from that show me era. Show
I mean,
me.
again though, the thing that captivated me with the bloodlines that they actually family. So it's like for me leaning on just if we talking about you telling me two stories, a bunch of superheroes and a bunch of guys that wrestle, but they actually family and they've had a hand in the business for so many years and impacted the way that wrestling has moved. One wrestler that's even in the Samoan dynasty has grown to be one of Hollywood's biggest actors. Like, if we're talking about add all of this in, like, you gotta really, like, we telling the whole story. Yeah, I think like that wrestling, it got me, bro. Wrestling got me.
So HD, I'm sure you watched the Disney animation of Tarzan, correct? By Disney.
Is it a new one or you talk about the old
No,
joint?
the old
Oh
joint
yeah,
that had
yeah, yeah, yup,
that had a Rosie O'Donnell as one of the orangutans or whatever. You saw that, right?
yup.
So look at the boy as in general. In the words of Phil Collins, I'm gonna try to do this justice. With the bloodline in general, you have two worlds, one family.
Mm. Nah, that's really how it is though.
And again, that's what's amazing about it, because again, just when we as fans think we have everything figured out, they do one of this real quick, and suddenly we're like, oh fuck, what else did we miss?
And then it's
and,
so relatable too though. Like, it's not
and
far fetched.
and then that's how we fall right back in love with the story. It's amazing.
Like, how do you like? I mean, I don't know how they feel, right? But if I'm like John Jones, and obviously he got other brothers. I think two of them played in the NFL. One of them might
One of
have
them.
been a champion, right? One of them played in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I think he was a champion in the NFL. And
I won't
or
go
he at
that
least
far.
played for the Patriots at one point or the Falcons, something like that.
He played for the Raiders.
Raiders. So like you could say I'm the tribal chief in the family. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that could be so relatable to so many other like
I held
athletic
gold. I am that dude. I'm the top dog over here.
Peyton Manning, Eli Manning. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the tribal chief. I'm the, you know,
Or
like,
yeah, again, Eli could argue, hey, I beat Tom Brady twice. Hey, you lost to him all the time. I'm head of table.
if you if you like them, if you like the Manning brothers, they had like a little funny tidbit on that show I was telling y'all to watch of the collectors that I found interesting. I was like, wow. I don't want to spoil you too much, but if you go check it out, you'll be like, you'll probably suspect, but I'm like, all right, cool. Like,
I
like
mean,
it just shows that that what I'm saying, the rivalry in the family of supremacy, it's a real thing.
I mean, they've always had their funk and shit for the most part, but I mean, everyone knows that as far as between the two of them, Eli is the top dog because he beat the GOAT twice convincingly. With all the marbles on the table for the whole kit caboodle.
And
Everything.
I'll be honest, this is kind of unprecedented, bro. We've never really seen generations, boatloads of talent for years on end in anything. Like, maybe you'll see somebody's kid play a sport like Ken Griffey Jr. But I'm talking about like these are like third generation, fourth generation. Like, this has been going on for decades. Like entertainment value. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's
Well, I
crazy.
mean, well, I believe Frank Gore Jr., the son of Frank Gore, is a free agent in the NFL draft right now.
That's fire.
I could be wrong on this. I believe one of Chris Henry, who passed away a while ago. Pac-Man Jones is kind of like take care of his kids. His eldest kid was in the NFL draft this year, who's quite a specimen himself.
Like, even that though, right? Like the Samoans, they got hands in playing college football. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they had that option of like, yeah, I could go to NFL, make a couple 100,000 million, or go to WWE. In the Rock's case, he got injured. I think Roman too, right? Like, you know, there's options. Like,
So
that shit is crazy. That's deep.
here's the crazy part. when The Rock gets injured, I'm gonna ask you and ask Kat. I'll give you guys 30 seconds. Who took The Rock's spot when he got injured
And the U
in the NFL?
shit, I
Yeah,
don't know. I'm gonna be
or
honest.
even in the U, I'll give you 30 seconds. Who took his spot?
Warren Sapp.
Crazy.
And
But that's a
again,
hell of a replacement right there. So now, did he transfer after The Rock got injured, or was it more like he was backing up for
they was
Dwayne to be paid?
teammates.
I mean, I could see that though. Remember,
They
Cam
were
Newton.
they were teammates. Rock had his injuries or whatever, but he was still balling. He then went to WWE. Warren Sapp said, "All right, I'm gonna hop in." The U kind of saw what Warren Sapp was able to do, and with Warren Sapp's credentials and his trajectory, the rest speak for itself.
Well, what it was like Cam Newton, right? Like he was behind Tim Tebow, and then he transferred somewhere else. So it was something.
No,
Cam Newton was
no,
behind somebody, or he left.
this would be honestly. I mean, it's kind of put in the context, but this will kind of be if Johnny Manziel was kind of seeing Baker Mayfield, and they were all at the same school, and Baker went on to WWE or whatever the fuck he went on to do. It's one of them kind of deals. But again, Warren Sapp went on to be a Warren Sapp, Hall of Fame caliber nose guard. Again, resume speaks for itself. Rock did his shit, but you'd be surprised how often that a lot of folks that were destined to be NFL bound, whether it be their own decisions or injury bug, whatever, the cards were where they were.
Yeah.
You had Barry Corbin, former offensive lineman. Roman Reigns, former nose guard for Georgia Tech. You had AJ Francis, Top Dollar, former New England Patriot.
Like you said, if it's in the cards for you, I mean, you could get it done. But that,
And also,
like,
are
wrestling
you
is
willing
special.
to put the work in? Is the other question.
That's always the main thing right there. You can't just cross over to something and think like it's just gonna be handed to you either. Like they obviously put in the work. That's what I'm saying. Like wrestling is so like, I mean, people think it's just like they go out there, put on a show, and there's like that's it. Like there's nothing. Like there was no work beforehand. There's no leading up to. There's no paying the dues. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of that goes on that people don't see. And to me, that makes part of the story. Like it makes their story more believable when they say shit like, "Yo, I scratch, clawed, I had to fight shit that you ain't even know, like shit that they're not gonna expose the business and peel back the curtain." But you read between the lines, you like, "Oh nah, like they really held dude back, like they was gatekeeping, like he really had to be out here busting tail while you watching other people that's call it what it is. They undeserving at that moment in time. You're not trained. You get in a fucking look. You get in a spot because of probably who you are, the popularity you coming in with,
And
or you just know who you know.
And then in a video package, you hear someone say, "Hey, I've been in the game 15, 20 years. This is my first shot." Suddenly, it's a whole different vibe.
Yeah.
This
This is a seasoned vet.
Yeah, he been on the grind. He been wanting this. He know what he wants.
This ain't a fan like one of us that he just decided to take this serious today. He been out here.
I mean, yeah, he one of us, but like I said, yeah, he been out here. He been putting that work in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he could be a fan, but he ain't just start yesterday. Like oh shit, he been around the world actually, traveling, passport stamped. Oh wow,
certified.
Yeah, like okay,
certified.
Right, and people want to sneeze because they don't know the resume. Like, who this guy over here? Like scoff, you know. That's the unfortunate part about it. But for me, I think it's like again, WWE is the best place to I don't know how now things are gonna go for the up and coming indie guys, how they gonna get looks in WWE. It seems like WWE's pretty set with what they're doing, grabbing former athletes. And unfortunately, I'm gonna be honest, unless somebody wows me on the indie scene, I'm kind of past that. Given the like, unless they really hot and they like all that, cause you put in work, shit, like that's cool. Like, but WWE's a formula. I'm not gonna lie, like you can't just put people in front of a formulated product on camera. Like this is a product we're selling to this universe. Like they already branded. Like this is a universe. This is our community. They calling a community a universe that's really globally expanded.
So with that being said, they're looking for like what we talked about at nauseam for a while now. What separates you from the pack? Cause we got everybody that can do everything in the game. We got motherfuckers that are strong, man. We got folks that can do every flip known to mankind, whatever. What makes you different from them?
And now is that more like it seems like with what I see in NXT, they guarantee it's real backgrounds, right? Like if wherever this person came from, they playing into that. Like, oh nah, she came from the MMA. Oh, she was a cheerleader. Oh, this dude was a bodybuilder. Oh, he was like the son of a. He's a second generation superstar.
They're dialed into the personality.
Mm-hmm. So, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, to look like for some people it work. Oh, I've been on the indies for 15 years. But damn, bro, everybody could sing that song. To be honest, everybody in the indies could sing that song. Yo, I've been grinding for the last 15. And it's unfortunate because there was a time where it felt like yeah, like they really gatekeeping y'all. Like y'all really, but then it's become like that same swan song, like the same go-to. What's the extra layers? That's the unfortunate part. Cause I do believe like people that really been on the road, cutting their teeth, getting their shit right, honing in on their craft, they do deserve a spot in the look. But what do we always say? Some people are not meant for WWE. If you're not meant, it's not meant. And it's not to say you're not meant to. Might have a production role. You might be like Adam Pearce and be general manager. But that's if you want to fall in line with their ways and be contracted with WWE. It's a
Or
formula.
or like a best and be a producer for a match.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that can open up doors too, though. Like, how many times have we seen a Drake Maverick producing backstage segments and now he's on television again,
Not everybody,
participating as talent?
not everybody could be a main event guy for 20 years. Not everybody could be Ric Flair. Not everybody could be Randy Savage. Not everybody could be Hulk Hogan. Sometimes you get it where you fit in.
Michael Hayes could produce his own segment at any given moment and go on television and execute. Now his case is different because he's like Godfather then did, Bob. Like I said, my point is though, you can
But
still work the
but
company.
but again, he's earned that spot because of his resume.
Yeah. Mad work that if people don't know, they got do the history. If you like the New Day so much, Free Bird Rule, like hello, you know what I'm saying? To me, that's the only thing that separates. And again, it's unfortunate for the indie guys that's made. I don't know if they care about going to WWE, but I think everybody does at some point. But right now, it's like a weird moment for entry level wrestlers, in my opinion.
And I think that comes down to a lot of the underground guys. They're not sure how to make whatever gimmick their own because they're so accustomed to what we've seen in NXT, AEW, whatever. There's a certain parameter to where everyone's comfortable with. But aside from that, everyone's going, all right, where we go from here? Got to figure that out on your own. Make the shit your own. After that, shit becomes cake. But you got to get to that point, and you got to earn the audience around you.
Like Montez Ford, for example. I don't want to shit on you, Montez, because I fuck with you, but everybody wants you to do a singles thing. like WWE is like they giving y'all the reign, right? You want the singles thing, right? Now, so if he leaves WWE and goes to like an AEW, do we care? Like, let's say if like he has a singles run, like he would have to go on a massive singles run. Like it'd have to be really impressive.
Even then,
Cause we know he's athletic, bro. We know that. We know he could go in the ring.
But here's the problem with him. Even if he has an athletic resume ahead of him, because he's formerly WWE, they're gonna hold that against him. And again, unless he's world heavyweight champion, they're gonna hold that against him.
And he hasn't been there for 20 years like a Nick Nemeth to actually.
That part is irrelevant. But again,
It is. I just wanted to throw that in there. You know, add that in there.
But because he's from WWE, that's what the hold against him.
Because, like you said, I feel like Dolph is more at that point. Like we've seen everything Dolph could do, and he's made chicken salad out of chicken shit. We haven't seen that from Tez yet. We seen a stretch where the crowd got behind him, kind of like Kofi Kingston, and that's it. It's just a stretch where the crowd gets behind you. I don't think that's enough.
Yep.
Like we see talent that don't need the crowd to get behind. They just go out there and their work makes the crowd get behind them. Like the Street Profits, their best shit is like them coming out with the party cups and you know they cooking, having fun. But again, like you said, outside of being athletic, being nice, where's the layers to this? Like it'd mean something to me more if like I don't know if you were saying it about AOP or something, but one of y'all was saying like somebody should be the new APA. Like, what if the Street Profits had their own like fake backstage business? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all gotta come to them for some kind of like something. You know what I'm saying? That'll make me be like, oh nah, they in position. Like, hold on, they got a backstage business. Like, what the Street Profits do? Like, where y'all profits at? Like, you know what I'm saying? Where's the profits and Street Profits? Like, y'all just collecting a check, happy to be here.
Give them a reason to care about you. That's what we all want to care about. Give us a reason to care.
Thank you for making my point, because I'm over here being long-winded with my complaints, and that's the point I'm trying to get to. Facts. Give us a reason to care, bro. Give us a fucking reason to care. Because I think that best wrestler shit is growing a little bit tired. Maybe not for everyone, but numbers don't lie.
The best wrestler, whatever, that don't work for just anybody. Especially for what we've been delivered so far. It don't work for just anybody.
It got to be a complete package. You can't just literally be the best in-ring worker and yes, I'm the best wrestler. Like best.
I mean, look at
even
Max Caster.
Even Chris Benoit when he was on some like he came out on some Rabbit Wolverine, not talking shit. Like,
did he ever say he was the best?
Nah, people just dawned it on him. The best technical wrestler, the best technician. The commentators always said it.
Who dubbed Bret Hart the excellence of execution?
Well, Vince, a commentator, the fans. But he did say he was the best there was, the best there is. That was his shit.
But the excellence of execution, so as far as who the ring, the general work, whatever, who dubbed him the best? It was the fans. It was his ring work.
Some of the best mantras like that are like bestowed upon you. It's not really like, in my opinion, like, you know what I'm saying? Like some things can be like, but other shit might not be received well like that.
Sometimes you gotta put that work in.
Like Jim Ross, he used to say that son of a bitch. Like he arguably made son of a bitch like that line to say in wrestling. What was when the Undertaker debut? Who was it? Bobby Heenan. Look at the size of that ham hock. Like everybody had like their little ways to like dawn a name.
Everybody had their own twist and flavor on stuff. Which again, everybody, whether they're signed talent or not, whether they're valets or not, for that, and I don't use valets rudely, but
You gotta trust your own vocabulary. Use what works for the situation. Use what works for you. Don't just go off of stuff that everyone's telling you to go off of because that may not be useful for that situation in time.
Yeah, like for me, for example, when Chris Jericho used to say the best in the world, it felt troll. Like it was part of me that felt like, oh yeah, he putting in work, but it felt troll. Like, and then when CM Punk did it, he put more like, I'm the best in this mic. I mean, in this ring, on the microphone, even on commentary. Like, okay, you really solidifying the whole like best of like you're really a whole all around best. You're not just in the ring. Like you're not just saying, yeah, I got the best in ring work. Now you saying as a complete wrestler, I'm the best. So I could get behind that. A lot of people to me just be like trying to claim the best wrestler, but actually speaking about in ring work. Like your promo game, it still needs work. There's not much to the character to make me care. Outside of yeah, like a dream match, there's no real moments that like sometimes the biggest moments in wrestling don't even really be a match, bro. Stone Cold, Booker T, Shawn Michaels super kicking people backstage. Stone Cold, that episode of Raw, he was tight, came out stunning everybody.
JBL throw motherfuckers over the Gulf of Mexico.
Like you said, even that cabinet shit, I had to think about it. Like, wow, I forgot about Danny Basham, Orlando Jordan. I think even Jillian was in there, right? Like
Yes,
they,
sir.
like, wow, like you don't like you see a little trying to do, but it don't make sense.
Also a very young Alicia Fox.
Mm. Like you see some shit, but like okay, JBL had this like he was on his Wall Street shit. He was playing politics. It fit. You just see certain people making groups that don't even like why he got a group.
Because it worked.
You feel me? Like some people they just stick them together. Like fuck it, let's just throw shit on the wall, see if it stick.
Hey, that's fine, but when you put the that plan in place as far as what you're gonna stick on the wall, can you be confident that that will work? Because the talent could put to say it till the cows come home, but again, if you don't have faith in what they're trying to present, then you ain't no use to anybody.
Mm-hmm. It's like the like right now, like the other shit you sent me with what's the dude named Christian, and he at first I used to think like that father shit was OD, like oh shit he creeping down, but now that like where's this angle with him and Nick? When I think that shit is running its course a little too long too, and Kill Switch like it's just like what are we doing there, bro? Like if the end game ain't to have Nick Wayne turn on him immediately and really, but it's just like he's been accepting this too much, and there's no signs of fight back.
Well, I think in this instance, because again, Nick Wayne unfortunately lost his father on Father's Day. This kind of further dwells that story. However, to your argument, yes, you gotta pull the trigger sooner than later because again, it if you wait too long, it's gonna go stale. So you're better to just do it now.
I think taking kill Luchasaurus away from Jungle Boy wasn't the wrong move, but to still have or to rebrand Luchasaurus as Kill Switch, but basically have the same aura. You just like an evil, like you fucking niggas activated the Black Lantern shit on you from DC, bro. Like you just a fucking evil Luchasaurus with a different name, bro. Like you just went black on us.
You walked in the shit, said you had a plan, and then when they asked you about your plan, you did your shit and you said, all right. And then that was the plan.
Correct. And then there's times where they kind of tease like Kill Switch is gonna like you know I'm tired of the in that situation you don't need to tease so much. Just get to the we don't need to see Christian right. Like okay, so my point is this: You got moments where Nick Wayne should be showing resistance, or for the very moment, at least kill switch. You got no resistance. We get a fucking Christian Cage versus Swerve match, which wasn't a bad match. But what are we doing here? Are we enhancing kill switch and Nick Wayne? Is this their learning tree moment? Is
And
like,
all Tony Khan will say, well, they had a banger of a match.
yeah, you wasn't happy with that? Yeah, but that's besides the point.
It was a banger. That's all you need to know.
Like,
it was a banger.
Man.
But again, that's the unfortunate truth. It's like, with them specifically, they're so content with mediocrity that they don't know what a success feels like.
Even Swerve, right? Because I think if you recall, I said this before. What's the need to prove, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I just think like once you reach championship stardom level, you shouldn't have to prove yourself. Like why? Aside from defending the belt, though, I'm talking about just being put in regular matches on a regular middle of a weekend or the like. Why all that? Like
Well,
why? I get that Roman Reigns put a bad stigma on the like the champion that doesn't show up to work and all that bull. But I think that there should be some champions that's like, bro, or like in character wise, yo, you gotta earn this title shot, bro. Like fuck
well,
am I just out here wrestling y'all dudes for? Like
what was touched on earlier as far as the everything else, but when who the fuck was it? The dude that just with Kai that won that battle royal, whatever. The whole key point behind that was what makes them eligible for any contention for the belt. So with AW specifically, they kind of just said, "Hey, anyone can call for the belt. Anyone can make any claim to the belt, and we will run an eliminator into a title match accordingly." But even though, again, just my opinion, as far as AW is concerned, anybody that wins a belt, yes, they're the champion technically. However, if anyone else calls claim to that title, they are
they on that
automatically
boxing shit.
in contention, and anything you said prior to that, it's kind of null and void. So there's kind of no point into a ranking system if you're going to just call it the top dog.
Again, piss poor excuse to insert Adam Page.
Insert Adam Page, insert whoever you want. You can
Did that
only
MJF and Roosh match happen?
that is this Wednesday.
I'll be
They'll have
honest,
them.
everything that's happening in wrestling in terms of WWE side, bro, kind of like AEW be having a key moment. Like they'll have like MJF just came back, bro. We should like if like I'm pretty sure this AEW their panties is wet right now. You heard? Like any AEW fan, their panties is wet right now. Oh my god, MJF is back. But me just like being like keeping an eye on WWE still, shit kind of make me forget about all that shit that's going on in like. There's a lot of times like what WWE got going on. It really you want to be happy for Swerve's title run. You want to be happy for MJF coming back, but they be like MJF coming back with the Triple H jacket. To me, I saw more like niggas laughing at him than more like, oh, that was cool. Like I seen it was cool, like, oh, that's dope. But I felt like that was just people just like I thought it was cool too when he came out, but then I was like, nah, like what happened to the other MJF with the suits and shit? Like, what he on right now? Like, what's this presentation of MJF we getting? Like, it's like, I get you trying to character develop, but you ain't even get done with that other spiel yet. Like, you just getting started with that other joint.
There is
Maybe
no
we get
reason.
back to that.
There is no reason why MJF shouldn't have been the. Let's see how do I put this.
His rollout should have been way more like, nigga,
He
like that's
hit
the former champion coming back off injury. Nigga, he just put his body on the line for y'all.
MJF and Swerve should have been
Thank you. That's all I'm asking for.
They should have been the most important parts of AEW from the moment of their return, whether they're gonna work together or not. Like those two should have been the major players off the gates. Like if MJF returns, okay, make a big deal. Swerve wants to proclaim this, make that a big deal. Just make them seem like us fans should give a damn about them.
It was so rushed too. I'm gonna be honest. You talk about pay attention to detail. This dude MJF had that big ring on, right? That's the TNT ring or whatever ring.
The Dynamite ring.
Dynamite ring, right? He hit Roosh with that shit on. We've done seen him end matches with that shit, bro. Like, this whole shit is rushed, bro, in my opinion. Like, unless I'm looking too far into this shit, bro. Like, he over here snuffing the dude with a ring that you done ended matches with, bro. I don't know.
And that's probably because they want to get MJF Roosh out of the way and that there's no real plan following that, which, again, with the talent you have on that roster, there is no fucking reason you're in the predicament that you are in. I mean, every match you should have should feel like a big deal. If you need to stretch certain storylines ahead of time more than others, that's okay. WWE does that now. For example, this past pay-per-view, we didn't see a lick of Dominic and Liv just doing their shenanigans. Why? Because that'll probably happen at this Raw or the following Money to the Bank. Make shit important. Give shit certain perspective.
Bro. That was a whack rollout for MJF, bro. Like, it was like, it's always cool to see the nigga back on TV. Like, we hype. Oh yeah, but when I'm looking at the replay value, the moment it happening, like, nah, bro. Triple H just bust his ass for the company, tears his ACL, MCL, whatever the case is. Nigga, his return was immaculate. Nigga, John Cena return at the Garden was immaculate. Like, again, moments, nigga, like
months ahead of time.
You feel me? Like, moments. Like, everybody remember Johnson, and then he just standing there at the walkway. Like, come on, bro.
Everybody remembers Triple H turn that shoulder. He hears the music. He's going, "Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way it's happening." And then he sees Cena just hit the pose or whatever. And it's like, hey, it's on.
Yeah, bro. Instead, you want to have him have this drawn out segment with, okay, now, yeah, you go back to that. I respect that, but it took too long. They faking the hug. He kicks him in the nuts. Then he cuts this promo. We done with that. Moving on.
if you want to sell that moment, that's fine. However, it's on you to commit to that moment. Facts. Don't just put it out there, put it on eyes like he did Swerve and Keith Lee, then bring it back a year and some change later, saying, "Hey,
and they're gonna exactly what's gonna happen.
They're gonna hash out their feud or whatever. We get a so-so match, but folks are going, what about this?" The loyalists, they're gonna chime in saying, "Hey, that don't matter. We already had the match." All right, then what?
The big question, then what? For real.
And AEW is at a point to where, again, you're 5 years deep. We should not be at the and then what portion with your shit. We should be like, all right, they're doing X, Y, and Z. We're gonna watch all this. We're gonna assess it. They're gonna drop out the next quarter stuff. We're gonna assess that, and just again, we should be just.
I could be wrong. The acquisition of Ring of Honor did more harm than good. It presented even more championships, more talent that you have nothing for, that you just scrambling to just plug and play shit. Like it could be a great scenario. We spoke about this. It could be a great scenario. But a year or two later, like I don't know how long they had ROH, but it feels like a year later, like it felt like Cesaro been gone for a year now, bro. Like I don't know, I could be wrong on that, but it felt damn near that way. Like
Now,
it,
okay,
it felt
so
like Athena been gone for more than a year now. Like
they've had Ring of Honor for a minute. Me personally, I've had it for. I'll argue they've had it for too long, because if Tony Khan actually gave a damn and wanted Ring of Honor to seem some sort of important, they would have been doing their own thing. Yet here we are. This is a
because I
promotion
don't know
that
what people telling me to wait for with them. What are we waiting for?
this is a promotion that is again 20 years old. At the time when Kerry Sokins sold it to Tony Khan, I still stand by the fact that Tony Khan should have just never bought it from them, because they were making certain progressions as far as reestablishing who they were as a culture. But then again, they still got bought up by AEW. AEW has done everything in their power to make them seem less than a sneeze in the wind.
From my knowledge, this is just me watching as a fan. Josh Grisham, that's his name. Am I saying his name wrong? Josh Grisham, was it Josh? Is it Josh Grisham or
What,
Jonathan?
Jonathan
Jonathan
Gresham?
Grisham? Yeah.
Hmm.
Pardon me. My bad, John. He was holding down ROH. Like obviously, and the other brother, Shane Taylor. You know what I'm saying? I was enjoying what them brothers was doing. Obviously, you got Dalton Castle. He was working over there with the boys and shit. My point is, these mainstays that when I started really trying to keep up with ROH, AEW cops them, and you have a falling out with Gresham. You fire the boys from Dalton Castle. I rarely see him. Like he was one
You
of the big players of ROH. He should be featured as AEW. Fuck having him on just ROH. Like bump him up. Let him get that TV time.
At one point you had Mark Briscoe, Jonathan Gresham, Dalton Castle, Jay Lethal, Homicide, Mark Briscoe, Josh Gresham, Dalton Castle. I can go on and on. Whether Tony Khan admits or not, you had a fucking squad at your disposal.
And if them
And
dudes is having differences or you're having differences with them, what does that tell you, bro? You just said it. This is a 20-year company, and they was yes, it was. I feel like they was at a financial down, but that's probably other backs behind the
so so
scenario shit.
so at the stage when Kerry Sokins sold all the rights to Tony Khan, in his mind, he thought that Tony was going to do right by them. Because again, this is a promotion, like I said, 20 years deep, much like TNA, certified, cult favorites. One would say they had squad. To see what Tony Khan has done with them, I can make the argument till the cows come home that it was in Kerry's best interest that he never sold to Tony Khan at all, because this town was going to do right with or without him.
But I'm not even gonna lie, with the way he operate, if I wanted to start a wrestling business today, I'm not letting Tony Khan nowhere near it. I'll fail. Fuck it, because what that's gonna tell me is he's gonna have his fingerprints all over this. Once he becomes the big
Exactly.
bank, yeah. Once he becomes the big bank investor, it becomes his. It's not like what's the split? What's the split? You got to be good God to him to be get to even feel like you know what I'm saying, like. And that's just the reality of doing business. We all thought that it was Cody's we all thought that the company was split. We see what it is now.
Just think, had Ring of Honor still been around, you'd have, like I said, Jonathan Gresham, Dalton Castle, Shane Taylor, Mark
Yeah, Shane
Briscoe,
Taylor Promotions, man.
Jay
That was a good
Lethal.
faction.
You could have had Homicide. You could have had CM Punk, Samoa Joe, folks that were Ring of Honor mainstays, Bryan Danielson. Eddie Edwards from TNA.
Now
Again,
I don't remember my timeline correctly. I don't know if Keith Lee was part of AEW at this time, but when Keith Lee left WWE and he went and did that stuff with Shane Taylor, like a homage to they working prior.
so Keith Lee did have some history with Ring of Honor wrestling, just not as extent. But again, that's another name you could have had incorporated in that. Fast forward for more recently, you could have had the Kingdom, Adam Cole, Mike Bennett, Matt Taven as a faction. You could have had Red Dragon, as in fucking fuck's his name? God damn it.
Nah, instead you give the fucking Guns and Jay White the fucking ROH Trios belt or 6-man, whatever the fuck that shit is called.
I'm not even mad at them.
It's not their fault. They couldn't. I mean, unless they booked themselves to win that shit, right? Like, I mean, I can't blame them. I like the Guns. Jay White, I always wanted to see what his singles run was gonna look like. I didn't matter if he got a group with him, but I felt like, all right, he's a part of the trios now. Like that's what it is. Like,
Yeah, so again, like I said, that's what I'm telling you. You could have had a Red Dragon, which would have been Kyle O'Reilly and Bobby Fish. You could have had again Young Bucks.
Again, Bobby Fish was an unhappy camper over there in AEW. He went over there for a split second.
There's folks you could have had that could have benefited your product.
Bobby Fish know what it was. He like, man, this WWE show is way better than this. Fuck, we would come over here for.
And folks forget Bobby Fish, another cat, 20+ years in the game.
So I'm saying he was having the time of his life in NXT, bro. Like he already up there in age, bro. Like Snakes was saying, you want to move back. Sometimes it's about you can help the talent in WWE, bro. What you think is happening? There's times where Undisputed Era was putting other teams over. It's not like they just ran over everybody, like run shot through everybody. Like for the most part, yeah. But it was a couple of times where like Adam Cole was we knew Adam Cole was the main dude, bro. Like, and then the other dudes had credibility, for sure. But in terms of presentation, they was pushing Adam Cole like the real leader of the group. Like it wasn't to me like, oh, this is a 4-man leadership. Like, oh, bro, when he came, Adam Cole, baby, even they were saying it with him. Like, come on.
I mean, and again, that followed him from Ring of Honor, all that shit. But again, just say Cole goes to NXT, Bobby Fish and Colorado stay with Ring of Honor, whatever. They're just no shit. You could have them as a top tier team. Could have Shane Taylor as their own team. Maybe Cesaro jumps ship back to Ring of Honor. Maybe him and Eddie Kingston squash out their beef. A lot could have happened back then.
I think Undisputed Era leaving was, I understand the time period. They was gonna use Adam Cole as a manager, do that LA Knight shit that basically did, switch his whole shit up. Like we knew, you know what I'm saying? The sabotage. I know, all right. But this is again signing, like me personally, bro, I could speak from experience where I was making music and somebody offered me a deal, right? But the deal ain't have no time period on it. So I said no, bro. Like, how you gonna have me sign something? And this basically on your turn. So like, when you decide to turn, like when you know what I'm trying to say, like I read the contract through and through, and there's no expiration date on shit. So if you signing a 5-year contract, banking like that's too far in the future. I'm sorry. And I get the financial.
You gotta read the fine print.
You might be seeing the big number. Oh, I'm getting 5 M's through the course of you thinking like that shit's sweet, but how are these 5 years really gonna go?
I would say at what cost?
Yeah, bro. Like that's why like I see some players like in sports again, it's different, right? Like wrestling business and I'm assuming you as good as your last run in the business, just like you are on sports, but you can negotiate more your years and like you got agents, right? And in professional sports,
especially when most sports here in the States had become a what have you done for me lately type of scene.
Yeah, bro. It's really that. Like why you think I say that's probably the smartest shit Danny Bryan ever said, tongue in cheek. Fickle. You fans are fickle. Fickle. Fickle, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. My favorite look, I didn't have a favorite team because growing up, it was like I'm from New York. In case the chat don't know. I know you know Razor, but the chat don't know. I'm from New York City. So I didn't know any better in baseball. I used to like the Mets. They were fucking losers, bro. In my lifetime, the Mets wasn't sniffing shit, but the Yankees coattails. Right now, the Jets, dirtbags, Giants, shit. Only until they won that one Super Bowl. But I'm talking about a majority of my life, the Giants were shit before and after that moment. The Knicks, atrocious. So I started leaning into favorite players. You know what I'm saying? Along, like, my whole point of that is in wrestling, when I like somebody, I'm looking at the grand scale of things. Like, I'm not just flip flopping on them because creative is bad for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, people really be mad at certain people and be giving them that go away heat when in reality, I think they just good at what they doing. Like Jinder Mahal, great champion to me. I don't care what nobody tells me. Fucking, y'all could assassinate me in the chat. Jinder Mahal to me, the modern day Maharaja, he was getting people tight. And it brings some like creative moments out of that. We got to see a great Khali. You got to see the Bollywood boys insert, like, they found a place for them on TV. It gave you that real throwback. Like, remember in the 90s when Hulk Hogan had like that, either like a what's
we
the dude
damn near
name?
got in the Punjabi prison match.
Yeah, Randy and Mahal in the Punjabi prison match. Like, they even bring that match. Like, you don't do that match without an Indian wrestler. It'll look crazy. It'll look ridiculous. Like, why are y'all doing this?
It'd be like a Hell in a Cell cage match without a hardcore wrestler. It's like, why are you doing it?
Yeah, it became cringy. I'm gonna be honest. When they start putting anybody in the Hell in a Cell, I hated that shit, bro.
Or just say the main event of a pay-per-view is gonna be a submission match. You have one dude that can do like a SA figure four. The other dude don't know a single submission to his name.
Right, you
We
got even
know
two
who's gonna
people with
win.
no submission. Yeah, or even two people with no submissions. You like, you know what are they doing? Like you said, one-sided match, just a submission match. This dude don't even got a lick of like a submission in his arsenal. I think they did that to Miz one time, right?
They tried teasing out with Cody and AJ recently, but folks forgot that yes, AJ knows the calf crusher, but Cody also knows very well how to apply a figure four. So again,
And he took the Kimura from Brock.
But again, kudos to Cole, Graves, and everyone else. Like, they touched on the fact that yes, Cody may not have a submission directly applied to him, but he knows some shit from other folks.
Yeah. I mean, and again, too, like, Cody doesn't have that. Like, when the Undertaker made the Hell's Gate shit, they kind of eased in how, like, oh, he loves the MMA. He be at these UFC fights. We see this nigga at fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, it makes sense. This nigga's using a fucking like MMA submission. Like Brock Lesnar too. Like, oh, this nigga came back. We knew all his career. This nigga did a F5, bro. That was his finisher, bro. We ain't never see this man do a fucking. He might have. He might. I might be wrong. Somebody will send me a clip of fucking Brock doing a Kimura somehow back in his early days. But it wasn't the main thing.
Brock didn't start hitting the Kimura until
Triple H, right?
No, I want to say after he put it in Shawn the first time, then Triple H chimed in. That's when he started doing it more often. But yeah.
Yeah, because he fake broke Shawn's arm or some shit like that, right? And then that's when, like, nah, man, it makes sense. Oh, he just came back from the UFC spanking. This is a world champion. Like, he learned shit in the MMA world. Like,
and that's secret. Like, there were billionaires like, hey, He was in the UFC. He learned some shit. This ain't the same man anymore. Like, he knows some shit now.
Even Roman Reigns, guillotine choke. When he came back on this, wreck everyone, and
the guillotine came out of nowhere. I was like, hey, where you learn this shit from?
right, like, but because of his mean streak, it's like, oh, now he in a different bag. Like, we really don't know what he doing on the side. Like, he just like almost in kayfabe mode where you don't see him having fun in public like that. He don't really tweet like that. Like,
was it against Brock or Corbin where he has some doing the guillotine and Roman's like, I got it locked in. My arms is extra big. This grip is extra tight. Type shit.
yeah, he was jaw jacking, talking his shit.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not even gonna lie, when he applies that shit, like even when he did it to Seth, I was like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, Seth neck gotta be hurting, bro. He might not have been choking him out because obviously the pressure is being applied to the back of the head.
He still feels some shit.
Yeah, bro. Like there's some strain on that neck right now for sure, bro. Like, come on. And that fist got to be tightening up on the under neck. You know what I'm saying? Where your throat is at, where your esophagus is at.
Yeah. It may not hurt traditionally, but again, he most definitely is feeling some shit on that grip. He feeling some shit.
Yeah, bro. Like I used to fake tussle with the fellas, right? Like we used to be in the hallway doing body shots or just like seeing who could get out of the headlock and shit like that. And I was kind of in that position one time where like my boy had me in a headlock like that, and I'm trying to like get out that shit, but that shit was putting strain on my neck. So I had to kind of get into like a full, like I had to, instead of trying to get out, I had to position myself in a full mount where now I got the positions where he got to release. You know what I'm saying? So I like that's what made me think like, yeah, nah, that shit, like you said, it's not gonna put him to sleep, like that's Seth selling right there, but that strain is real. That fucking strain is real, bro.
Yes, sir.
Again, I ain't gonna lie, we had a masterful episode right here. Like I didn't even think chat, we doing this for y'all though, for real. Like it's fun for us, but we know that y'all need this just like we need this, bro. Like I'll be honest, I sent Razor a screenshot the other day of like if y'all really like used to watch recap shows. I don't know if y'all just started this or whatever. I used to watch After Buzz Raw After Show run by um what's that girl name that had a WrestleMania match? I think Maria something. Maria Menounos.
Yeah.
So she used to run that studio and it had Kathy Kelly on there. So that's how I really know about Kathy Kelly. And when I seen her get that look on WWE, I was really like happy for her. Like, cause you know, they was like kind of like streamers, like they was like the real first YouTube after show streamers, like you know what I'm saying? Before all the people that I see now, Solid Monster, JD, Wrestle Inc., Wrestle this, Wrestle that. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to them. Shout out to Kathy Kelly. Um, Johnny LaQuasto. I know he used to be like doing work in NXT as a commentator.
But sometimes us fans, we gotta just get shit off our chest just for the one time, so
yeah,
y'all know how we feel.
Hell yeah,
we are just as passionate as y'all. Sometimes we gotta just let it out.
Hell yeah, and as you guys see, we got the disclaimer at the bottom. Like we just giving our opinion. This isn't meant to attack anybody. Like and no, we not attacking no beliefs, no religions, no none of that. We just giving our in character. This is entertainment. We giving our opinion on the entertainment and having fun with it, chat. So fuck what y'all think, respectfully. We want to know what y'all think. But if it's pertaining to, you got to give us concrete arguments. You can't just say, "Oh, I disagree," and don't give me an empty statement.
I mean,
bring some fucking backup. Bring some shit to the table so we can have a conversation.
If you feel some type of way, my DMs are open. I will address it on this podcast if push comes to shove.
Our DMs are open, but at least put some substance. Put some fucking seasoning on this shit. Don't be all salt and pepper with it. Don't give me the fucking food all.
Yeah, I promise you. I promise you, you are not going to hurt my feelings. If anything, you are going to entertain me if you're good enough.
Word, like I said, I like this shit because even though I might not sound as combative, it's because I play devil's advocate. So I'm looking at both sides of the coin, but I do stand on what I say. Like, it's okay to agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. Y'all can have y'all shit. I just want to hear what y'all got to say. Just like that's why I got
That
my brother Razor up here. I love his opinions. There's times we don't agree, and I don't give a fuck. That's what makes the show even better.
I'll
That's
say
what
that
keeps
that's
us
what,
on.
it makes this format that much more entertaining for you guys, but for me personally, it just makes it that much more. It makes it easier because again, like I said, a lot of folks can agree on everything. A lot of folks can disagree on everything. But again, at the stage where you can agree on something, knowing damn well someone else is like, nah, I ain't fucking with that. That's where the meat and potatoes are. That's where you like, all right, how do you disagree? I hear your opinion. You hear my opinion on how I go the opposite route. And then again, that's how we learn from each other.
Yeah, bro, because those empty statements sometimes it come across chat like y'all might not intend for it to be that way, but if you combating somebody's statement and when we converse in the art of conversation, like bring some facts or have a concrete argument, you know what I'm saying? Don't just say empty statements. It makes you seem like you don't have that knowledge. You just being a hater. You want to be a negative Nancy. You know what I'm saying? Make this shit. I mean, make it spicy. Make it fun, y'all. You know what I mean? Like. I give my
Not
take, and then I love when people tell me like, "Oh, nah, that's," and they give me a more creative take that I ain't even think of that bag. Like, okay, I see where you cooking.
I welcome those takes.
Hell yeah! It's like some of your takes be like when I forgot you said something like you said fucking William Regal's son on one Raw chin, and I was like, nah, bro, I don't see it. Like, you know what I'm
I'm
saying?
telling
It's
you,
all right.
I'm gonna quote myself appropriately. I can see Charlie Dempsey as a future world heavyweight champ for WWE, whether it be for SmackDown or Raw. He gonna be that top dude because of what he's been doing so far.
Nah,
I'll
nah,
stand by
that's
that.
cool. If you
I'm a
saying
double
that,
down on that.
listen. That one statement is fine. You said both of them at the same time,
No,
simultaneously.
no. I'm saying either or, like whichever brand
Okay,
he wants to rock with. I'm saying
I
I
I
can see
promise
him
you, I
at.
thought you were saying simultaneously at the same time,
I'm
Raw and
saying
SmackDown. Oh, like
I'm
nah,
saying whether it's Raw, whether it's SmackDown, I can see him as the top dog.
that'd be special for him. Being like William Regal never had that spot. Like what I remember him as, he had a prominence, but he kissed Vince McMahon's ass, y'all. Let's be honest. He got down on them
He
knees and he
was
kissed the
Eugene's
cheek.
handler.
You feel me? Chris Jericho done pissed in his tea, bro, when he wasn't looking.
The OG member of the Kiss My Ass Club.
Yeah, so it definitely be fire to see Charlie get that like that just do. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, what?
And Charlie nice. That's what I don't know. He
Nah.
nice.
Who the other one that you said you wanted to see with him though?
Oh fuck, there's a couple of them.
It was fucking somebody specific though that we said. It was Charlie Dempsey. And
Charlie Dempsey be nice. Obafemi be nice. If we're just talking NXT, for example, I can see Eddie Thorpe kind of grinding for that shit. Again, I've seen what he can do with New Japan. He could definitely put some work in. Um, I can see Brutus Creed putting some work in. There's a lot of cats I can see going for
yo,
that throne.
is this a time where remember when we was talking about North American Championship, how Dominic Mysterio had it, but they dropped the ball with Solo Sikoa when he had it on the main roster? Is this a chance to right the wrongs and let Hikuleo go to NXT, get that North American Championship for somebody like Obafemi that arguably he not in a program right now that I know of? You and then introduce him into the bloodline like, yo, bro, we got somebody cooking over here, like, or whenever it's time he
If
comes
they
up to them as a champion.
if they go that route, honestly, I would not be mad at it because
Okay, we get it.
Hikuleo.
So, all right.
Again, I do feel Hikuleo is rather green in for that craft, so he would benefit more in NXT. But again, if they go that route, I wouldn't be mad at it.
I feel like that could be a way to rewrite the wrong, and Solo could also give that head nod to him, like, good shit, bro. 'Cause I had that belt before. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll make sense to me. It's a belt that
Well,
Solo already had.
also, like I said, Solo could give his nod of approval, and also he could look to Tama and be like, "Hey, your little brother put on for us."
Right.
That
Like
that's your
more
that
layers.
yeah. The little big brother put on for the tribal chief, put on for the family, put on for the bloodline. Again, like I said, more layers to everything. So again, there's a lot they can do with it.
Cause I think we all want the like, or I can't say we all. I don't want to speak for everybody, but the majority consensus have him jump right into the bloodline storyline. I wouldn't be opposed to this little like again that solo route. Like y'all kind of do what y'all did with Solo, throw him down there for a few months, maybe like enough to where that shit is cooking again, that storyline. Then y'all pull him up. Like, oh, y'all thought we were gonna bring him up right now? What?
I want to ask you a predicament that was presented on Cornette's recent podcast, and that's what if the head of the table, what if the tribal chief is Jacob Fatu?
Bro, this is what I'm saying. The head of the table at this point could be anybody. Because earlier when I asked the question, my original thing was, since The Rock is no longer in the company, right? I'm the main event guy. I'm the tribal chief. I've held the belt for the last year, and I'm now working on unifying all this good shit, right? Once that goes away, like Snake Eyes was kind of saying, so The Rock becomes the default tribal chief again, or is this now a title that we could kind of now? I don't want to say the name is diminished, but y'all playing around with it a little bit, like anybody could just be the tribal chief. Like
I'm just saying, as far as us fans know, from Roman Reigns, quote unquote, until he is back, Solo's in charge. So Solo sits at the head of the table. Now, as far as we know, that's what the fact of the narrative is. My question is, say that's the fact or whatever, and if that's what the move is, where would Jacob Fatu fall in those reigns? Because again, he gonna be no soldier for nobody.
Fatu, so he's more related to like, cause obviously like we got The Rock where he's like kind of like distant colors. You
Regardless of
don't
who
think
he's
that
related
matters?
to,
Okay.
regardless of who he's related to, it's just when he comes in, he ain't gonna be a soldier to just nobody.
Again, this is why what you're saying makes sense. He's gonna be the one to come through and nullify Solo. Solo is gonna get like exiled from the group by default of you've been doing too much. Which
But
low
all
key, that's when we see the like you said, the moment where it becomes Rock versus Roman. I think everybody else gets casted out little by little, leading up
you
into that.
you still missing my point. My point is, so again, as quoted per the Jim Cornette experience, per Brian Last, what if Jacob Fatu says he's the head of the table?
Then he got an argument there, but then that draws a. I
Who
feel like with
who's
Roman.
gonna contest? Who's gonna contest it?
So you think he just gonna come in and dominate? Like, nah, I'm the head of the table, and nobody gonna say nothing.
My question is, who legitimately is gonna contest him? Who gonna step to him?
I mean, again, if what the title means, tribal chief, head of the table, is it something you say, or is it done by championship? Like Roman could be on something. Yeah, you can say what you want, bro, but I'm holding this until you beat me for this. Say what you want.
All I'm saying is that your indecisiveness says a lot to that possible theory. Like I said, I asked who's gonna
Cause
step
I
to
could see,
him.
I could no. Cause the thing is, there is realistically like all these dudes be needing help. Like the Usos ain't gonna step to him. The fuck Roman, he needs help. That's why he recruited everybody. The Rock
And
just like
Roma could be the one recruiting them for all we know. But also on the flip side, so say Roman recruits him, and then and we don't know that he's on Roman's side until Roman comes back, whatever. So say Jacob steps in, Jacob says, "Nah, I run this bitch. This just all me. This is all my family." Who is gonna step to him?
It has to be Roman.
No, it's got to be Rock because,
But
like I
why
said,
the Rock? The Rock is already at his old. Like I understand he's still entertaining and all that, but what we are we building the Roman to come back and be favorable, or we just
we
building to
we
have the best Rock
we
moment ever?
we are building to who within that family's respective lineage is the cream of the crop, who is the dude. At the moment, it's kind of torn between Roman and Rock. That's all we know for the time being. Now, for all we know, when Jay comes in, he could be representing the Rock or Roman, whatever. Rock could step in, say, no. I say what happens in this family, and then Rock could say, I say Solo is next, not you.
I
You,
could definitely
Jacob.
see that bullshit.
Jacob, you tarnished our family long ago. Therefore, you are not eligible. So when Roman could come in and be like, "Hey, don't shame my bloodline like that. That's on me."
And that creates that allegiance right there for them. See, if you painting that picture, I definitely see the Rock coming in, stepping in, like. But the main matchup to me is always when he says, "Oh, head of the table for him and Roman." Like, I don't really think he looking at these dudes yet. Like, y'all put in that history and work that Rock put in. I mean, Roman put in. But I can see why. Like in your theory, he gotta check them. But to me, the Roman been going around saying he was the tribal chief for 3 years before the Rock even entertained this shit. Like, so they gonna just come around for a few weeks and say this shit and his. I mean, it could be because of the short amount of time. But again, like I said, Roman was going around saying this shit, and in story, it took the Rock 3 years to come out. Like
Who in those 3 years actually had the balls to check him man to man?
to check
Nobody.
Roman.
Nobody
Facts.
had the
Jimmy
nobody.
tried, and then he fell in line.
Yeah,
Jay
but
tried,
again,
and he fell in line. But nah, I know what you mean. Realistically,
no
nobody
one
could come.
had
Yeah.
the balls to check him man to man, saying, "Hey, I'm the dude that's putting this family on top." And now it could have been Jacob, it could have been whoever down the road or whatever, but for continuity purposes, nobody had the nerve or the nuts to check Roman man to man. Now, with that being said, Roman has never been able to control Solo when Solo kind of goes off the hinge. So, with that being said, how do you control a monster? You get a monster of your own that's even bigger and badder. Solo is not gonna step to Jacob the way he steps to everybody else. He gonna see who Big Dog is. OG gonna put him in his place. Jacob gonna be like, "Hey, you don't want this. You know what's good."
I'm not gonna lie too. What if they pull a swerve on us? Like again, I'm looking at the rollout. Like some people, I don't know how everybody else timeline. I read reports of Hikaleu contract report. Like he was gonna be a free agent before Tamatonga and Tongaloa.
Yeah, that part is true. But so say again, WWE gets Hikuleo. So you have the three sons of Haku. The three sons of Haku versus the black sheep of the fucking Fatu family. The one motherfucker that is certified. Check the dentals. This is one motherfucker you do not want to cross. This is the motherfucker that everyone warned you about to not cross.
And that's what I'm saying. He been signed since WrestleMania weekend, right after WrestleMania. So
We
we
don't
might
know.
see him. Yeah, we don't
We
know.
don't
That's been
know.
the fake. That been the rumors. The rumor
I,
mill been swirling.
I'm just saying that because of said rumor mill, you pair up the three quote unquote sons of Haku. Take that for what you may. Line that up with the arguably the number one free agent in professional wrestling in Jacob Fatu, who is related to and has affiliates to said bloodline. The sons of the baddest motherfucker in pro wrestling versus the black sheep of the dynasty that runs pro wrestling. That writes itself.
Mm.
Because again, like I said, Roman couldn't control Solo. So again, how do you put a monster in check? You get a badder monster that will put him in check.
Nah, I've been on board with that concept the whole time. It's just the rollouts of when they bringing people out that's a bit like, all right, boom, like now everybody thinking they might bring Hikuleo. What if they bring Jacob before Hikuleo? Like throw a
So
curveball in there.
that's my next question. So you look at Hikuleo, look at Jacob, look at Roman respectively as different returns. At which point on a calendar year, so between now and the end of the year, how long is it too long before you reintroduce Roman Reigns?
I think the Royal Rumble is just perfect.
So you're saying for Roman, anything longer than 6 months is just right.
Yep, because right now, 6 months from now will be December. So Royal Rumble January, so that'll be 7 months, right?
Usually mid January, yeah. But so all right, so Roman, okay, so mid December, early January. All right, we'll call it for Roman. So all right, so for everybody else, you have say between now and Survivor Series per se. How long is too long of a time?
Let me see. You said between now and Survivor Series. Survivor Series be November.
Yeah, basically around
5
Thanksgiving.
months. Yeah, like 5 months. I mean, I want to say every other month you could start like incorporating the returning members or new debuting members and build the story. I feel like they've already been on that kind of path where like after WrestleMania that Thursday we got Tama Tonga. A month later we get Tongaloa. Now they letting us digest like probably in a few weeks we might like I don't know what's the time period how long Tongaloa's been around, but
You can also argue that hypothetically, say CM Punk goes to SmackDown. Hypothetically, say the Liv Morgan Judgment Day storyline goes to SmackDown. Okay, what else can you do at that point? What storyline takes precedence?
I mean, I think just the whole storyline that we got to get over to get a real I'm gonna be honest, to get a real fresh new WWE, we need to get past this Rock Roman bloodline Cody
Or
shit. Once we get
so
past that, and I'm not trying to rush it. I don't know though. I'm not trying to rush it. I just think when you clear that up, we can hit the factory reset and other things can freely take place. Like right now, when I say free, we're Cody. They putting Cody in positions to kind of still hold that belt to be, with this storyline. So that's being held up. While we know these guys are gone, they got other obligations. They not even in.
again. So say that still stays the course of Cody defending the title on SmackDown regularly. What
But
if
we know that's a fluff. Like we know that those shits is fluff.
But again, what if the Liv and Dominic storyline bleeds over to SmackDown and then it stays over there permanently?
Then they just took the hottest shit Raw has, and now Raw got other shit going on, but now Raw got to find what they doing, which shouldn't be hard, but they got to now put emphasis on other things.
No. Take Raw out of the equation. Say the number one story that's been overshadowing all of WWE, the Liv and Dominic story with Judgment Day. Say that bleeds over to SmackDown, that stays on SmackDown.
I'm gonna be honest, I got a hot take for that.
While you have Cody figure out his next opponent, while you have who's truly run the bloodline, between all those three stories, which one takes precedent?
I don't care about Dom and Liv no more at this moment because it didn't. We all thought something was gonna happen at Clash.
Hold on. Pause. So
whatever happens between Dom and Liv with Judgment Day is now subsidiary to what happens with everything else on SmackDown?
No, but I personally didn't get what I thought we was gonna get. Like they put all this emphasis around like making it seem like something was gonna happen, some dissension. Nah, Drew had a clean match. In fact, I don't even remember seeing Judgment Day at all.
No.
Now,
So in that match, Judgment Day was barred from ringside. But what I'm saying is, say that respective story is now a SmackDown exclusive story. That is now taking
why
a
would they
back.
do that?
Oh no, hold on. I'm saying again, if they want to mix shit up or whatever in their best intentions, say Judgment Day, Liv, Dom, whatever goes to SmackDown, whatever. That now is taking a backseat to everything on SmackDown.
No, it's gonna be the most entertaining thing on SmackDown. But why would you do that? Liv got the belt right now, so you're gonna have Bailey and Liv on the same show.
Because whoever is running SmackDown, if they say, "Hey, we want the best storylines, we want the best shit, whatever," we gonna give you WX amount of money. This is what we want to see. My question to you is,
I'm gonna be honest though. After that fizzles out, that's gonna fizzle out though. Once Rhea come back and she get like what else we got with that program? Like yeah, it's that's like a flavor of the month shit to me. Like that shit picked up steam because you know Liv is fire. She look good and she doing this little sexy shit with Dom. But after that, once she defends or loses or wins against Rhea, they don't really got nothing there.
a lot of folks thought Cody and the story was a flavor of the month too. I'm just saying.
It could have been too though. Like it really could have been. I'll be honest, the whole Cody shit, in my opinion, for real, the first year he lost, that was the year I wanted him to win. The second year he won, which was this year, I said, bro, you might as well just let Roman break everybody's record at this point, bro. Like Roman, I was calling that he should have retired with the belt. Like nobody should have been able to beat Roman. He should have did something different. You know how everybody retires because of injury? I was calling for Roman to retire because he beat everybody.
I'm just saying, I could very, especially with WWE operates, I can see a world in which the Judgment Day story consisting of JD, Liv, Dom, whatever, could swap out with the Bloodline story and say a portion of the Bloodline story could bleed over to Raw. At that point, so say you have for second conversation, the Gorillas on Raw and then the whole Bloodline shit on SmackDown. Which
I could
story?
see more of that happening because they don't got no belts.
No, so say God goes to Raw, the whole Liv and Bloodline story bleeds over to SmackDown without Rhea Ripley, without Rhea Ripley, and it just spills over, boils over, just to further entice the Rhea Liv story.
I think it'll become Dolph Ziggler and AJ Lee. It'll look cute for a few months, see them together.
You think it's gonna get that bad?
Yeah, I mean, what substance do they really got? Like, everybody's already talking about how Dominic is really married and shit. Like,
I'm on the topic of you want to maximize the revenue to build a certain fight. So say if you bleed Liv over to SmackDown, keep Rhea on Raw, keep them separated, keep that a big money bout, versus say you take a chunk of the Bloodline, which has been the hottest thing on SmackDown for the better part of 4 years, send a chunk of that over to Raw. If you send that chunk over to Raw, it's going to just get lost in the shuffle.
What, the Bloodline stuff?
Yeah.
I felt like Bloodline shit always looked better on SmackDown because
that's where it's been. That's where it's been for the last 4 years.
Yeah, when it's put on Raw, it don't look like it belong. Like it looked like Roman is visiting Raw. Like that's not his home. That's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's when he was on Raw, he was getting dog food put on him on Raw and shit like that. Like Baron Corbin and them was wilding on him.
And that's what I'm saying. So say if they do some type of like superstar shakeup, if you have the Bloodline story and the Judgment Day story on SmackDown, Raw will not have a single chance to win. Whereas if you send, say, an abundance of the Bloodline story to kind of reestablish themselves on Raw and keep Liv and JD on SmackDown, you might have a better chance. However,
That's the cost of doing business, though. Raw knew they always made Raw look like the A show, and SmackDown was never really respected, especially when they was a taped show and Monday nights was live. SmackDown positioned themselves really well when they started going live, and WWE really started treating them like nigga they could fuck with Raw even though they 2 hours. That was
Yeah,
huge, bro. That
yeah,
was
but
huge.
even though the bloodline stuff is established, no one fucking expected the stuff of Liv to take off like this. No one thought that.
With Liv
And
Morgan, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. Like facts. Like the only thing they had to go back off, and I'm gonna be honest, I forgot that Liv Morgan got hurt in the match with Rhea Ripley. Like Rhea Ripley's storyline been so dominant. Like she done ran through, hurt so many chicks. Like she be folding these chicks like beach chairs, bro. Like
folks forget Liv was in a match with Ronda Rousey. She tapped out while she was laughing and smiling while tapping out.
like
She
feel
tapped
me?
out be like, hey, chains and whips excite me. I love this shit. This shit's kind of making me wet.
Nah, yeah, like that's sadistic. I like pain. I'm a that's cool for Liv. I like that for her. Like she's really getting in her comfortability zone. Like she's more than just a Harley Quinn lookalike. You know what I'm saying? From the Riot Squad and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. That's fire. I like that. But when I look at the rest of the roster and you looking at Charlotte Flair, Rhea Ripley, you looking at a Bianca Belair, a Jade, a Nia Jax, you know what I'm saying? Even the like Piper Niven is coming into her own right. Like I don't know.
You cannot sleep on Liv anymore. I'm sorry.
Nah, she definitely be, but like that whole little like when she eliminated, I think it was Jade in the Royal Rumble. I was like, though, that's a huge spot for her to be honest. Like she was already popular. Like Liv was already like she had the championship belt at this point, and we
Even
seen
even when she
mhm.
tapped out while smiling in a submission round, like motherfuckers knew that you had a star right there. Whether Bayfish or Hill, you had something right there.
That was Mick Foley-esque right there, smiling through the pain.
Mm-hmm. So, and again, with the current story with her and Rhea that's brewing right now, whether it's a Money in the
So
Bank,
hold
whether
on, let's be honest. Before Rhea gets hurt, did people have Liv Morgan taking that belt off Rhea Ripley?
so we're talking post Mania right before that elbow injury, correct?
Yep.
And the question is, does Liv beat Rhea 1-on-1?
Yeah, like I feel like I think people still wanted to see the dominance of Rhea Ripley and see where she was ready to go post Mania. I don't think people were clamoring for her to drop the belt. Like, oh, we want to see something.
Honestly, if there's no injury right then and there, if the match is Liv versus Rhea, I could see Liv winning that match off of shenanigans. Whether her just trying to hurt Rhea or whatever, I could see Liv winning that first match.
I think they would have still had money though. Like I think Dom would have still been involved.
No. So Dom wouldn't have been in the mix just yet, but folks. So it would have been a clean victory. There could be shenanigans from maybe like JD or Finn, whatever. Dom comes out. Liv gives Dom some little googly eyes, and that kind of sets the table to what we get today.
Again, like Liv is just holding the belt right now for Rhea to get back, and they into their stuff. You don't really hear nothing about we're gonna have a #1 contenders match for the
but here's
Raw
the thing.
Women's Championship, right?
When Liv comes back, or when Rhea comes back,
Rhea.
I can see Liv winning that match.
I mean, at this point, yeah, like I could see make her look, unless y'all just want to have Rhea come back, but Rhea already don't got the belt, so her losing really don't. Especially like with this whole storyline, I could see a way, like you said, shenanigans at play.
But again, like either way, whether even have it earlier without all the injuries and shenanigans, I can see Liv beating Rhea clean. I legit see a role with that because of the fact that clean because of the fact of what Liv can do with that belt as a heel, i.e., what we've been seeing now. Picture this.
I haven't seen nothing. She been in a match.
Hold on. Picture this.
I see her with Dom.
Hold on. That's my point. Picture this.
Say Liv beats Rhea clean. Liv's rolling off the ring. She gives Dom the googly eyes, like that, just kind of addressing him with her eyes, walks away. And Dom thinks something of it. Fast forward a couple weeks later. Liv's cutting a promo on Rhea, whatever, saying run it back. Rhea and Dom come out. Rhea and Liv kind of trade jabs, but the whole time Liv's clapping back, she's looking at Dom, not Rhea, much like what we've been seeing right now.
She dumping Dom once she beats Rhea Ripley. Dom think he got that. She's dumping him for Finn Balor.
But again, we think that. However, we could think that she's going for Dom. Rhea trying to be well invested in that character, trying to tell Dom, hey, are you with Judgment Day? Are you with that bitch over there?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me now before I whip your ass.
Dom is gonna pick wrong.
Now again,
he gonna get himself kicked out of Judgment Day,
which is what we could be seeing very soon, as early as 12 hours from now, or less than 24 hours from now.
Is there any more layers for like as a serious competitor? Is there any more layers for Dom in the Judgment Day, or is it like, can we say it's time to like kind of separate him? Like they be having him tag team with JD and stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like he used to be out there at least getting a North American Championship. Now he's out there with JD. JD be losing the match, they'll get in a pinfall, so they don't really be having Dom get what, but like they be losing though as a tag team.
Now, are they losing, or is he taking the fall?
JD definitely be taking the fall.
Exactly. So again, whether folks want to believe it or not, Dom has already made his bed. We could be seeing Mommy come back as early as tomorrow, definitely before Money in the Bank. But very, 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 very soon, Dirty Dom will be answering for his sins. And whenever we as fans hear "This is my brutality" on the speakers, Dominic gonna be shitting his pants because he knows.
Been in the arena. You been in the arena to hear that song?
Not yet.
Yo, that shit rips. I'm not gonna lie. Like that pop, whew, like you said, Dom's expression is gonna sell it. The whole crowd's gonna erupt. It's gonna be wild.
Dom might shit himself legitimately on camera because he gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I fucked up big. I fucked up big." Yep. and again, it's obvious the SummerSlam match is gonna be between Rhea and Liv, but Dominic's actions are selling the story, which is what's been beautiful about his work, which is why he's come a long ways since last year's WrestleMania.
Nah, he's definitely like, you know what I'm saying?
But
he took a big step.
But again, Dom, carnal, I gotta let you know, Playboy. When Mommy comes back, she gonna fuck your ass up.
It's on site.
You gonna need an act of God to save your ass.
Shit, yeah, that episode tomorrow should be lit for sure.
And just like today. Just think about it. You have the Living Dom stuff. You have Money in the Bank qualifiers. It just got announced that we're gonna get Xavier Woods versus Karrion Kross, amongst other things. A lot's gonna go down tomorrow night or later tonight.
Facts. So check. We gotta stay tuned. You know what I'm saying? We see how it go. We bring y'all something after Raw. I know we did last week, right? So we might see what happens.
Whew. I want to see what we're gonna get out of the Bo Dallas Uncle Howdy stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait for that either. It's a lot, like you said, it's a lot going on Raw tomorrow. they put an emphasis on the 3 hour show. I think it's gonna be must see television throughout the whole 3 hours tomorrow. To be honest, like,
and every bit of them 3 hours is gonna be entertainment. They're gonna be locked in tomorrow. Tomorrow gonna be a fucking statement.
yup. Chat, y'all already know what it is. Like I said, stay tuned. We're gonna put the notifications out there for y'all when we go out. So I'm ready to sign out. HD Razor, you got anything to let them know before we get out of here?
Just be tuned in for tomorrow. I may be off hinge tomorrow. Just roll around. You'll be all right.
Yes. Everybody be all right. I love it. Yeah, everybody be safe, man. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, comment. Let us know what y'all think. We want to start talking about certain topics in wrestling, period, not just reviewing the show. Let us know, man. Talk about it.
Do not be afraid to let me know. I will respond to it respectfully.
Facts, y'all. Tap in. We out of here.